Turtle pulling up 10 this game. Money through the low as well. Double cover cross chase still going through. Benny low, one hit from Dead. Gonna give that away to Cop. 3-man kill here for Curse. C9 looking good in this fight. Can they find another? Ty's gonna get huge in this battle. Bankload on the chase. He's gonna get the slow. Gets the double kill.
Going back in, double it, flashes the binding! Condemn against the wall! One more shot, and he gets the long-range snipe!
There's the surrender. XDG though.
Hugs all around for TSM. It's almost like they didn't even miss a beat.
Welcome to Week 9 of the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live from our studios in Los Angeles, California. I'm Rivington Bizzle III, and with me is Joshua Jat Leesman. Jat, how you feeling after the off week, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. It's really good to be back. You don't realize how used to the LCS you get until it's gone.
I know, almost forgot my ways, how to get here. But we're here, and we're ready to go. There are now only 3 weeks left of the spring split, and what is the home stretch for some is a sprint for those hoping to pull themselves out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, so each team has 8 games left, and the bottom 5 teams are all separated by only 4 games. So it's still possible for any of these teams to save themselves a trip to the summer promotion tournament, but they have to start turning it around today.
So for a closer look at this week's news, we start in Katowice, Poland, where the Intel Extreme Masters Championships were held. First place went to OGN's KT Rolster Bullets, with Fnatic taking second, but Cloud9 had an impressive performance over there.
Yeah, Cloud9 had some commanding wins over China's WE and also the Taipei Assassins. They did lose in the semifinals to Fnatic, but they did have a good performance on an international stage.
And they'll be back in action in North America this week. Also making his return to the NALCS is TSM's Bjergsen. He'll be happy to find that the team did not burn down the gaming house while he was away.
Yeah, TSM was quite successful with Reginald covering the mid lane for them. They went 5-1 in Bjergsen's absence, and they also had that 4-0 perfect record in Super Week. They still sit in first place with a 1-game lead over Cloud9.
And TSM returns to its regular lineup as EG announced they would be bringing on 3 subs to cover for Snoopy, Yellowpea, and Crepo, who will be taken out this week to take on visa issues.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them, but their subs are the more important thing right now. AD carry is going to be Robert X. Lee. A lot of people know him from the North American Challenger Series. Then Ken, who might be known as Executioner Ken, or in the Collegiate Championship, Fang Shen. He will be filling in as support.
So many names.
And covering in the jungle is going to be Think Card. He's an unknown player from Challenger Solo Queue.
Yep, and we'll see how all that plays out in our 4 matches today, beginning with Team Solo Mid versus XDG.
Then 5th place Curse will attempt to overtake the 4th place Dignitas. After that, Coast aims to rebound from a Super Week when they square off against Cloud9.
That's right. Then in our final LCS match, we have the new Evil Geniuses versus CLG. Then be sure to stick around for the North American Challenger Series semifinals immediately following our LCS coverage. That's the schedule, but let's break down the players we're going to be keeping an eye on this week. First up are the new faces on Evil Geniuses who are making their NALCS debut. We saw in the European League when several Ninjas in Pajamas players covered for members of Gambit had mixed success, but with EG hovering at 7th place, it is a dangerous time to not have your starters.
Yeah, Coast had a tough Super Week as well, so we're going to be keeping our eye on Nintendude X and see how he performs. Unfortunately, he has 85 deaths so far, which is the most in the North American LCS. He needs to stop the deaths and help Coast get back to it.
That's right. Also, we're anxious to see how well Bjergsen jumps back into the TSM mid lane. He's been playing on the European server for 3 weeks now while he was out, so we'll see if there is any trouble adjusting to that.
Yeah, and speaking of adjustments, Cop adjusted just fine to his new support last week, Bunny Fufu. He helped Curse to a strong 3-1 Super Week, and we have to see if he can stay at it. He is the most consistent AD carry, and with that new support, can they do it 2 weeks in a row?
Let's see. From Cloud9, High had a huge week in Poland, helped secure 2 big wins for the team, and had some great plays on Gragas, if you remember. We'll see if he and the rest of the boys in blue can carry that momentum into this week. So let's check out the league standings as they are now brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. In first place, it's Team Solo Mid with 17 wins and 3 losses.
Still trailing just 1 game back is Cloud9 with COG in 3rd place. Dignitas holds 4th, but right on their tail is Bunny Fufu and Team Curse.
Then slipping down to 6th place, Team Coast with 7 wins and 13 losses, followed by Evil Geniuses in 7th, and its last place is XDG. So life on Summoner's Rift and life in King's Landing are very similar. When you play the game, you win or you die. Here's an exclusive look at the new season of Game of Thrones.
Darkness, evil, and fear. Eternally at war.
You can see the big plays from the 7 Kingdoms on April 6th, but today all the big plays will be happening on the Rift.
Yes, so share your favorite moments from today's action by tweeting us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And if you've missed any of this year's games, head over to lolesports.com to catch a replay. Also there you can find interviews with the pros, player statistics, and thought-provoking articles that may just save your life in the game.
And while you're there, you can reserve your seat to join our studio audience. Click on the tickets link for all the details and start planning your visit to the LCS today.
Then lock in your vote for who you think will be taking today's matches. Click on schedule, select week 9, and weigh in. For a closer look at the stretch run, let's throw it over to Kobe and Freak.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? I'm David Freak Turley, and manning the analyst desk with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. How you doing?
Afternoon, Freak.
Afternoon.
I mean, David.
David, Sam, we're here speaking with our real-world names. It's a weird thing to go on. Now, Riv and Jat mentioned it earlier, but the teams are entering the final leg of the spring split, and from the top of the standings to the bottom, all the players are feeling the pressure as the stakes continue to mount.
Good go! If you play good in the last 8 games, it gives you a lot of confidence to go into playoffs.
Pretty much, it's not how you start the season, it's how you finish.
The top 3 spots are pretty close right now between TSM, us, and CLG. But we definitely can't afford to drop many, if any, games in the last 8.
Every game matters now because one game might be the difference between you being first place or second place.
CLG is the hottest team right now. TSM has what they want, and that's first place.
We're going to be looking to stay on top and to prepare for adapting quickly.
Even though the end of the season is coming up and our score is good, we can definitely lose a lot of those games and just fall to the bottom of the pack.
Some teams can't no longer fight or vie for first place or even second or third.
For the bottom teams, it's going to be quite an intense period.
We had fun in relegation once. That one time was enough for us. We've had enough enjoyment there.
The season sometimes is a bit of an endurance. There's not much point being really good at the start of the season, only to crumble at the end.
The motivation is that it's your job, and if you screw up, then you're out of a job. So that's how you get a second win.
Never really had the problem of getting complacent or tired or bored or anything throughout the season.
I honestly just like playing League so much that I don't really need any more motivation. It's like, oh, sick, I get to keep playing, all right.
And we're joined now by Dignitas support Kiwi Kid and Curse's jungler, I Will Dominate. So guys, last 8 games. Kiwi Kid, will start with you. How you feeling coming into the last stretch of the season?
I'm feeling so-so. I feel like, man, our team could be easily the first place. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people say that about their team, but I mean, we kind of have like the results. Like we beat C9, but we also got stomped by them. But we also got stomped by some teams that like kind of just got a new roster change, which is honestly kind of unacceptable. But feeling a lot better. We've been doing a lot of practice, and I'm ready to tackle it.
All right, you ready to tackle it? Dominate, how about you? Curse is getting better and better throughout the season.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to making like a run in the last 8 games. We're definitely aiming for 4th place, so at least 4th place. So we're coming for your spot, Kiwi. If we just like do what we've been doing in scrims and just try our best, like I think we should be able to have good results in these last 8 games, and that's really what we're aiming for.
Speaking of feelings, both of you guys, your mid laners, have been feeling a little ill. What are any updates here? Kiwi, is Skara all right?
I think Skara's like a lot better than he was maybe 3 days ago. He really needs to work on his immune system, though. I don't know why, but he's always, feeling under the weather. But yeah, I think he'll bring his A game today.
Anything for Void Boy there, Dominate?
Yeah, he's feeling fine right now. I mean, he's normally fine during like the whole week. It's just right before matches, like with all like the nerves and like the stress. That's normally when he like feels like a little bit of like illness in his stomach. So yeah, I think he's normally fine. He should be fine today, but if something happens, we'll just act as normal.
All right, well, let's take a look back at the weekend then, because IEM was a pretty big deal. What would you say were your biggest takeaways from the IEM finals?
I think the biggest takeaways were whenever just KTV, they just move so well. Like, they don't actually. I was looking back on the lanes, and they don't actually smash it that hard. Like, definitely, it's also because, you know, Fnatic has pretty strong lanes as well. But, like, just every movement they make, it's, like, with a purpose, and they don't ever seem like they're meandering. And I think that's the most important, just no wasted movements.
Cool. Dominic, how about you?
I kind of feel like their pick ban phase is, like, really, really strong right now. They understand what's OP, and they're willing to pick things that are good into things that EU people think are OP. So I think that they're definitely like a really strong team, and I think that their strength is probably like pick bans and strategy in game.
There's actually a question I want to ask for you guys. So this is the second week the NALCS is on 4.3. I want to know if you guys have sort of learned anything like from the weeks, like, oh, this champion actually is on the rise. We're going to play her a lot more. Anything like that?
Yeah,
Rise?
mostly with Rise and obviously Kha'Zix. Like, with the new ult, it's just like ridiculous. Like, man, you should just get that at level 11 or something. I don't think. Why can you upgrade the ult on the level that you get the ult? Like, that makes no sense, I think. For as strong as the ult is, it's just ridiculous. And yeah, so back to your question, like, yeah, Kha'Zix, Rise. I think Eve's growing too. I mean, Eve's been growing like the past 2 weeks, but
yeah,
she's really annoying, especially with the tank builds.
I actually want to follow up that Karma's been getting played a lot. In Europe, yesterday it was played in all 4 games LCS. What's she about?
She's just about really strong. Her laning is like very strong. And it's kind of hard to mess up with her, especially if you go like the Koreans are doing like 21 defense. And with that, even though you're like, oh, wait, what about the gold gain from the support masteries utility tree? But with the new Frostfang, it like kind of makes up for that. So you can start the Frostfang and not die because you have so much defensive masteries from the tree.
Dominic, how about you? I know we talked about Kha'Zix a bit.
Yeah, I think that Kha'Zix is one of like the obvious super strong ones on 4.3. Rise is good too. We've been seeing like a little bit of Jace. So I definitely think that there's like a couple new OP champions, but all the OPs from like the previous patch are pretty much still there. So it's now just like the pool that you had before to like pick from, like Lulu and things like that, and then you're adding in like the Kha'Zix and things like that. So you're gonna have a lot more like counterplay in the pick ban phase because you can leave a couple things open, maybe get 2-3 OPs before you get one.
Great. All right. Thanks for your guys' input. Of course, we got more questions for you guys. We want to get your thoughts on our Twitter question of the day. We're going to ask everybody, which team do you think will benefit the most from the week off and why? I want to ask you guys, how did you guys improve over your week off?
We improved by just we came up with new game plans. We didn't just play scrims just to play scrims. We came in with plans like almost for once, and then we just. After every game, we had a lot more time to analyze things. We spent more time just seeing what champions we wanted to play and how other champions would work with other champions, or some champions would work with other champions. And we actually might have a surprise for you guys this week. So,
I love surprises.
Me too. It's not even Christmas. How about Dominic? How about with you guys?
We just worked on just being more solid in general, kind of sticking to our roots, but just being able to execute a lot better in game. So that was our main focus. And as far as other teams go, I think that EG probably had the biggest change from last week to this week. They're obviously playing with a new roster both weeks. But last week, you know, the whole team was just kind of forming. It kind of felt like an amateur team where you have a bunch of strong players, but they're not really focused. And then in the last week, they really buckled down and they got a lot of focus. And now they just feel like a standard pro team. They feel really strong. So I think that EG is like probably the most improved from both weeks, considering they had a new roster.
All right. Well, thank both of you guys for joining us here today. And for you guys at home, send your answers to @LOL Esports and be sure to use that hashtag LCS. Then stay tuned to see if we use your response later in the broadcast.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, TSM's got the band back together. They're going to take to the Rift against XDG. Stay tuned.
welcome back to the North American LCS. We're jumping right into it. Our first game of the day, Team Solo Mid versus XDG Gaming. There were people who thought TSM might be an easy target when Bjergsen was out, but they had a perfect super week going 4-0 and an overall 5-1 with Reginald in the mid lane.
Yeah, those people were definitely a little bit wrong there. The trick now is to see if Bjergsen can transition back as easily as when Reginald filled in. I mean, Bjergsen's been traveling. He's been out of the gaming house for 3 weeks. He hasn't been practicing with the team, which I think is the most important part. So we're going to have to see if that takes its toll on the team overall.
And while TSM still holds first place and is the team to beat, XDG has been stuck in last for a few weeks now.
Yeah, they've shown new life with their last player rotation and the addition of Sheep. They had last week off as well, which gave the team more time to play together and hopefully can build the team up some chemistry. They have 8 games left, and everyone becomes really important as teams look forward towards the summer promotion tournament.
And while XDG is struggling to find its footing, they face TSM, a team that has been nothing but consistent.
XCG, like, sometimes they play really well. We're hoping we can get them on the downswing.
TSM's a really tough team to face because of how solid all their players are. They play a really strong standard game where they just pick really strong picks and just capitalize on leads.
For us, as long as we're even or ahead early game, we tend to win.
In my opinion, they have the new term of most potential. It's going to be up to the solo laners to carry again, just like before. It's eventually going to get to a level where everyone can carry, and that's where they're going to have to get out.
Everybody's going to have to get on the carry level.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if they can make it. Dyrus said he can have a big impact in these games, but we'll have to see if he can really do it. He's been kind of maining the meta champions like everybody else right
back
now.
As well. It's not completely on Dyrus to make it in big.
That's true.
Wild Turtle stepped up a whole bunch in the off time, but it really is TSM, everyone getting better this year.
We'll have to see. The KDAs are quite high for the team. As we check out the starting lineups on the blue side, it is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Oddwin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle at 80 carry, and Xpecial just pondering on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, of course, it is XDG. Benny in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna on 80 carry, and Sheep on support.
We'll see if Dyrus can get himself into a good carry position for this one. Zuna saying, feel my hands, they're quite cold. Trying to get into this one. ManCloud offers the hand warm, and it looks like the synergy of the team has been complete. We've seen Zuna getting the dance back in a little bit.
Yeah.
XDG's finding
He breaks out the dance when they
ways.
win, which unfortunately for them this year hasn't been as much.
That's true.
So as long as the dance is ready to go, if they're able to win this game, this would be a huge upset, by the way, if TSM was able to knock out XDG. Number 8 versus number 1 in the standings.
Yeah. XDG would definitely get the momentum they need to continue carrying on wins that need to get them up in the brackets here. Team Solo Mid is sitting at 17-3 now in the spring split. Looking for that 25-3 possible in the end that Cloud9 had last year. See the ban percentages underneath the champions here as we get into picks and bans.
Very important thing to note is we are on the 4.3 patch, which is 1 patch back from what players are playing on live right now. So the Kassadin rework has not happened yet. It is a nerfed Kassadin that had stopped being banned a little bit in some games, but obviously in this one, it is feared. Rise ban is, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that as well.
Rise got his first ban after Nian played it. No big surprise there. It definitely caused a lot of havoc in that game.
He actually saw a lot of mid lane play over in the European LCS as well. So he's a double lane threat as far as where you're picking him, which just increases his value even more in the pick ban phase, which better explains the bans flying out from TSM.
Lulu. Yeah, during Super Week, Lulu, you don't say. She actually had a few support plays. Lemon Nation actually took that on support as teams were trying to just get her off the pick and ban phase. At least get them into a support position so she's not wreaking havoc in middle as she has been.
Yeah, it seems like we have a slightly different ban phase. Obviously, Rise and Lulu have leaked into it. This last ban, I do wonder about the value of Kha'Zix for TSM in particular. Oddone hasn't been the most prolific Kha'Zix player. Actually hasn't played it at all this split. There's only been 1 Kha'Zix pick by TSM here, and that was from Bjergsen in the mid lane. Although with the Ultimate Evolution that people have been talking about.
Yeah, that's true. We saw Skara play it. Skara went with that. He actually leveled up the ultimate first as well. Dyrus picking out Renekton. So he can be a lane bully. We'll have to see. Benny needs to play something that can get by in the early part of that lane, and that's kind of something I was hoping that XDG would have in their picks. Not something that would be safe in lane, something that they could already take control of TSM.
Undefeated on Renekton is Dyrus.
Yeah.
Hasn't played it too much. Sometimes he gets banned against them, actually, so getting it through here is pretty valuable. XDG, you know, They're probably just going to be going with their standard stuff. I don't think with the 2 weeks off they would pick crazy types of compositions to come up with, but I do think they do need to make a bit of a mix-up. I'd like to see a Kha'Zix coming out from xMithi in the jungle because he knows stealth champions pretty well with all of his Evelynn experience, and Kha'Zix plays a little bit more like Eve now with the stealth changes than in the past.
Well, xMithi will be looking to blow some people up from the jungle. This is actually Sheep getting in on his first Thresh game. He's been Leona, Morgana, and Annie coming in. You can see the Thresh Warden statistics there. We'll see what Sheep can do on it. Definitely taking that away from xSpecial as well. xSpecial has 7 plays on Thresh already at 6-1.
Yeah. It was actually really strange in Super Week when XGG was playing with Sheep because oftentimes they would ban Thresh on their own side.
Yeah.
Even though it was one of Sheep's most prolific champions in solo queue. I think it was just kind of the stage jitters they wanted to get out of him, knowing that Thresh is such a mechanically complex champion. Getting it through now, they hope he has his footing.
They actually go for the Eve themselves to be locked in for the odd one. We'll see what kind of sneaky play he can get around, and just one of the top 2 coming in for Wild Turtle is his Lucian. Both him and Sivir have 7 plays for Turtle.
Would Bjergsen pick Zed blind into what XGG is playing? He is probably the best Zed in North America, I'd have to say. He pulls out some wicked plays on him. Yeah, it's locked in. Good to see that Zed.
Definitely one of his go-tos when, like you said, picking it blind, he can keep it completely safe. Playing his shadow game might be, like you said, one of the best in North America, and we'll get to see that here. Quite excited about it as the last pick comes in from ManCloud. His champion pool grown quite a bit. He's at 11 unique champions. We'll see if he makes it 12 here. Orianna, Kha'Zix, and LeBlanc were played back in Super Week. We'll see what he has here.
It's going to be tough for him to pull out something strong enough to face up against Bjergsen Zed. Gragas is something he's tried to default to 4 times this season, but he's actually winless with it. 0-4. And Gragas had a very, very tiny nerf as well, a couple patches back, taking 0.1 off his AP share of his ultimate. But okay, these teams in general, XGG actually has a fair amount of team fight potential, but they're going to need to work to get themselves out of the laning phase against a team as good at laning as TSM, especially with the jungle Eve. The early game lane pressure is going to be huge coming out of TSM, and this is TSM going for that 20 to 30 minute win right off the bat.
And what's the objective now of xMithi then? If they're trying to get Eve a fast start, do you look for Eve, or do you try to create pressure in other lanes to make Eve come to you?
You got to guess where Eve is most of the time.
You got to guess where.
It's one of the most difficult things to jungle against. Pro teams are generally pretty good at it. Just knowing the general jungle rotations of players and then seeing the way people play in lanes to maybe know that a jungler's there. But aside from that, it's really difficult to jungle against an Eve, and xMithi has to guess.
We'll see if xMithi guesses correctly as the teams load onto the Rift. Let's check the voting at lolesports.com. It's 94% of you thinking that Team Solo Mid will take the win.
94%.
I think that ranks up there with one of the highest vote.
Yeah, one of the highest votes. TSM also had a 94% vote against Team Coast when they were upset a couple of weeks back. And there has been some off time. We had the off week for the IM World Championships in Katowice. Bjergsen just getting back to the team now. There will be that extra little bit of an adjustment period. But, I mean, if we're talking about adjustment periods, just look at XGG's roster. They've done role swaps. They've had a new support come in. They're still going to be just as up in the air as TSM.
Yeah, and TSM, their roster switch up pretty much didn't favor them, but it didn't hurt. It didn't really go either way.
What was it, 5-1?
5-1, the record altogether. Bjergsen's KDA right now is 6.56. And while Reginald was playing, he got a 6.13. So he provided for the team as Bjergsen would have. It was like nothing happened there. So
MVP
you can
of Super Week as well.
Yeah, MVP of Super Week. The communication with Team Solo Mid is kind of just on top all the time. And if for somebody to be changed out, puts them at regular. It's kind of crazy. It doesn't put them under at all.
Yeah, puts them as the best team in North America.
Yeah. So here we are loading on to the Rift. Everybody excited, ready to get into this game. We are 9 weeks in. 81 games so far in the spring split. Now TSM versus XDG is going to face off on the Rift.
Maybe some gimmickry coming out from XGG early on in the game.
I like that word.
This is still the 4.3 patch, so the trinkets will be able to be placed at 1 minute 30 seconds. I expect we'll see a lot more of this type of invading once the 4.4 patch hits, but not today. xSpecial, trying to charge up his stun, but if he's standing in that spot, he would be able to see XGG coming around. It's actually a pretty smart brush to stand in against a Thresh, he won't get blindsided by a hook over the wall. He'll see them and be able to run away.
Yep, slowly playing it safe. Everybody else has kind of spread themselves out across the map, so they know what's going on, and they're going to keep it safe, as we say. Hard hats on here for XDG, and Team Solo Mid's just going to wait it out. See what Wild Turtle can do with that Lucian in the early game. He loves to apply early pressure. Special will get in there. Always trying to figure out how he can get the double stun in. You won't see him really use it until he can get both people locked up, majority of the time.
Yeah, very brutal bottom lane, Wild Turtle and X-Special. X-Special, just a note. We mentioned it in the preview show a few days back. But he leads all NALCS players, and actually LCS players, in kills, KDA, goal per minute.
Yep.
Pretty much every relevant stat. Aside from kills per game, which Bjergsen has, because he was out for his 6 games.
Yep.
Bjergsen's actually still 2nd place in kills in the LCS, despite missing basically 3 weeks worth of games.
The team just keeps it going. We were just talking about X-Special. He's done that all on only 3 champions so far. Somehow he's able to find Annie, Thresh, or Leona so far in 9 weeks of the LCS. Now Annie in this game, we'll see how the bottom lane fares for TSM against XDG's Caitlyn and Thresh. Smithy picking up the blue. Looks like he won't get too much help. We've kind of put a focus on that level 2 in the bottom lane, and you won't see the junglers getting too much help lately.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting how the jungle pulling has evolved in these pro games. Level 2 in lane has such a premium now that AD carries and supports aren't even helping the jungler because they're just trying to push the wave as quickly as possible. It makes it a little bit harder on junglers early on in the game, quite honestly.
Everybody's going to stay safe for the majority of the early game. Mirrored wards disappear on the bottom side of the map, so it does get a little scarier. But the buddy system will keep the AD carry support safe. We do see the hover from the odd one towards the bottom side. He's going to go for golems. I don't know if he's going to get something too early. You can see Zuna getting aggression here from X-Special, and that passive shot's going to put more into Zuna. Doing a great job at making sure that Sheep really isn't too much of a threat.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to do on Annie if your AD carry gets hooked early on in the game. Stun the other AD carry, and then just trade the damage, because Threshin himself isn't going to be crushing Wild Turtle without that AD carry support. And here might come an E.
It could happen. We'll have to keep an eye on X-Special's Pyromaniac trying to charge that up and get the stun down. Level 3 for the odd one. A red buff still ticking on him, but it looks like they're not going to pursue a gank. They do see Xmithy in the mid lane real quick. I believe Bjergsen might have gotten an eye on him there, but he's going to head down, and they might match up with odd one.
Yeah, that's the best thing a enemy jungler can do against Eve, is just see her in the jungle, because that lets every lane know. It's basically like having wards. Notice how there's actually no wards down for TSM, mostly, because warding the river or your conventional ward spots just doesn't work against Eve. It's very... changes the game, really.
Dyrus doing as a Renekton would, pushing up to the turret here. Benny's taking a few hits, but he's able to keep the CS within range. Dyrus is going to take an advantage there, and we'll see how big that gets in the next few minutes. Mid lane isn't going too bad either. Every lane actually going in favor of TSM. Like I said before, XDG really needs to get a good clip and a lead out of the lanes to do well.
Exactly. Like we said in the pregame, TSM is going to look to dominate these lanes. Even though Odd One hasn't been ganking, the presence of him should scare back XGG a little bit. It's not actually doing so very early on in laning phase, because Zuna and Sheep are still pushing up fairly aggressively. But even so, the TSM laners are just playing better right now. Stronger champion, slightly better play.
Smithy towards the bottom lane. Like we were saying, this is his first time on Kha'Zix coming into the spring split, although he did have that position in AD carry previously in the first few weeks. But we'll have to see. He was the most improved jungler coming out of the spring, or I'm sorry, the summer. We'll see if Kha'Zix really puts an impact on this game for him.
Yeah, very slow start. TSM doesn't need to do much, because you can see just from the lanes, they're already picking up a fairly large edge.
500 gold, easily in their favor. Bjergsen can make sure he gets these attacks on while staying safe. You can see ManCloud not full health. Bjergsen having a great time in a safe spot, just throwing shurikens out all day long. See what Xmithy can do to react. It's really on him in these next few minutes to kind of tilt the game. Sixes are about to come up. We can see the mid laners are halfway to 6 right now, and it's going to be that help from the jungle.
Yeah, trying to find ways for XGG to maybe get a bit of control in this game. They're going to want to do a fairly early dragon or dragon fight with Gragas, where ManCloud would have the ability to separate TSM's team. They also might want Benny to come down a little bit on Shyvana since he's already losing the lane to Renekton. And Kha'Zix wants more fights. That's the biggest thing for him, especially once he gets that ultimate evolution. I believe he would evolve his R now with the new Kha'Zix because of 2 seconds of stealth instead of 1. I think that's what XGG would want to do. Up until that point, they just need to survive and make sure they stay at least even on item breakpoints. That's going to be a big thing for them. This
works out really well. We'll see if ManCloud pushes this lane because he just got 6, and Bjergsen would have had to back there without getting it. But he himself gets it. I was going to say Dragon was going to become a little easier for XDG there, but everybody will be ready with the ults at that time. 6.5 minutes in, Dyrus looks like he's full rage in that top lane. Benny doesn't want any of that level 6 to level 5.
They're real strong early on. Not too much more to say about TSM's game plan here because it's fairly straightforward.
They're not being pressured in anything else.
They're not being pressured. This is kind of how you would expect a 8 versus 1 matchup to start in North American LCS, with just TSM crushing the laning phase and having control over XDG.
That was a good move by Xmithy there in the mid. We did see the gank, but previously he was trying to find the odd one. So he's keeping it in his mind that they got to put some aggressive wards down as he did at the Wraith. If he sees the odd one, it's a huge one up. If not, they get a gank in mid. So we'll see if they keep that in mind as well. They're still down about 400, more than that, 800 gold right now. It's going to be a big thing for them. Oh no, 1,000 gold, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it wrong.
What numbers are we reading? This is a whole bunch, but it looks like a little bit of action in the bot lane, actually.
Oh, coming up onto Caitlyn. Very nice try for Zuna. We saw Zuna getting hit up quite hard in his last few games in the preview show. He was going down time after time again, and it was on that Caitlyn. He's been trying to do a lot. 4 plays now, 1 in 3. He's trying to bring that record up along with the team.
The Dragon fight should hopefully be forced by XTG fairly quickly. One negative thing about TSM not really buying many wards, or sorry, XTG not buying wards, is they wouldn't necessarily have control over the Dragon Pit. But because they want to go for it, they're putting down a lot of pink wards in the area so that if Odd One does come to try and help, they can just maybe even do it. They might think about doing it straight up now.
This is quite scary. A level 5 Xmithy. Odd One just hit 6, but he's low on mana.
He is taking way too much damage for this. But if TSM doesn't react because they just shopped in the base, they will be able to just get this Dragon uncontested.
Wow, XDG really putting a risk on this one. High risk, high reward indeed. It's going to take him a little bit longer. ManCloud's even going to get back to the lane before he loses too much experience to the turret. We only have 500 gold difference now to that 1,000 that just was.
Yeah, it kind of goes to show how much they were losing the lanes, how they can take an uncontested Dragon and still be down. 400 gold. TSM won't want to let that happen again in 6 minutes. That's going to be the fight, I think, that would really break out. There's a chance this turns into a very low-kill game, just with the way the lanes are playing out.
We see actually Bjergsen.
Here they come, though.
It's going to be the ultimate coming out. The flash Tibbers. One goes down. That sheep, he gets harvested. Zuna's going to be the next to calling. He throws down the barrier. It's going to be more hate spikes. And the final one takes down Zuna. Good control in the bottom lane at 9 minutes.
Yeah, really nice timing on that gank by TSM, because even though they gave up the Dragon, they immediately knew what to do to get back at them. Knowing that the Dragon was so early, fight mid.
Oh, Bjergsen going hard. Oh, very nice. Oh, the Ignite goes down. The turret shot hit. That's why you didn't see more damage come on, because he had already taken the damage, and he gets out alive.
Yeah, that was an outplay by Bjergsen. He didn't even have to burn Flash for that. But the timing of the Dragon by TSM, when a team does a very early Dragon like that, they would know that Xmithy would be very low on health. So just running in for a full-on gank like that, they know they're not going to get 3v3'd, and it's an easy 3v2 move for them, meaning it's a very safe gank in the bottom lane. Mid lane, of course, was just Bjergsen being Bjergsen.
Yep, Bjergsen actually getting the blue buff from Odd One as well. We'll see how he takes this in consideration. Blue buff allows him to throw out Qs, means more damage, means death to ManCloud.
Yeah, it was interesting. He had his W clone out a little bit longer, and right before it was going to die, he teleported back to it, got a hit in, and then started his ultimate. So he really snuck in damage at the opportune times. Surprising ManCloud there.
Doesn't look like the off week did too much to Bjergsen. He was getting what he needed on the EU West servers. 15,600 to 13,000 gold right now. Only 10 minutes into the game, and TSM is definitely taking a commanding lead. Core items almost being built up. We already see the Lizard Elder built up onto the Odd One. It's going to be more objectives for them and more control.
Yeah, the kill on ManCloud is also very well synchronized with this push in the mid lane. because they know that the blue buff is off of ManCloud, meaning his wave clear potential is a lot lower. And if they want to rotate and try to get multiple turrets down early on, they can.
So many options for TSM to go forward in this game. Right now, they're just choosing the slow roll so far. They haven't really taken down the too many turrets except for the one in the bottom lane. And Dragon's going to be up in a few minutes, so they're going to go top side for now and see what they can work up.
Benny has ultimate. He has pretty much everything, but no one in this top lane is shopped. They might be very surprised that more people on the map exist here, and we'll see how Benny reacts.
Everybody took a boat over to the island, and they're ready to dock. Here we go. Oddwin and Special coming off first. He's going to make him walk the plank. Benny tries to get out of this one on the backside, though, and it looks like he's going to burn Flash as well as the Dragon's Descent. Everybody's going to be heading up here. Bjergsen looks like he's holding middle because he's being pushed in from Xmithy and ManCloud. He has tied his shoes real tight going coast to coast.
Oddwin's got to be real
on the
careful.
burnout. Xmithy comes around, and Benny's going to make it out safely.
Really good escape there by Benny, finding the right angle to escape the three-man gank. Even burned the flash of Dyrus. So a lot invested there. XGG has to make something else happen off of Benny's big play.
Oh, Turtle's got to put on the hard shell for this one. He's going real low. Barrier goes on. He's holding him quite well. The net takes him down. Sheep gets himself just out of turret range.
Good reaction there by XGG and a very dangerous move. Wild Turtle did a nice juke of the Flay, but still didn't have enough because it was a very brute force two-man turret dive.
Huge wards coming up behind XDG, keeping them pretty safe so they can do dives like that. Sheep already had the Sightstone coming in, as well as Special in that bottom lane. Right now we're 3-1. We're just 12 minutes in, and there weren't too many kills, but they're getting racked up now, and that's what we like to see. Still only one turret, though, as it's been killed on the champions, not on the turrets.
Yeah, and now, though, that Benny's ultimate is down, he's in a bit more danger in the top lane. Odd1's hoping to find a counter jungle opportunity onto Xmithy. He would have timed his red buff the second time around. He knows it's coming up soon.
And check this out. We've been seeing a lot of Tiamats, a lot of aggressive starts, and this still counts as aggressive, but Dyrus is going for that Blade of the Rune King with a Cutlass first on his Renekton.
Yeah, it's a very interesting build. I think he's just going for even more lane killing power. Benny's letting Dyrus shove in anyway, so he doesn't care about shoving extremely quickly with the Tiamat. And as far as chasing him down, the slow from the Bilgewater Cutlass might come in handy for him, so that's why he's going that build.
Rocking out the Ninja Top, being the top lane for now. He is against quite a bit of AD and didn't want any pressure from Xmithy coming in. Slice and dice. You can see the damage trade's actually pretty even back and forth. And Bjergsen again, I'm going to be taking that blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, Zed still uses it for energy cost, and he can spam a lot more, even though energy comes back fairly quickly. Cooldown reduction on the ultimate as well is nice. Wild Turtle's got to watch out!
Oh, the Fog of War playing against Wild Turtle on this one. He cannot get out. XCG, very nice play.
That's just, I think that's a big misplay by Wild Turtle. He was obviously trying to get vision of the area, but knowing that Odd1 had just taken the red buff on the other side, if they probably just weren't communicating, because Odd1 should have told him that Kha'Zix may have been near, and he shouldn't have been that far up.
Instant Morel and Namakan build up here for ManCloud as we see the bottom lane getting pressured. XDG should grab this tower.
Yeah, nice moves in the bottom lane by XDG. Really, a lot of that happened off of Benny's great escape in the top lane.
Yeah.
They're at least staying in the game here.
It's a good point. Interesting how little things across the map can really escalate and just kind of create a ripple effect. Now down towards the bottom, you see that turret go down. It evens up the turrets. Gold is still a bit of a deficit here for XDG as they try to get themselves around. They're still trying to get forward wards in and keep themselves in this one.
The roaming really starts happening now because both AD carries and supports are free to go. Knowing there's a flash up on Annie as well makes everything more dangerous, and this is a big dragon fight. You know how TSM realized right after the dragon had been taken? They want to get everyone down here in the bottom lane. Dyrus making it very obvious that he's up here. This should be an uncontested dragon. It's just a matter of how much turret damage Benny gets.
Dyrus is 11, Bjergsen is 11, ManCloud is not, and neither is Benny. So they got ults leveled up on that one as well. So like you said, going to TSM, a smart move for XDG. They got the first dragon, they're equaled in turrets. The laning phase and a few kills is really where you're seeing the discrepancy.
Yeah, look at that CS difference in the top lane. It was more. It's now 33 because Dyrus spent all that time to roam down. And because Benny hadn't even been near the turret of Dyrus. They are able to get the dragon trade for not much negative consequences.
This could be something big in the mid lane for TSM if XDG can't come up big themselves. It's already Lucian and Annie going there, Wild Turtle and Special, as we see Benny Coming up top here with Smithy, looking to get some kills onto Dyrus. He got those Ninja Tabis, so not going to take too much damage, but Smithy can still get a good chunk on him.
Yeah, Dyrus has to be a little bit cautious not to completely all in Benny here, but outside of that, he is in a pretty safe zone.
It's kind of one of the good things about
Zuna.
No, Zuna very close, flashes to keep the distance. One more shot, he's not even going to need it. Look at that, he just walks away from the explosion.
It's a very unsafe zone there. Bjergsen showing why he is the best Zed player in North America. Wait a little bit so he can E all the creeps at once. Blade of the Ruined King plus Brutalizer is the point in the game where he kills the 80 carry. He found him.
This is what makes it hard to play against an Eve. The regular wards aren't really going to make you privy to Eve's presence. It looks like they're not really going to be able to get too much damage down. Dyrus just going for the tickle fight.
I really wonder, Odd One's probably waiting in the wings hoping to find some gank support. They don't want to dive the Shyvana, but they're trying to catch people helping out Shyvana.
Sheep giving a little bit of help to ManCloud here in mid. Getting some souls for himself. ManCloud at 148, as we were saying. Picking up a bit of CS here to Bjergsen at 159.
Ooh, jungle fight. Nope.
Pink ward. Ooh. Yeah, he did not want any of that. So Smithy keeps that top side of the jungle a bit safer for the team as they might be rotating top side. It looks like they're going to want Benny sometime soon.
Let's actually pay attention to how long that pink ward lasts for XTG.
Yeah.
It'll be a good indicator of how much control or fear exists in this game.
They put high priority on their buffs. They got one on each.
Yeah. If Odd One's able to go in and get those, it'll mean XTG has completely lost control.
Something ManCloud definitely needs, Smithy as well, to be sure and keep the mentality of the team up, knowing that they can walk into their own jungle. They can set up their own ganks, because once those paths are closed off, TSM is going to know exactly where and when they're coming into a fight. 4-2, 17:30 into the game as Wild Turtle again gets himself into a sticky situation, but enough out of that one that he gets himself to safety.
Yeah, still has Flash and Barrier up. This is a split push by TSM. They're trying a bit of a, it would be a 3-on-1, but they have even too many people off on the side for it. So that means XG is trying to counter by pushing up mid lane. They can't stay there very long because the split push of TSM will eventually overcome and take the side lanes.
Looks like they know Benny's going to have to back. Special is kind of closing off and cutting the pie there so nobody else can make it through the jungle. They're going to probably kill Benny in that top lane as ManCloud comes to hover on the bottom. Benny gets away safely. Wild Turtle's now the focus, but Odd One throwing down the ultimate, and he keeps going. Agony's Embrace into the hate spike. Zuna's going to throw down the 90 caliber net. No red buff for Odd One means a safe Zuna.
That was such a nice W by the Odd One as well. He ate the slow from the box and then W to cleanse the slow. It didn't end up burning anything extra. It was just really nice skill usage. They caught a couple XGG members still playing in the anti-split push way when everyone had peeled back.
Bjergsen getting a little ahead of himself on this one. Pansy, there goes Smithy with the ultimate down. He's going to hit Bjergsen with a quick Q. One more auto attack coming in. The assist goes to ManCloud.
But meanwhile, in the mid lane, they did kill Zuna, and all that collapse down in the bottom lane is granting TSM a turret.
Going to be able to take out the wave as well that's coming in, so they have a little bit of breathing room, but they got to watch Benny from the top side. Very low mana. Odd One gets hooked from the max range. Sheep on the flash play, actually stopping the flash from Odd One and then hitting it up with the hook. Good kill coming in for Benny.
TSM a little bit sloppy in this game. Honestly, they have won the lanes by a lot, but they are getting caught in a few rotations by XGG. This is mostly reactionary play, but this was the nice kill. Flashing in for Zuna and just deleting him off the map.
You're supposed to be safe in between your turrets.
Well,
sometimes. Sometimes.
TSM has a habit of killing Zuna over and over again. It happened during Super Week as well. They really picked on him. He was 1-6 or 1-7 by the end of that last game.
Sometimes when you can get under that person's skin, and even not even under their skin, make sure they're just not the same level or same experience, it can really hurt them. But to Zuna's court, he is doing a great job. 11-11 as Wild Turtle actually just hit that. 161-160. So even though they have his number, he's sticking in this one.
I mean, maybe some of the Zuna picking on comes from all the way back at the start of the Season 3 Spring Split. Zuna used to be the guy who would try to vocally intimidate the enemy team by yelling really loudly after all the kills. Because back in the old studio, players were fairly close. You could hear the shouts through the microphones because they were fairly close to each other there. And it was actually, when Chaos was on TSM, he would try and counter with yells of his own. TSM has the last laugh, though. They tend to win these games.
Indeed, especially 2 turrets up, but 3 turrets down right now. They're definitely turning out the lights on the side of XDG. Each one of those turrets that goes down creates a little bit more fog that you are not sure about walking into. 25 seconds on the Dragon, Should see Xmithy start to hover down towards the bottom side of the map. But you see TSM is already in place to set up that defensive wall. They're already a few steps ahead to be at Dragon.
This next fight could break the game wide open, or just catching XGG. Everything XGG is doing is reacting to what TSM has planned.
Oh, Bjergsen says, yes, hook me in. This is what you want. But he got taken to the other side as well. The Deathmark takes him down. Odd one. Throwing down the W, keeps himself safe, and XDG is left to scramble.
Dyrus is inside 4 people right there.
Yeah, he is trying to do what he can. Throws down the call to Meek. That had a full rage onto it, half rage rather. But it looks like they will get a good engage. I don't know about the follow-up, though, to keep it going.
It's all good because there's the Dragon coming up. Like I said, XGG is just getting pushed around by TSM. Yes, they've been able to pick up a couple kills off of TSM's aggression, but it's just not enough. This gold lead is just going to continue to grow. All the pink wards that XG had set up in their own jungle have been killed, and this is maybe a suicidal defense.
TSM is one of those teams that knows when they can pressure a lead. Great smite by Odd One, gets that down. The Dragon is TSM's, and it looks like they get the kill as well onto Xmithy. They are just throwing themselves into these fights. They know they have the power to.
Yeah, Xmithy tried a desperation steal there. It's almost like XGG is just hoping that someone is going to make a play. Xmithy tried at that point, but it wasn't like the whole team was on the page. He was the only one who went in. Everyone else had to just run away.
ManCloud building up the Morello Namacon first, trying to do what he can against Bjergsen in mid. Does not have the Rabadons, doesn't have the Void Staff, isn't in a position to carry the game for his team. XG is really going to have to hold out here for the long haul if they want to make an impact and getting back. Maybe TSM messes up at the Baron, but right now, like I said, they have the chance to mess up. They'll still be in the lead.
Wanted to kill somebody over the wall. Is he going to stop his back? Yeah. He just wants the minions. He's greedy. He's pretty close to his last Whisper. He can easily go back and buy it.
2,400 right there.
He might be trying to get a Black Cleaver and a last Whisper, but I don't think he has quite enough for that.
No, he's pretty much the main damage source. We saw Dyrus did have the Cutlass, but right after that, he goes for the Banshee's Veil, like straight out.
Oh,
that
he
Warden's
did have
Mail,
enough. That's
Warden's
why he
Mail
got that
didn't come in. Yeah, wow, yeah. So he goes for right for the Black Cleaver and Last Whisper. Money bags.
Yeah. Whoever he goes for is going to die. Unless XGG gets a lot of armor and health very soon. Yeah, TSM has a monstrous lead here. It's just grown and grown because XGG's been getting pushed around so much.
Very strong play from all the lanes. We didn't get any roaming from ManCloud or even Bjergsen, but I think that was Bjergsen's control of the mid lane. He knew he didn't need to go anywhere. Wild Turtlex Special had bottom with the Odd One, and Dyrus was just doing his thing in top lane. You can see that already, or that right now, I should say, 254 to 183 in that lane, and it's second tier turret.
It's across the board. Literally everyone on TSM has more CS than their counterparts, even the supports and the junglers at this point. And these pink wards are futile, it seems, for XTG. If someone would walk into that brush, they would see it and be able to get rid of it. Any minute now, they're going to check that brush.
Strong pink ward stays alive.
Yeah.
See where they go from here.
Get it!
Cheers for the strong pink ward. Wild Turtle in mid lane, farming up some sieges. He looks like he's in a safe spot right now. Zuna has not left the safety of his team anymore. He knows he is being targeted out here. TSM has some satellite overhead scanning whatever position he's in. They find a way to get to him.
Yeah, and this is just the 3-1-1 split, the 3-1-1 split push by TSM. 3 people in the mid lane. They never really know where Odd One is, so both the solo lanes can't feel safe for XGG. And this time, TSM's deciding to head up top and get some turret pressure. But here comes the spike.
ManCloud, that was a very nice barrel, but yeah, the death mark's gonna go down. You know when it's marked, you can see those shurikens above his head. Little tree trick.
Yeah, unfortunately the barrel took Zed with him when he was trying to body slam away. At least he has his Zani's Hourglass now, so he will be somewhat immune to that burst of damage.
He's still got a good bit of damage out, but that means a good bit has to happen more than once, so ManCloud cannot go down immediately in these fights. Whoa, Xmithy takes a double
might still be able to get him.
That ultimate is halfway up for Bjergsen. He doesn't really have any shadows to play with right now, only that escape. He could go back right now, but I don't think he's going to be able to. A quick Q from Xmithy, and it looks like that could be Baron going down. They pull him into it. It's going to be the smite going down from the Odd One. That's 2 dead XDG members as Benny tries to figure his way out of the Baron pit. Dyrus coming up from the other side. Looks like they're going to sandwich in the Dragon.
XGG just doesn't have enough resources to respond to what TSM is doing right now. They needed the jungler down bottom to kill Bjergsen, but that means they have no smite for the Baron buff and not enough damage to push them off.
Oof.
He gets killed.
Zuna trying to do what he can, but he doesn't want to get too close to that party. Looks like they're going to be able to do a little bit of damage. do this turret, but not fully take it down just yet.
Yeah, back and forth, 11-6.
Okay, they're
TSM
taking it
still
down.
taking this down. Darius is just a monster at this point in the game.
Yeah, Zuna, I figured Zuna would have done a bit more, but I didn't see his inventory. Only the Seal right now after that Bloodthirster, so he has just been stranglehold in the bottom lane. And red buff being taken away, Zuna Doom trying to steal it, but he cannot even get close. Just the one-offs TSM is getting right now is creating such a lead for them. 10,000 to be a matter of fact in gold, 5-2 in turrets, 26 minutes into this one. They've won since the lanes, and they're methodically doing it after that. TSM, as I said before, is one of those teams that knows when they have a lead, and they're able to pressure.
And this is a really nice execution of just a good split push by TSM. They've been able to get this huge lead, completely avoiding team fighting, where Benny and ManCloud would actually be fairly strong, and xMsmithy would be able to hop around and get some resets. That is a pretty scary Zed in the top lane. It's just he swapped lanes a little bit since there's Azanya's on ManCloud's side, and also the team can probably go take that exposed turret down to the bottom. I'd like to call it the middle turret in the bottom lane. Does that make sense? Inner turret. That's a better word.
Well, we'll see what they have. Bjergsen's very strong, and XDG really has nobody that can take that damage. We just talked a little bit about ManCloud, but that's about it. And Bjergsen's, he can go for Benny. He probably won't in the fights, but we already saw he can take Benny to half health as well. So how can XDG fight these if they even engage?
Yeah, they would need to be able to kill a split pusher in a 1v1 at this point, but they just don't have the capability of doing that right now. That means while they're trying to rotate these turrets, they're getting picked off.
Control of the jungle is definitely Team Solo mids. They own both halves of the map right now, even with the amount of pink wards in that topside jungle for XDG. 2 turrets going down, or 1 turret going down, as the top one is also being pressured. TSM looks to drop the inhibitor.
The pink wards aren't bad by XDG. They just don't have enough gold to fight these guys off because they've given up too many advantages. TSM brute forcing through.
Dyrus tanking that one pretty much from the start there, and it looks like they're going to keep going. It's Smithy doing what he can to the back line. He gets out, gets the stun from Xpecial, but it's not going to be enough. There's the coordination from XDG, but not the damage right now.
Nice inhibitor take. They might just rotate around. Maybe shot first. Bjergsen going in for xMsmithy.
Oh,
nice
he got
shot!
the Q. That'll do it. The shield not going to do enough. Bjergsen coming in, calculated.
Having fun on Zed, building more damage on top of what he already has.
It's always great to watch him on that
very
side.
mean play by him.
We saw the shadows. It's cool for us. BM to the other team. 13-6 as Dragon goes down once again in favor of Team Solo mid, as Dyrus hanging out in mid lane. He is quite a big boy right now. Looking to build in a Sunfire Cape next. Actually stayed on the Cutlass just for kind of that laning thing.
TSM has about 10,000 unspent gold in their inventory right now, but they have so much map pressure up that they're thinking about just continuing this push.
Yeah.
It's been so easy for them, and they have xMsmithy down. They're trying to get this before going back. It's slightly dangerous, but they should be safe.
They cannot even go off grabbing Xpecial right to the back line. Zuna goes down. He was what was on the menu for dinner. Benny's going to be there as well. Going straight past the turrets. The cast goes all the way through everyone. Doesn't really do too much damage. Turtle does go down on that one. That's a shutdown for ManCloud. TSM's going to be forced to scatter on this one, but they'll be back.
Yeah, 15,000 gold up. I feel like Bjergsen wants to try and get a kill.
He saw that stun up.
Better minds do prevail. Did he get the pink ward? He sees it. He walked right past it. I don't think he saw it. They're like, hey guys, they saw you.
Oh, Smithy. Very nice.
It was really smart. He didn't jump all the way over the wall. He just jumped in range so he could smite it. Let's check out this last fight.
So Xpecial getting grabbed, and then it was Zuna.
It was Zuna, yeah. They got the stun on him for the split second and allowed Wild Turtle to burst him down with damage. And then a very nice angled culling there by Wild Turtle to get enough damage down onto Sheep. But of course, when you dive that deeply into the base with all that unspent gold, people can come from their fountain with full health and mana, and that's one of the big reasons ManCloud could take him down.
So I thought the cast missed, but it did push Wild Turtle on that one. I was looking at the top of the fight. So ManCloud gets a good bit of damage on that one. They could have hoped for better. The base starting to become shambles right now as that bottom lane is taken out. Baron's up in 2 minutes. I don't know if TSM is going to need to go back for it, but they won't have any problems if they do damage him.
Yeah, and check out Bjergsen's build as well. He finished a Ravenous Hydra to combo. A lot of Zeds like to stack activatable items that deal extra damage during their death mark. Because all that damage is stored up. So he's going to be jumping on, spamming all his abilities, also Blade of the Ruined King, plus the Ravenous Hydra active, all within that window so that the death mark hits even harder. If he wanted to go even more aggressive, he would build a Sword of the Divine as his last item, so all of his auto attacks crit. He's already a little bit excessive in damage, though.
We're saying it could happen, though.
It could happen.
All right.
GA would be the smarter choice.
We'll see. It's all damage right now for these guys. And Vision for more damage. He's got the Boots of Lucidity, so he can keep spitting out spells as well on those cooldowns. Smithy's been soaking up that blue buff for his team because he's really the only one that can get out in the jungle to grab it. We saw him getting that smite last time as ManCloud was there to help, but to no avail. Zuna taking damage just from over the wall. Oh my gosh, they haven't even started the fight yet, and these guys are already down to half health on some. Wild Turtle eats that. It only takes a quarter.
Yeah, a little bit of Zed poke over the wall is getting a lot of this down. Hook on a Dyrus, maybe XGG would want to go because of how low Dyrus is at the very least.
Oh dear.
It makes it a little bit more scary. They got to deal with those super minions though as well. This is just too much for XGG to deal with. Already down 15k gold.
They got the minion split push going down in the bottom lane as that turret gets quite hit. Doesn't even get to use the death mark. It was an explosion. Cuts the arteries of Zuna. He goes down quick, bleeds out. It's going to be the inhibitor as well. 20 seconds on the Baron, but I don't even think TSM needs to look that far back on the map. That'll just be other court side. There's the box going down. They try to throw down Agony's Embrace for the rest of the damage. Culling coming out, but there's a fight on both sides of the base right now. It's going to be Xmithy going down as ManCloud does what he can with the last two turrets, and Bendy being up.
TSM only 32 minutes into the game. A nice performance. No questions about Bjergsen's ability to come back to the team. That was just 1v8 matchup. TSM extends their record to 18-3.
Great communication, very strong play, and it does look like the band is back together as Team Solo Mid picks up another victory.
Bjergsen, a very strong performance on Zed. Never really team fighting because he didn't have to. 8 kills, 2 deaths, only 1 assist. But that's because he was just soloing people.
Dyrus finally getting a Guardian Angel in the end of that game. 2 Banshees Veils going across them. They made sure that they couldn't be, popped or poked out or see any bit of the front end damage that a Barrel could have brought or a Kha'Zix Q could have brought. So they were, even though they were so far ahead, they were saying we're taking no chances still on the explosive power of your team.
The struggles for XDG continue as well. You don't really expect them to bounce back against the #1 team in North America. They had a couple nice plays there responding to TSM's over-aggression, but they were never really able to make their own moves.
Strong play, like we said, Bjergsen coming in on Zed. That'll be his 3rd game there, 3-0 for him. Dyrus playing a strong Renekton in the top lane. Renekton, like you said, was banned 3 times against Team Solo Mid. That's not a lot, which means Dyrus is still winning these games as well, just not on Renekton, on other champions. We've seen him on Shyvana going crazy, super tank mode, raid boss style. But these games are just keep flowing in the way of Team Solo Mid.
That's one of the biggest things about TSM in this new 2014 season. I don't think they've ever been better as a team. They had a lot of dominance way back in Season 2, at least on the North American stage, but that may have just been because it wasn't as competitive of a scene. They were so good individually that they just kind of carried through. But now, Bjergsen, I think, being mechanically the best mid laner in North America, Dyrus has been so steady. The fact that everyone in their own right is playing their own game, but then they can still come together as a team is making them so lethal right here. They legitimately do have a chance to go 25-3, which after Cloud9 did in the summer split, we're thinking, no one's going to do that again.
Right.
It's too competitive.
A lot of it comes out of picks and bans. Teams will say picks and bans were a huge thing. I think Dominate pointed out as one of the big things at IEM, that picks and bans were huge for these teams. And uniquely picked, ManCloud has 11 champions in mid lane. Gragas was one he'd already picked, so it stays at 11.
0-5 now for him on Gragas.
Bjergsen has 7 picks. A lot of the picks on TSM are a lot less unique of 5, a unique of 7.
Yeah.
So they can always go back to those main ones. Other teams are trying to go outside their own box and say, well, maybe we can try this game. And it seems to be hurting.
And, I mean, it's probably too early to start looking way forward into this, but knowing that the top team from North America will be representing the region at the All-Star game, you have to ping TSM and Cloud9 as being highly competitive for that part. We saw at IEM Katowice how well Cloud9 did, but there were a lot of TSM fans who were saying, what if TSM was there? How well would have they done? Because at least internationally, they're built to succeed much more than they ever have been. And I really can't wait for that stuff to happen.
It's going to be interesting. TSM has really never done good as they go overseas, but they
I think it's pretty safe to say they've pretty much never done well.
Okay, we'll say never.
At least against Asian teams, in some of the very early European like Gamescom back in the day. They did do well against those European teams, but yeah, against any type of Korean team, they have generally just lost.
And that's got to get on your mentality, too. Coming into these games, especially what Dyrus was hearing last year when some of the top Korean laners were saying that, Dyrus actually surprised me, this and that. But to hear that, it's kind of like you get to the end of the game and they're like, hey, you did awesome in lane. GG, you lost.
Yeah. It's like, you did great, man. Good job. I do think, though, that TSM is stronger than they've ever been, as I was saying before. And it's just because of... they did bring some international flavor in. They tried and failed a couple of times, and they've stayed at it. They're the most veteran team in NA as well.
It's something this year as well, a lot more teamwork and camaraderie as to drama and single personalities, if you will. So it's definitely helping them
Getting
out.
along real well.
Indeed. Let's throw it across the studio where Freak and Kobe are joined by a member of the victorious Team Solo Mid.
Thank you very much, Riv. We want to welcome Bjergsen back to North America and to the analyst desk. Pretty triumphant return right there, 8-2-1 on Zed. Good job. Basically, what were you thinking coming into that game?
I was kind of worried because Reginald did really well in my place, and I just really wanted to perform and just do at least as well as Reggie, because I felt like a lot of people were really happy to see him back, but I wanted people to be happy that I'm back too.
Jealous of Reggie a little bit? Wow.
A little bit, but he did really well.
All right, so this game though, even though XCG did get the first dragon without any attempt from you guys to do anything about it. You guys had such a tremendous lead in CS in the lanes. Really, how did this unfold for you and Dyrus, really?
We just got really strong laners. Our solo lanes are both really strong champions for the laning phase, and they're kind of supposed to get a slight lead somehow. And also just giving up the dragon gives you better buy timers. You get to push out. You have a lot of pressure on the map, and the first dragon doesn't give that much gold when it's that early in the game. So we just decided to leave it up and just trade it for stronger lanes and more pressure.
And it seemed to really work out for you guys, actually. I want to grab a replay of the early kill you got against ManCloud in the mid lane there, the Zedras Gragazat play, if we can get that on your screen, because basically walk me through how you know you can take him out.
It's pretty much I throw my shadow forward, and I've been harassing him a lot. I see he starts drinking, so I think I can go back in. And at that point, I just know that he's low enough for me to pull out the combo. And here I'll say, okay, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. And he was.
And you survived.
I did.
Good. The explosive cast in the turret. Did you calculate that you could take that kind of burst back? Did you know Gragas could knock you into the turret when you all in?
That was actually almost worst case scenario, because I didn't manage to dodge either his Q or his ult with my ult. I was slightly too late on my ult. If I played it better, I would have been way healthier. So
sure.
Now, having just revisited the Europe scene and played solo queue a little bit over there, you have a fresh comparison now, again, of European solo queue mid laners versus North American.
Yeah.
What would you say is your second take on the switch?
I actually think EU in solo queue, I think the mids are better because there are more mid lane mains in solo queue. Every single game I play solo queue in EU, I always face a mid lane main, which is refreshing because there aren't as many in NA. I feel like there might be more jungle mains here. So that's just one major thing that I really notice is that every time I play against someone, he's always maining mid. And I guess it makes it slightly harder or better practice for solo queue.
Yeah, it seems like you're in great form after all the practice, so good job on that one. We have another replay we want to get your attention on, actually. It's the endgame team fight in the enemy base. We can get that on your screen. Walk me through the basically crushing blow here.
Yeah, pretty much Dyrus tank tower so we can get some damage, and I see Zuna's low, so I'm just saying I'm just going to kill Zuna. And I just go in here. I instantly pop Zuna. My death mark didn't even need to go off. And here it's we just decide to take turrets and the inhib, because there's no reason to chase too far into the Nexus turrets or base, so we just kind of play it safe and just get all the tires that we need. I think soon they actually re-engage with the Gragas, because at this point they have to do something, or with Audon as well, they kind of have to do something, otherwise they're just going to lose. And they try, but we're just so far ahead that we're just going to, we're bound to win that fight.
Yeah, and I was actually impressed with you guys. You took a very... what's the word I'm looking for? A very cautious approach to the game. You took your time with that one, kind of methodical, and just sort of waited with the split push. Why, when you're that far ahead, why not just just push mid and win at 20 minutes?
They have a lot of wave clear in their comp. They have Kaelin, they have Gragas, so it's hard to just go all mid. And our comp is with Zed, you want to be looking to split push. You don't want to just let's go mid and push. So we felt just we felt like our comp was going to be better later, so we just kind of took it slow and took it safe. Also because we kind of threw a lot of scrims like last couple of days. So yeah, we just played it like as safe as possible.
All right, so looking forward, you know, you guys last 7 games. A lot of people are saying it's really how you end the split, not even how you started it. So what are you guys what's the team mentality like looking towards the playoffs and looking towards All-Stars?
Yeah, for me, I think the season is really important too because it sets the tone. If you're a top team, you want to stay a top team, and I don't know. I just feel like it's not like it doesn't matter the split, but we're just really preparing hard for playoffs. Like we're just doing everything we can to like only focus on league and focus on strategies and getting as much help from Reggie as possible to improve our game. And obviously, we like really want to go to All-Stars. It's our main goal.
And of course, at this point, you're going to play each team about one more time through the last 7 games. Dignitas is your matchup yesterday. How do you feel about that one? Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I haven't been watching like too many of the other teams while I was gone because I was just mainly focusing on like solo queue. I mainly watched like our matches and C9's matches. But I think Dig are like a team that can either do like super well or like kind of crumble. So I feel like it really depends on what day we hit Dignitas, and it can be a really difficult matchup for sure.
Yeah. So then coming into this one, actually, you've kind of since you've taken all that time back, this is your first sort of competitive actual pro matches on 4.3. Is there anything in the patch that's interested you with the Cassidy nerfs? Like it still got banned against you. Anything that sticks out?
I don't remember too much from the patch, but I think Cassidy is still a good pick. I wouldn't say that he's always first pick like every single situation because I feel like if you have a comp built around like playing against him and a lane matchup, then he's like not that great. But if you use him as a counter pick, he's still like an extremely strong pick, and he should be a champion that every team should have up their sleeve if a team picks, for example, like a Nidalee, like some weak laner that Cassidy could do well against.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll see if we see that throughout the week. Bjergsen, thank you very much for your time. Congrats on your win. 7 more to go. See if you can tie the record for regular season wins and losses. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the Dignitas will fight to hold on to 4th place when they face off against Curse. We'll be right back.
They're playing a big Caitlyn.
It's pretty safe zone.
Kind of one of the good things about
Zuna is not.
Renekton. No, Zuna, very close flashes to keep the distance. One more shot, he's not even going to need it.
Oh, he's alone. He's alone. He has ult though. He has Zonia's as well.
You got him. You got him.
I'm pushing top hard. I'm pushing top hard.
Or do you got him? Okay.
Nice.
Just we dive now. Welcome back to the North American LCS match of the day. About
toss here, especially Cruiser there. Then in the bottom lane, Bunny Fufu also seems to be meshing well with the team. He took first blood, netting Kiwi Kid a death there, and has been making great initiations for his team with pretty much heat-seeking thresh hooks.
And Bunny Fufu wasn't just a new man on the team, but a new player to the NALCS stage. And with his team's help and guidance, he's made a quick transition from hopping through the forest to playing in the bigs.
Bunny Fufu hopping into the bot lane to take over for St. Vicious.
He's been around the challenger scene for a really long time.
I got contacted by my friend Chaos, and he's like, hey, Curse wants to try you out because they're trying out some supports. And I'm like, sure, let's do it.
We were in a rush. We had Super Week coming up, and we needed to get a new player ASAP.
We tried out a few different supports. We tried playing with him, and immediately things felt really, really good.
Right now I see him as a really good addition to the team just because I think he fits with us really well. We have kind of similar personalities, all of us.
I think everyone just kind of clicked, and it felt like the right move.
If we're following trends, it could be a really good start for Bunny Fufu here.
Hi, welcome to the Kirk's house.
Hey. How's it going? Going in the house, I was pretty calm just because I know I've talked to everyone before. They're like really cool guys.
He was with his mom. They were pretty happy and excited.
Here, buddy, I got you a bunny.
We actually bought him like a stuffed bunny, little plushie thing, and Cop gave it to him. It was a little awkward, but it was a gesture.
I kind of had an idea of how it was going to be like, and it's kind of what I expected.
The synergy is going to be the question. This is the sixth support Cop has played with in the past year alone.
The main difference of playing like amateur and professional is that you're at a LAN environment and being able to deal with, I guess, the crowd and the nerves they bring.
A really important thing that we did is that we didn't hype up the LAN.
It's no different from like playing the game at your home. It's the same game, same champions, everything's the same. It's just the best way to succeed is to just try to not treat it any differently.
Never really played in jeans before, so weird.
I guess you just practice a few games playing in jeans to make sure it doesn't like cut off your blood circulation or something. But it should be pretty similar.
Going on stage, I actually had like a couple hours before the LCS actually started to like go up there and play some bot games. I think that really helped. I was just like up there. That was probably a good warm-up, I guess, too.
He tries to throw it out. He can't get the second one off to even stun.
Bunny Fufu actually got the kill.
Usually bottom lanes, when you switch out a player, they need more time to, I guess, synergize together. And I think for the first week, we did very well.
Yeah, winning the first game is definitely a plus. I think like everyone else that's new joins like wins their first game or something. I've been hearing that a lot.
It definitely felt like the biggest success we've had as a team. We pretty much racked up as many wins in Super Week as we had in previous like 4-week sessions of each split. So the focus right now is trying to be top 4.
Keep improving and keep pulling out wins and try to get into a top 4 finish.
I'm definitely really excited to help Curse get to top level play again. So I think we can go far if we keep practicing.
So the start of this season was actually a lot of teams switching things up. We have to remember that Curse switched out the entire lineup, then bringing Bunny Fufu in.
Third different support this split already.
Right. Well, with that, we're going to get right into the game. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Curse. Kawaz in that top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Boy in mid, Cop at 80 carry, and none other than Bunny Fufu on support.
And on the red side, it is Team Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
Kiwi Kid indeed rocking. He's kind of just laid back in the chair. Dignitas is always so calm before the games.
They used to always just joke and laugh.
Yeah.
All before the game. I think they still do.
I think they still do quite a bit.
I'm a Cutie Pie has a unique sense of humor.
Yeah. I love you. Whenever you see the videos that go up on Reddit between either Kiwi Kid or Cutie Pie, somebody else is always louder in the background. Usually it's Kiwi screaming his head off when something ridiculous happens, like Cutie Pie's 3-kill Draven.
The Draven.
The recent one on Reddit. Yeah, and you just hear Kiwi screaming in the background like a banshee.
Well, that's one of the big reasons they actually moved Kiwi Kid down into support is because obviously Patoy put up really big numbers for them when he left the team, and Kiwi Kid didn't have much success in the top lane. And no one really thought that it would work moving, the LCS death leader in top lane to support, except for Dignitas themselves. And honestly, I don't think Cutie Pie has played better with any other support.
That's true.
And Kiwi Kid has really taken well to being a playmaking support.
And just as Rise was played and banned out, Cruiser has gotten the same treatment for Jace now as he gets banned out of the game.
That's more of just, I feel like not being used to dealing with the uniqueness of it all. Dignitas kind of used Jace as a makeshift Sivir, in a sense, and would just use the move speed to run people down.
Seems plausible. Worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Got some great engagements through that gate with the Talisman of Ascension. It's so fast. Gotta go fast. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if Quaz got himself a Trundle coming into this game. He has just been loving that. Absolutely.
Yeah, does Cop play Sivir? No, he does not. If it goes through back to Dignitas, I would kind of expect them to do that. Just general move speed compositions.
Yep.
Against Curse in particular are very effective. Curse has had, if I'd say they have an Achilles heel this split, it's just been positioning and just inability to force the right team fights. If the other team has a move speed advantage on them and well, it just kind of exacerbates that problem.
Funny Fufu's Thresh is there, but it looks like they're going for Voyboy's Quadra Lulu. That's where it's going. We actually saw Lulu on supports during Super Week as well, so figuring that one's in mid for now. We'll see what Dignitas has on the other side. Now, Annie so far locked in right away for Kiwi.
Especially when you think way back, as we see a Rise that could actually be mid lane. That could actually be a mid lane Rise because Scar used to play a lot of Rise.
Yes, sir.
We think all the way back to when Voyboy was on Dignitas. And Dignitas was the first to run like a super heal shield composition. When they ran a solo lane Lulu, it was actually Voyboy who did Lulu in the top lane for Dignitas, and Scar would do Soraka in the mid lane. Which kind of goes to show you when they both ended up playing Lulu last week, Voyboy got like 11 kills and a quadra kill, and then Scar went 0-3. So it's definitely more of a Voyboy champion.
Curse now waiting to pick out here. Actually get the Pantheon through. Dominate has 14 bans for Pantheon against him.
But not today.
But not today. We'll see what they decide to lock in. They see Horizon and Annie. Quite a bit of crowd control right now coming in from Dig if they get an engage.
Yeah.
Looks like it might be Elise with Pantheon left open. A lot of people going for Elise.
Yeah, not necessarily. How much has Dominate played it, though? Only 4 times. Yeah. Still second most played jungler. He's had a lot of success on it. It's a highly aggressive jungler.
Like Dominate.
Ooh, you know what? They're going to do that Elise Thresh combo again. We could maybe see a repeat of the gank kill where he just takes the lantern at exactly the right time, goes in and gets the stun. I think there's definitely going to be a Thresh as the last pick for Curse.
Looks like Crumbs takes his Lee Sin back out as well. He's 2-2 on that. Looks like he's trying to better his score there. Quaz for the top lane. We've seen him choose quite a few things. He had 4 straight Trundle games coming into Super Week. Pretty crazy. He loves his Trundle right now. We'll see what they have. I have played against that Swain. It's not fun.
It's too bad that they're hovering on it, which generally means they're not going to lock it in, but that would be so cool because Voyboy could absolutely take Lulu into the top lane, and it would allow Quas to play his mid lane Swain, which is devastating, and he just doesn't get to bring it out. It's one of his signature picks.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, man.
15 seconds left on the clock.
Probably a Thresh, and then Shyvana. Ooh, Aatrox.
Aatrox has been seen quite a bit in Europe. Why not make a return back to the NA?
Yeah, the solo lane Aatrox. Especially with the gank pressure from Elise. If they're going up against the Ryze top lane, that's a very punishing pick. He can basically jump onto Ryze from within Ryze's cast range. So if they ever want to turn aggressive, they're going to be able to on that top lane Ryze that Cruiser is playing. I do like the fact that Dignitas has put Lee Sin in the jungle to go with the top lane Ryze, because I'd say Ryze is relatively weak in the early game, very vulnerable to dying, but as long as he gets his farm, he will become a monster in the late game, and Lee Sin should help to get Dignitas to that point. At least that's the thought between comboing those two together.
Skara taking up Orianna in the mid lane. That'll be his first time on that. This split definitely reverted back to it a few times in previous splits, but gotta say it was not one of the stronger champions.
It's never really been one of Skara's go-tos. The fact I think that Curse has the Lulu and then the thing to go in with the Lulu, I think gives them a bit of an edge in this champion select. They have a lot of champions that they should be very comfortable on. Quas with the Aatrox, even though it has been seen in Europe, is more of an off-brand pick, which is what Quas has typically excelled on.
Yeah, but actually, absolutely get back to that. But right now the teams have locked in their champs. So let's tally the votes. LOLesports.com says 50% of you think Dignitas are going to come out on top. And to speak to that, Quas's Aatrox a little bit, going up against Dignitas here. when he built that Trundle and he brought out the Zephyr, the knowledge was that we heard from our stats guys was that's actually what he does on his Aatrox. He goes for high attack speed. He builds that Zephyr, the Blade of the Rune King, and he just crushes things around him. Hopefully it's quick enough because you die quick.
One of the interesting things to note on Aatrox is attack speed is kind of doubly effective on him because not only does it provide him damage, it also provides him a lot of defense and sustain. Since he has that 3-hit proc that can heal him as well, it is more important attack speed slows and attack speed on him than it is with other champions.
We'll see what he decides to go. The inventories are clean and ready for building. We're on to the Rift here. Game 82 in Week 9. It's going to be Curse versus Dig. Dig's on red. Curse is on the blue side. And it looks like they are going to exit the bases.
And a health crystal start for Cruiser. Definitely not going for high damage early on Rise. Sometimes you'll see a mana crystal start from Rise and he'll just try and bully someone out of lane. But he actually has 707 health to start the game on Rise. He has went highly defensive in his Runes and Masteries.
Interesting. Yeah. Scar taking Ignite. No barrier there. Not afraid of the Void by Lulu. He feels Command Protect will be enough for that shield. See how he plays in the mid lane. Do a little dance off here between Cutie Pie and Cop.
Next patch, there's a chance we won't see this again.
Yep.
No wards until 2 minutes. Oh, he broke the silence.
Police brutality.
That bastard.
Yep. Mark it down. Looks like nobody's getting too much movement. Crumbs didn't find anybody in that brush just above mid lane. And Dominate's hiding in the brush just next to him. A little game of cat and mouse back and forth. Volatile Spider. I'm sure he's got a little bit of vision. So quiet. Cheers for quiet. Yeah.
All right, there go the wards. And an invade right on top of one. Just to get a ward down. They're making sure they have vision of Isle Dominate's Elise. He was actually thinking about starting blue, but honestly, when someone wards your buff like that, you want to take it right away. Because otherwise the team will realize if you've missed it and then take it while you're away. It does eliminate the ability of Isle Dominate to think about any kind of counter jungling, though.
Well, we'll see. Crumbs likes to get himself in the face of the other jungler as well. Hopefully that'll give Skara a little bit of relief pressure if Dominate has to deal with him, because Skara will be farming under his turret. Not going to be hard for Orianna. It'll be quite easy with that passive of Clockwork Wind-Up. We'll see how it goes from here on out. Lulu's got that strong push in the mid lane. Dominate to the Wraith, so he'll be over to blue after this. Junglers are going to be on the same side of the map. We've seen this change up a few times with the bottom lanes going for fast level 2s, and that looks like it'll be in favor of Cop and Bunny.
Yeah, might see some level 2 aggression from these guys.
Oh, there's a nice headshot.
Not with that much harass, though. Kiwi Kid would be a little ill-advised to go in for something. Dorn Shield starts as well on supports, even though the new support itemization has seen a lot of play. The Dorn Shield, especially with the aggression. You know what's interesting? We haven't seen any Morgana yet today. She had a huge resurgence in Super Week because she is so good against the aggressive supports thanks to that Black Shield and the new Spell Thief's Edge, giving her all that gold and mana from just putting down a Tormented Soil, but you know, not today. Not yet.
Just yet. We did see most of the players that have already had their games today really only sticking to 2 or 3 champions. We'd have Kiwi Kid trying to go into a Mumu, if you remember that. Trying to go outside the box. Didn't work for him too well, but they're going to try to work this in the top lane. Cruiser playing a bit aggressive to pull in that gank from Quaz, or I should say engage from Quaz.
Yeah. If he's going to play this aggressive, you'd actually want Owl Dominate to come up for a counter gank. This would be a predictable gank by Crumbs, which is why he's very skittish about going in and helping, because he actually expects Owl Dominate to be waiting in the wings. But instead, they see him mid.
Dominate will get the Wraiths. Scar at least wants a bit of vision on that, and they will be able to stop him from coming over. Scar will have a safe top side, but now he's got to worry about his own bottom side here.
You were speaking of the Orianna passive before, though. How she does extra damage with her auto attack stacking up. She's actually one of the few mid laners who can go a little bit toe-to-toe with Lulu in those trades because she can shield herself much like Lulu, and then also get that extra auto attack damage. She can kind of be on par. Skara actually compared the current Lulu to the old Orianna that used to be seen as the next big utility mid laner, in the sense that it's the mid laner that can also do the 1v1s but then provides more utility for the team. That's probably why Skara decided to pick Orianna, because he was trying to match the Lulu as best he could on a team-specific level.
And that's going to be a pretty heavy mana usage for Skara. He's going for that level W, so he's got to use mana every time, and that dissonance is not favorable to your mana bar. We'll see how if he can keep in lane, but he will have that same amount of damage for now. Voyboy, or rather Dominate, he's missing out on that Sonic Wave. He throws back to Cutie Pie, and they're going to get another hook, but did he want it? Bunny Fufu was quite low there. Gets the cripple and the Sonic Wave, but no resonating strike.
Would have been very bad to take it.
Yep.
Got the Rast down. You can see the junglers just on a collision course for each other. These lanes are pretty much identical across the board. And it's actually an interesting game as far as scaling is concerned. I feel like Curse will get a much stronger mid game, but if it actually gets very late, when Rise really gets his items rolling, I think they would then take over. Nice hook right in between minions.
That is definitely lane presence for them in the bottom lane. That's going to give them a good advantage, and hopefully Curse Cop and Bunny Fufu are hoping to keep that.
Yeah, the headshot with a huge amount of damage right after that hook. Cutie Pie doesn't have to use Flash or Barrier, though, but he absolutely has to go back to base.
All right, so that starts to create a little bit of pressure on the map now. Curse takes advantage in the bottom. Skara knows that he can't go any farther behind in lane. He's only one minion now. Okay, they're tied, so he's good in mid. Quas and Cruiser in the top lane, 40-32. He's bought actually another Doran, so Quas can stay alive, but still go hard.
I am actually very surprised that I Will Dominate has not spent time trying to kill Cruiser up here. I do feel like, at least gank-wise, it is a huge mismatch. If Cruiser ever pushes past the halfway point, Quas would be able to jump on him. With any gank support from Elise, they could chain stuns very easily.
Yeah.
But they haven't done so. Quas is slowly out-farming, and it's also because Quas has had the minion wave in a pretty pushed position this whole time, and a turret dive would be too dangerous.
Roam up from Kiwi Kid there to keep some safety around the team as well. You were saying in that top lane, Cruiser would be an immediate flash if they were to gank him. They can just come back for that.
Might even just do it now.
Holy macaroni! That is some HP right there. Oh, the flash! Just a little on the outside, uncalculated.
Yeah, could have saved that one. Would have secured a kill later, but play the bot.
He takes it right onto the trap. Kiwi Kid getting a bit of sugar on that one. He's going to go down, but he does go down with his own retribution kill. This is just going to be a walkout.
Trying to make a break for it.
He doesn't have cuss for Cutie Pie, but he does. No! Does he have vision? No, he has the flash. Now he has the vision. He flashed over the wall because he knew he would have lost it again to the brush.
Yeah, he knew he had to take it all the way to the other end, but that was a ill-fated escape by Cutie Pie. He thought he'd make it away. Great plays by Curse in the bottom lane, allowing them to go for this drag.
Yeah, Curse already had the upper hand, and Dignitas tried to take it back. Bunny Fufu, like you said, those heat-seeking hooks puts Curse on top. And now they're going to grab a dragon here about 7:26 into the game.
Curse does seem to have Dignitas' number. 2-0 against them thus far this split, and really a strong performance early. Again, that synergy between Cop and Bunny Fufu, newfound synergy, really. Cop been so consistent, and Bunny just landing those hooks. I know there's a lot of priority bans nowadays, but the Thresh when you're against Curse, it's got to start making it onto that list.
And that Thresh made it quite far down the list as well before it was picked. Curse knew what they wanted as soon as that Elise came in. You said it, Thresh is coming out in this game. They've locked it up, locked down a few kills already. And now Dominate's probably having the time of his life. He doesn't have to worry about bottom. He can go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, lane's still progressing. This is getting very close to the point in the game where Curse would look to just snowball through Dignitas. Cruiser is slow enough farming here that he won't be super dangerous on Rise for quite a while. He's actually just going to be extremely squishy. I'd say before Skara finishes Death Cap, and he's so far away from that because he doesn't even have his Athene's Unholy Grail.
Yep.
Curse is going to be so much stronger up until those points happen. And they're just getting started with how much they're going to try to do in about the next 10 minutes.
Looking at Dig's full fight capacity, once Cruiser gets that desperate power on, once Skara gets a good shockwave, and Kiwi Kid gets Tibbers, there's a lot of area of effect that Curse is going to have to take into account. A dragon fight would be perfect for that, but like you said, it's got to get there first. They got to stay alive in the laning phase.
It would be like a dragon fight in 20 minutes would be good for Dignitas.
Yeah,
I mean, the dragon fight that happens next should be a huge advantage to Curse unless Dignitas landed perfect synergy with like a Tibbers and an Orianna ult right on top of all 5 people on Curse.
Right.
Like an Athene's Unholy Grail, Lulu for Voyboy is just going to be so much more than Dignitas is able to cut through in these fights.
Crumbs trying to thwart off jungle pressure here, getting some deep wards in and possibly create some opportunities for themselves later.
Pretty good.
A little face-to-face cat and mouse game here. Dominate is not going to get the upper hand. He's also out of mana. In spider form, he doesn't need it, but he is still in a bad position. Forced to flash over the wall, has pulled Cop and Bunny Fufu out of lane, and that might help Dig get 6 in that bottom lane to stay alive, because Cop and Bunny have been 6 for a while.
Yeah, Crumbs is like the guy who's trying to make them get through this part. I'm a Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid are also just as good as Curse right now in the mid game. It's basically the solo laners where the main disparity exists in power levels, and Crumbs is going to try and make something happen in this bot lane. It's pretty much necessary, and he has successfully snuck behind them. He's going to get spotted by that Tri-Brush Ward. They have to go now.
Did a great job creating that pressure. Dominate can't help. He knows exactly what's happening there. Flashes in, the resonating strike into the stun Tivers. Very well communicated and set up well beforehand.
Nice shot right there. Not quite a Lee Sin kick to threshold combo, but it still counts. It still gets them a kill onto Bunny Fufu.
Not enough vision to cover that one. You can see it's actually quite dark on the bottom side of the map for Curse. They did that right when Bunny Fufu was in the lane, and Comp and him felt safe under the turret. Taking advantage of those little missteps, and Dignitas gives himself a good bit of gold. See Scar in the mid lane, keeping up 95 to 91, so he's not getting pushed in too much by the little lane bully.
Dominate trying to counter jungle a little bit. It's actually just the fear of what Quas can do 1v1 to Cruiser is really pushing them out of that lane. 95 to 62. Even though Rise is great late game, if you're not farming and not getting kills or assists, you are never going to make it to that point.
Yeah.
Just now getting Tyrion Catalyst, it's trouble for him.
Oh,
Big dive.
Very well called by Crumbs. There's the repel out, resonating strike. I was going to say almost hit, but they get right back onto him. Crumbs is going to be going down in this. The Bloodwell's there, so he's going to stay in range for a bit more.
Shows you the burst potential of that Aatrox, but a very good counter gank once again by Crumbs. He needs to predict almost all of these because it's going to be so much longer until Cruiser is actually super relevant in 2v2s. That was only a 1-for-1 because they basically had I Will Dominate dead before the fight started.
Level 7's just being hit up here in the bottom lane for Dig as Curse already sitting on those level 7s. Might see a bit of a rotation here. He's definitely going to call down Boy into this, but they're going to have to sandwich it. I'm going to say they're hoping on just sheer speed to the engagement and hope they get there faster than Curse, but they all back off.
Yeah, mid lane staying very even.
Very, very even.
Boy and Scar really just trading farm with each other. Not able to get huge harass down because they both just have pretty powerful shields for themselves, if it ever comes to that. It's really the top lane where the main disparity is.
Well, we saw Nien had a very hard day when he first played Rise here in the spring LCS 2014, and he was pretty much maybe 9 CS at level 3 because he was pushed off so far, but had near the highest CS at the end of the game. That's the problem, though. Can Dig hold out that long? It is going to be the Rod of Ages tier stack coming in, so they're going to need another 10 minutes once that's finished, even.
Yeah, Quas actually had enough gold if he wanted to build a Tiamat, but instead he went Hex Drinker and a Pickaxe because he just wants extra damage to try and kill Cruiser. Nice hook for a CS there.
Yeah, get a little bit of extra gold in. Got to make it count, bring home the bread. 1,000 gold, about 1.5 actually in the lead for Curse, so they haven't pushed this lead too much, but they are making sure it stays in their favor. Turret's yet to fall here. Both teams have found an equal amount of kills. And you can see not too much of that gold disparity. 300 in favor of Cop in the bottom lane. That's just from that early kill.
Warding positions at Dragon right now are favoring Curse. They have been slightly winning the laning phase, and they've gotten first dibs on these wards, which means Dignitas is in danger trying to get it back.
Always nice to do a good bit of damage, but even better if you can kill someone. Boy with the fancy fingers flashes out real quick, and it looks like they are able to get a good bit of pressure. Dominate, doing what he does best, going a little too hard, and he gets dominated as well. 1-for-1 there. Dragon's still up.
Yeah, Cruiser beat Quas to the spot, though, and getting a second kill onto Rise could be very valuable for Dignitas later on in this game. Those kills have kind of supplanted his poor CS and given him a respectable amount of farm.
Bunny Fufu trying for a shot in the dark in the bottom lane there, but I'm a Cutie Pie senses he figured something was coming. He's going down a little bit in CS here, but he should be able to clean it up as the wave crashes into the turret. Ping's still going down as Curse is trying to make something happen for themselves. Dig is always on the reaction.
Yeah, Curse is trying to wait for I Will Dominate to come back because I think they still want to force this Dragon, but it's a lot of time investment with Quas out of the top lane.
It will be big. Skara just used that ultimate.
He's going to try and steal this with Glitter Lance, I think. No, he's too scared. There's wards.
Yep. They back off. They're working without command Shockwave right now. They're looking to get in here. Pink ward gets clear. Pink ward let down so they can clear it out. They set up on either side.
Yeah, this is an incredibly important moment in the game. Can Quas find an initiation, and can Scar wait long enough for his Shockwave? There's also a flash up on Annie. The initiation potential for both teams is very, very high. Curse, as the stronger team, unless Dignitas lands their skills just right.
Yep, Curse playing the mid lane wave, and they're going to get some attack damage down on the turret. A good clear as well causes Dignitas to have to respond. PewDiePie finally pulls himself out of the bottom lane. Kiwi Kid just on the outside. That could have been the initiation they were looking for.
Yeah, by the hair of his chinny chin chin. That would have been so huge on Curse right there. And actually, the standoff is long enough that Curse might lose out pretty big here. There's a huge minion wave that Quas wants to go and get. If he goes for that and Cruiser doesn't follow, that would mean a dragon for Dignitas.
The teleport here. We do see Bunny Fufu walking down on the bottom side. That's going to be a call from Kiwi Kid if it comes into vision.
Yeah, as soon as Quas goes top lane, they jump on the dragon. They are going to try for an Elise steal because they can put a lantern down and get him out of the dragon pit safely, but it's tough to execute. Not even going to try for it.
Looks like they're going to save face on this one. Good control by Dig. They waited it out, and it pays off so far. Go through some inventories. There's a little bit more gold is stacked up there. The Athene's unholy grails have been finished up by the mid lanes and just sitting on the regular brown boots for now. We're looking at an Elder Lizard to that the Golem Spirit from Dominate to Crumb. So a little bit of a difference there in aggression to support for the team.
And they're still able to trade the top turret for the dragon, so global gold-wise, it doesn't cost them much. Does give Rise, though, a lane to farm in more safely as Cruiser continues to try and move towards that late game.
Uh-oh. Good ball placement, good warding, keeping Dignitas safe. Which may take a little bit of damage. Yeah. They know they're also safe as well. They may be able to bait out an engagement they want. Curse 2,000 gold up. Gonna be transferring this over to Voyboy. Really, Curse is waiting for those fights that they can engage that gets Dig on the run. We saw that's how the Quadra came up for Voyboy. It's when they had the opposing team, or it would be Dig, just running away the whole time. 17 minutes on this one. There's a blue buff battle in the mid lane to both level 11s for Voyboy and Skara. So that would actually have been a really, really big fight if they were going to be coming up big on it in the Dragon Pit.
Quas has rushed a Mauve Malmortius as well. Not much attack speed on Aatrox. Pretty much just straight AD here. The attack speed would be nice, but the straight AD is allowing, when he jumps in, his first couple hits are just hitting for that much harder. But his sustained damage is much lower than it could be if he had something like that Zephyr he likes building. Or even, as strange as it sounds, a Wit's End against this team because there's so much magic damage. Mauve Malmortius is good for the shield, though.
Talisman of Ascension already finished up on Bunny Fufu. Going hard in that bottom lane. Good a bit of gold to him. Kiwi Kid still trying to get that even to its second form. 18 minutes on the game as the kills just staying even. But the turret's now in favor of Curse. However, they are on the back foot as Dignitas, with the last dragon and that bit of engagement, has found a way to get under Curse's skin. Ooh. Not too much damage, so Voyboy is doing well for himself. The Athene's keeping both of these guys pretty safe in the mid lane. They're not going to really be killing each other, and I don't think Skara is going to be going hard while he knows Wild Growth is up. But Quas, he may be able to tilt the tables here if he gets his way down to the bottom.
Yeah, very scary Aatrox at this point. See 57 more farm than Cruiser, and they're going to look to try and take more turrets here. The map pressure is somewhat accumulating for them here.
Skara can't even play on that turret in the mid lane. He is just afraid of it. He knows that Quas is somewhere hunting around the side. Let's see what happens here. Crumbs is waiting on the wing. The stun is up. The flash is there, but they just don't have the placement of the minion wave.
Yeah, and really Dignitas is kind of close to getting through the difficult part in the game here. Curse hasn't really taken many advantages out of when Voyboy hit his Athene's Unholy Grail or when Quas has had Cruiser push back. They are fairly content taking a very minuscule gold lead into the mid and late game of this match. They need to get more turret pressure down, first and foremost, if they want to win this game. Uh-oh. That's a nice
big
start.
Hit. Actually throws down the ultimate there as well. The flash was used to get out of that engagement, but Quas finds himself in a bad spot. He does have Dominate just on the backside. I don't know if it's going to help, though. They get down into Crumbs. He thinks he can do the damage. Crumbs gets the safeguard over, blocking some of the execute. Wild Growth from over the wall. Quas is going to live. The lifesteal. Is it good enough? And it is. Dominate happening, and the rest of the team come in as the cavalry.
What a support move by Boy beating Scar up there. That's why Curse is so lethal at this point in the game, in a fight where they were very outnumbered early, and Quas got completely caught off guard. They were still able to come out on head. See, he jumps very quick on the Cruiser, immediately realizes the error of his ways.
Hasn't even moved yet.
Yeah, if you look in the mid lane, Lulu just moves now, and he makes it all the way up there while he's regenning in his death form. A very timely save there, right before the execute would have hit from Lee Sin. It baits Crumbs in, then he gets the lifesteal from his W, and Scar's in trouble as well.
Uh-oh, still going hard, Curse. Maybe taking a little too much off of what they just got, but they make sure they chew all their food before they swallow this one. They're going to go ahead and get the first turret in mid lane. Finally starting to drop down the structures, starting to deny that vision to Dignitas, and it looks like they're not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, all off of that crazy fight in the top lane. They're able to get a lot more than this. Taking down that turret very quickly. Crumb's trying to defend it, but they just do not have the cavalry to stop this.
It's like they'll have the shield, nicely going on to Quas, and they take it down. Ooh, great plays by Curse. They've really lately been taking a definitive hold on their leads and doing something with them. A lot of times team will be okay with that lead and they'll just say we'll do better through the dragons and getting turrets.
And it's often been Curse this season. That was pretty much the last moment where they could have made that move. And it was also a bit more of a reaction than a force from them, honestly. Dignitas did a great job of baiting Quas, but it was just a very good response back from Curse. Do have to point out, though, the Aatrox Bloodthirst doing twice as much healing when he's below half health was so clutch there for Quas in that last fight. And he's continuing to stack the Magic Resist.
Well, Quas seems like an expert of putting himself in those situations and coming out on top. A little bit of help from the team there was required, but it still made it look quite flashy. Rabadon's built up now by Voyboy. That quadra-kill is coming a lot more of a possibility again. See if the last Whisper might be finished up. Actually, the pickaxe built in with Cop here as he had a little bit of gold. You can see he goes actually straight for the last Whisper for that penetration in his build.
I really wonder what Cutie Pie is doing with his build as well. He's kind of trying to trademark that Ghostblade Lucian for the culling, but he just kind of threw in a BF sword before he started building towards his Ghostblade. Might be looking for a little bit of just extra AD really early on for small bursts of damage, but not as much sustain. This dragon fight's going to be huge. Dignitas actually has a superior position for this one, and Cruiser does have a couple items. He's not quite where he wants to be yet.
This actually is great positioning, especially with an Orianna. If she can come from the side with a shockwave, which Skara has completely backed off. He's at Wolves, so the team has called that they really aren't going to fight this. No, he gets with the team.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Curse is too strong to take off.
Yeah.
Also, like the Bloodthirster Last Whisper build for a Cop, that is basically the ace in the hole build. You could see it caught Crumbs completely by surprise how much damage it did, because he is completely itemized basically for that skill, and it's another thing that stopped Dignitas from coming in for that dragon.
Usually you'll see a team bring out the sweepers when they're in the lead so they can keep control, but Dignitas is trying to regain control, putting 3 sweepers on the map now. See what they can do with that. Top lane, or top jungle, has Cruiser and Scar in it right now, so they're not really looking to engage. Dignitas is just looking to stay alive, but now 6,000 gold behind.
Yeah, this is about what Curse needed to stay ahead of Dignitas' evolving champions here. Cruiser's still not even able to finish that Archangel staff. His tier is only 475 of 750 on Rise, and they continue to get pushed in here. 3 turrets to 0. Maybe bot lane would be a good place for Curse to go next. They have to be a little bit careful because Baron is still alive on the map, but it would be another nice logical move for Curse to try and make a play.
It's going to start getting harder and harder for Dignitas to really retaliate in these fights too. Quas level 14 to Cruiser's 12 right now. Skara has kept up. He's 14 as well, but that discrepancy means somebody's dying real quick in the fights.
I think that ward just saw Curse coming in, but that's a tough escape.
Oh, they try to lock down Kiwi, but he gets Timbers out. Good Wild Growth actually continues to fight. I thought Dig was getting out of this one. but Curse has the lockup required. Bunny Fufu says we can keep this one going.
Oh, no.
A shockwave onto 2 just on the right side, but here comes Quas. A huge implosion of damage going out. 4 members down, and Cruiser is left wondering on the other side of the map.
Monstrous play there by Curse. Exactly the move they wanted to do. Dignitas was sticking around at an old and dead turret, basically. Curse comes in. The stun lands for both sides, which just delays it. Then just the move speed provided by Lulu and the slowing of Gooderlance allowed them to chase down. And then because Aatrox had such a big lead, he comes in for the cleanup. Even though the shockwave was able to hit 2, Quas hits 2 as well and just blows them up. This could be an inhibitor turret.
A completely in-your-face composition. Trying to hook one out there. Curse is going to have to be a little careful. They do blow a flash on that one. Cop has to stay safe, but they get themselves out alive with all 5 members and Talisman because they can.
Yeah. Big power play. 6 turrets to 0 now, Rib.
Yeah.
Curse taking all of the advantages that they would want to in the mid game, and now that we're approaching late game here, they're just so far ahead. It might not matter that Dignitas has the Ryze Orianna combo. The magic resist has been stacked up by Quas, Banshee's Veil, Maw, and a Mercury Treads. Plus Cutie Pie just hasn't been fed enough to slice through Aatrox.
Thought Crumbs might try to go for something. He does see the golems. So it looks like he's going to back off on that. Scar's going to shield himself up, grab mid lane, so Dig starts to grab a bit of that gold. Hopefully this works out for Skara. His Rabadons is finished. Skara also has a blue elixir on him as well. They're trying to make an impact in these fights.
Scar does a lot of that. Generally when he builds his death cap, he will also build a blue elixir. He is going to need to be the catalyst for a big play. He'd have to land a big shockwave, but I mean, just look at all the magic resist that Curse is starting to put together. Unless he was able to catch Cop with something, I feel like they're just going to be laughing off his Orianna damage at this point. With no magic penetration and what has become 185 magic resist on Quas, they just don't seem to have the firepower right now.
And your initial burst of damage is going to be hit by a Banshee's Veil, so you're already missing out on that. They are so far ahead with gold that those Banshee's Veils are pretty much going to nullify the fight Dignitas brings to the table.
And it's really unfortunate, too, because Dignitas' wards are all in the wrong spots. They put a bunch of forward wards into Curse's jungle that are just useless for them right now because Curse is going for that inhibitor.
Looks like they're going to get it. Completely flexing their muscles here in the base of Dignitas. Ace in the hole goes out. Cruiser actually not taking too much damage on that one. He's got a chain vest for himself, so he stays healthy. Crumbs looking on the outside. He himself just hits level 12. Tries to go in with the team. It's going to be big damage from Timbers. The culling comes out. Focus on a Scar. The hook goes down. Dominates very low, but Scar gets out and he drops back to Cutie Pie. Takes him down. A good shot coming in from Cop, and the team is trying to focus on Quas, but he is just stealing so much health back that he does not go down.
And he would still have his passive even if he fell. Bunny Fufu did go down, and Crumbs goes way in.
Looks like Crumbs goes down himself. Quas is going to eat that one up. Bloodwall keeps him safe in the initial fight as he walks his way out. The rest of the team, they are limping away, but Curse with the victory there.
Yeah, inhibitor and 2 kills. They ate a wallop of Dignitas AoE damage in that fight as well, but they were still able to come on top. Just watch the combos here from Dignitas. They do actually get a really good shockwave from Skara. But as we said, they can kind of laugh off that damage. If he had a little bit of magic pen, it would have been enough. They just couldn't get the finish here. And then Crumbs gets a, he must just get a little bit baited here or something. He thinks he could finish off Void Boy, but he had another shield. And that is the frustration of playing against an AP Lulu. Crumbs goes down. Lee Syndrome.
Yeah, I think I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lee Syndrome.
Everyone can sympathize with that.
Got to hit the Q. Looking at just about a 10,000 gold lead coming in here. About 9,000 actually, right on the dot we should say. 6-1. It's very big for Curse right now. They've got the map opened up. They can pretty much do what they want. And Quas, again, playing these champions, he can just become a single menace on and really cause the whole team to have to focus him.
Curse has a couple of those.
Yep.
Just for context, Void Boy's help pick shield is 504 right now. If he uses Wild Growth, he's not even level 16 yet. It would do 670. He'll be getting
it's like 1,000.
Even more health.
Like 1,000 extra safety. Doesn't suck whatsoever. 12-5, just about 29 minutes into this one. Crumbs trying to do what they can to clean up these wards. Like you said, they have a lot of forward wards, but they're not able to use any yet. They just know when Curse is coming for a really long time.
Yeah. Well, they were there 20 seconds ago. They might be here now.
They should be here great estimate. 3-0 and 5 for Voyboy, 3-0 and 4 for Cop. They're coming out quite strong in this game. We said when Voyboy gets that Lulu, he's able to put himself on top and help carry the team, and he's doing just that.
Big Baron force right here. A lot of things can come out of Fog of War and catch Dignitas when they try and get vision control. Also, I'm a Cutie Pie is stuck defending the super minions in the bottom lane. That's the best inhibitor to take down if you're blue side, by the way, because someone does have to station themselves to defend it, and it is as far away from Baron as you can get that person. So Curse basically having a 4v5 here. They can take down Baron quickly, but it still would be a real possibility if Crumbs can get in for the attempt.
Here's Bunny Foofall. He's on the backside with Voyboy, keeping him safe. Ace of the hole. Ooh, Scara very low there, about 1,000 HP to his name. They hook up Crumbs to make sure he can't get in the pit, but everybody's going to have to turn off. Dominate's trying to do Baron by himself right now. This could maybe be a bad situation. Cruiser getting a kill for himself. Baron goes to Dominate. Looks like 4 will hold it, and they decide to back out.
Yeah, Chris kept a couple people inside the pit there. Knowing that it wasn't all 5 of Dignitas, they thought they could win the fight anyway. They just took 1 death for a Baron buff on 4. Most likely worth it. They should be looking for a turret dive once they go back and shop.
Look at 4 pink wards around the Baron. They only have 1 more. It's not. Is it on the map? No.
He's going to be
Somebody
going
could
for
put
Cutie
one
Pie.
down.
Cutie Pie staying.
Oh.
He has no armor.
Wait a minute.
No armor on Quas, but can he stick him around long enough?
He thought
Right
Cutie
here.
Pie's guns around safety. Absolutely not.
Backup has arrived.
Gonna get a turret. Oh, he's safe now. Cutie Pie better put those on safety. Try to teleport home. Oh, the super minions are doing so much. Haha, spikes to the face. Kill coming in for Curse. Looks like they're going to be able to push the bottom lane. With Baron down now, they're pretty much objective free. They can fly around the map wherever they want.
Yeah, they might... It's an interesting lane for them to start going down. They know the inhibitor is respawning soon. The announcer just tipped them off. They're going to be trying to get a refresh on that inhibitor fairly shortly. Let's see.
Timing it very nicely. Looks like they're going to get themselves well into position before Dignitas can respond. Also, really weren't there for it. I was going to say the minion wave was already pushing up, so nobody from Dig was there to clear it. They're just trying to play it so they don't all die because they know it's such a possibility with Curse being so far ahead. Banshee's Veils are getting popped off with that command move of Scar's Ball, but they're not really putting down too much damage.
Yeah, and even though it's about a 10,000 gold differential, this game has been close because Curse is kind of racing against time playing against Dignitas here. The fact that they've taken this inhibitor now a second time in only 31 minutes is just what Curse had to do to win this game. They're going to probably rotate all the way around to the other lane and get those outer turrets out of the way.
Glacial Shroud built up on Cruiser. These fights are going to be a little bit longer now for Dignitas. They can start to cycle that power more than once. Both Ryze and Orianna become great champions to outplay somebody, be able to dish out a ton of damage in a fight. They can really surprise you. Dig's looking to put a lot of priority on those two to come out big in the fights. 13-6 at 32 minutes. We'll have to see if they can do anything about a Baron coming up, if they can hold it. It's still ticking down, about 1.5 minutes left on to Curse. So we've got about 4.5 before Baron spawns.
Yeah, Quas, I'm wondering if they're going to try to do a split push with him as they have done in the past with the lead, or if they can just 5-man turret dive. The longer they wait as well, the more dangerous this becomes. I think when Scar gets a Void Staff is when those shockwaves that he's been landing very well could actually have a monstrous impact in team fights. Like I said, this game is closer than it appears by looking at the score screen. The Baron buff is up right now. It's very real possibility Curse wins the next fight and just wins the game, but if they don't, if that gets turned around, they would be in very real danger of losing this game outright.
We can't forget about Cutie Pie either. He's definitely got the right build going in here, not going for the Last Whisper. Who's he need it for? Goes for the Infinity Edge because he's not looking at any armor. That can make an impact.
Yeah. Everybody on Curse is just stacking magic resistance, almost to a fault. I mean, we saw how quickly I'm a Cutie Pie procced the Quas passive in that split push. I mean, now the Quas has 242 magic resist. That is great. He is going to try and isolate Ryze, but if the whole Dignitas team peels back and just tries to focus him down, there's a good chance they could take out a pretty hefty damage dealer.
Well, we saw Dignitas has been able to put up a good fight at their inhibitor once or twice now, causing Curse to go back. They've been able to get the inhibitor, but that's only 2 times now. They're not really gaining anything else. They've got an inhibitor, but they've been stopped there. 33 minutes in, they need more because it's stacking up for Cruiser. He's going to have that Saracen Brace soon. He's going to have that extra shield for himself that he won't have to call Scara on. Crumbs will be able to shield someone. They're really going to have what they need to get in these fights.
Very big fight about to happen.
Yeah.
Late game has pretty much arrived. Frozen Heart is so close for Cruiser. He needs about 500 more gold, and he would be able to purchase that. That would be monstrous because attack speed reductions are doubly effective against Aatrox. He needs it for the sustain and for his own damage.
See what the siege power here is of this Curse team. Last time it was just Quas face first into the turret and stopping the team. Bloodwell was used on that, and he's got it again, so see if they get their patience tried here.
It's also harder for Curse to turret dive because they don't have the armor. Whoever the turret aggro's onto is going to be taking much more damage than their normal tank. They almost need to find a catch.
They can't even get cop in for shots here.
Yeah, the Baron buff is gone as well. They did not really make very good progress with that buff.
Okay, so
this would be a moment for them to maybe go, since Cutie Pie has to finish off those minions. Get the stun!
Gets it onto Scara. That's going to be big damage. Can they get the slow as well? Crumbs is able to kick him back onto the turret. Cutie Pie now culling from the outside, but he stops it short to try and get the auto attacks in. The rest of the team is kiting very well. There goes Quas. The turret's getting hit up by Cop, but what are they going to do for this? Quas goes down, the turret as well. They just get Quas. The turret will stay up. Big for Dig.
Dignitas managed a clean disengage from that fight, which is so important. Cruiser was able to tank out enough damage with that active on his Seraph's Embrace. Just an incredible hold by Dignitas. They might be in position to win the game now.
Dragons a minute 30. They have time if somebody is on their way. Cop and Bunny look like they are going to be going for Dragons, so they'll keep that out of Dig's hands, which at this point, Dragons that level, average level 15, so it's going to be worth its max amount of gold.
And when I say they might be able to win the game now, I mean they might be able to win the game in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But it just means they're not losing now and that they get even more time to finish. Watch, it seemed like Scar was going to go down, but Quas couldn't quite get in range to chain the CC onto Scar, and it allowed him to escape. Also, Curse split focused. Half onto Scar, half onto Cruiser. And then once the shockwave hit, the rest of Curse realized they had to back away. Quas was so far in, he could not run away, and it ended up being a 1-for-0 with no turret kills.
Crumbs in a dangerous spot. Safe right now on his own, but could have been hit up by Voyboy and Cop right there. They're trying to do what they can as quick as they can to clear vision on Baron so they can get a little bit of their own. 61.3 to 51.7, so we're looking at pretty much 10K here that Dig has now been able to thwart off. 5 turrets down they've been able to thwart off. Start coming back into this game. 13 to 7 is something they're trying to work on as well. Scar's doing a great job at 327 in farm, as well as Cutie Pie surpassing Cop, which does not happen a lot in farm at 347 to 297.
Yeah, he's going to be a very scary Lucian. Also, going for Alacrity Boot, something you very rarely see when AD carries. But move speed is at a premium for Lucian, especially when he's trying to kite out Quas.
Got so many things to slow you, from Quas's E, coming in from the Caliber Nat, Glitter Lance. He's keeping himself safe. He doesn't have the Mikhail's Crucible like Bunny Fufu has built up. Kiwi Kid's got a full inventory right now, and there's a Negatron Cloak there to keep himself safe. Both teams really respecting the amount of power that's coming from both sides right now, as they just kind of poke with as much as they have.
Yeah, I wonder where the Cutie Pie's headed. Is he going to take the blue buff for himself on a double AP team? Yep. I guess so.
Quick answer.
Obviously, Cruiser doesn't need it because he has close to max cooldown and a bunch of mana. But you would expect that to go over to Scara. It was more of a Cutie Pie didn't get spotted while he was over there, and Oriana can hold off the Baron pressure more. Someone may as well get it. And it is actually very good on Lucian. He has a very heavy spellcasting AD carry.
He's saying, guys, do what you can so I can get gold for this last Whisper. Not going to be able to buy it. This fight is going to be pushed very hard right now. You can see Curse wants a little bit more vision on it. Crumbs is trying to do what he can. Still, it's just standing in this spot. It's been about 2 to 3 minutes here, and that it's not good for Curse. We saw a definitive play from them before, and now they're stalling.
Yeah, it's dangerous times for them right now. Cutie Pie has enough damage that if they don't get onto him, he will finish off the magic resist heavy tanks that Curse has brought into the game.
Very big for Cruiser. Frozen Heart's been finished up for him. He's going to want to get himself straight into that fight as well. 3-1-1 after having quite a hard time in the top lane, getting pushed back by Quas all day. But they've made it finally. Dignitas is kind of down that long and beaten path, and they've found the late game now, built up to that full form that Scar likes to be in. The last Whisper could be coming in here for Cutie Pie. He gets himself back and purchased with a few wards. So Dignitas looks fight ready. Curse has already been set up.
And as we get later and later game, oh dear. He's become more and more important. Dignitas actually trying to get control of the Baron area, which is so bold considering they've been down so much. It just shows you how confident they're feeling in their team strength right now.
8,500 gold down. We'll see what they can do to pressure themselves into this fight. Crumbs could have a good kick to get in, but that leaves him to be zeroed out instantly by Lulu. Front-end damage. Another hit by Dominate. So many decisions, but you just think on the other side, and it's so dangerous.
Yeah, for Dignitas to win these fights, they actually want to play a fairly disengage-heavy style. They need to wait for people to walk into the Shockwave, and I'mACutiePie needs to kite back with the culling and the rest of Lucian's skills. It's a very touch-and-go game right now. Finishing that last Whisper is huge.
Dignitas, hearts pounding right now along with the fans. They've always said that this is the bane here, the B word for them on the top side of the map was
Not
something
lately,
that
I'd
they
have to
wouldn't
say.
focus, but
Yeah.
right, Crum said lately, it's something that they could be able to work off of, and they've done it 2 games in a row. Well, not a row, but 2 games lately that have been able to really give them an advantage in this late game. 40
Practice makes
minutes
perfect,
in,
baby.
that's the Talisman of Ascension. Dominate gets hit up. He's going to be going for the, ooh, the Lantern over. I thought he was going to try to flash out of that one. Bunny Fufu, he's stuck. He can't go down and get himself past the rubble of the turret. But this
Here
could
comes
be
Curse.
the disengage. The culling goes
Block it.
out. It's going to split of the ace in the hole. Goes right around the team, and it's going to be the engagement. Crumbs gets hit up, but he kicks back. Cop on the front line gets a good shot, but the safeguard gets Crumbs to Skara, but they split now. They're trying to pretty much get the tunnel going on, and Curse is just going to say, no, it's Baron.
Support for support. Nobody able to block for Kiwi Kid, so he ends up going down. Curse can kill this very quickly. One of the underrated things about AP Lulu is how much damage she adds to allies' auto attacks. It's about 150 extra damage every auto attack from Pix when she throws that on Quas.
Ooh, that's a big damage that they are taking, though. Skara, these shockwaves really helping. As you can see, even the fans loving it to keep these guys in the fights. Like we said, Dignitas has that area of effect damage when Cruiser hits that ult. Skara and Kiwi Kid with Tibbers, they are able to control a huge area.
Yeah, this was a nice initiation there by Kiwi Kid because they saw the Void Boy. Void Boy just been bottom, so he couldn't actually save here. Scar wanted to wait a split second longer. They would have killed Dominate as well. That could have swung the game, but because they didn't, there's that ace in the hole. Kiwi Kid flashes kind of in the wrong angle. If he was a little bit closer towards the rest of Dignitas, he would have been able to save himself. But this Baron dance continues. It's been going on for quite some time. This Baron goes down so fast.
Curse is not taking it. Ooh,
they're going to get
Sonic Wave hits.
This would be one hell of a steal.
Crumbs on the outside. Sonic Wave going to be coming back up again for him. Baron is quite
off of
low.
it.
Yeah, they are definitely going to pull off this. Skara coming from the backside. And this is just their decision. They have no deep wards. They're pretty much doing this for safety.
They didn't know how far away the rest of Dignitas was. That would have been a fairly safe Baron. They could have had people trying to block Lee Sin out, and Dominate on Elise has better smite execute potential than Crumbs. It still would have been probably about a 40-60 or a 30-70, and that's not a chance Chris wanted to take.
It's a perfect example of being able to use your composition when it comes to fruition. We see 4 kills on Cruiser in the top lane and only 3 to I'mACutiePie, but the rest of the team is working these fights so well that it doesn't matter. There's kills across the board on the other side. Dignitas really breathing a short amount of oxygen to keep in this one, but it's keeping them alive.
A really key item that was just picked up recently that we have to touch on is Void Boy's Lichbane. So many of the Lulu builds in the past have Lichbane pretty much after Athene's because it is just so damn good on Lulu, helping her get in damage. He finished it just now. Remember, so it is hitting for big, big damage right here. After every auto, it's going to be 460 extra damage for him on that 2-second cooldown.
Skara in the front looking for a very big shockwave here. We'll keep our eyes on that ball as well as on Crumbs. They're the 2 fastest to move on this. Kiwi Kid also could get a flash in there. The flash hook trying to come out from Bunny Fufu on the initiation.
They did get Scar's flash though, so if they land any type of cocoon on him, the game will pretty much be over. This is another position Curse is in where if they get a catch, they could potentially end. But Dignitas probably has better chances in this fight than they did the last time. There's no turret protecting them like the fight was on the other side, though. So it's a very touchy moment right here.
Dodging out everything that they need to. Ace in the hole. A little over a quarter of the health going on to Kiwi Kid, or off of him, I should say. Void Boy gets himself in for a Glitter Lance Cop every so often, getting the pokes in. Staying out of range for any engagements.
Yet.
Nothing there. Quas gets Rune Prison. Back and forth. The flash. Timbers goes on to Cop. He gets a great shield in the Wild Growth as well. Will they be able to get to the back line? No. Curse is in their face right now. And Cruiser, he's going to be going down. They do not have the Rise control anymore. And Curse stops pursuit but it's only for 1 kill.
Void Boy actually flashed out. I thought I'm a Cutie Pie killed them. They do get the inhibitor, and they get a kill on a Dignitas. A very valiant defense, but they can't quite save it. I'd say the initiation was a hair late by Dignitas right there. And you can just see how close these teams actually are with that last fight.
This has to be scary for Curse. For the 3rd time at that inhibitor, to only get the inhibitor and 1 kill means you're going backwards.
Yeah, Shockwave only hit 2 there from Dignitas, and they needed a little bit more. But look at how much damage I'm a Cutie Pie was doing there. The flash right as he would have died to that. And the chase continues from Dignitas. They might try and force a Baron or something at this point. I'm a Cutie Pie very strong. This fight is chaos.
Whoa, going on to Skara. It's going to be Quaz actually on the top side. If he can get a nice flight in, they will be able to pop up the entire team. Skara's quite low, but nobody wants to get the initial kill. They missed the cocoon just on the left of his shoulder, but it's Cop with the rest of the team. It took a while, but they finally got it.
That was just confidence and communication. It looked like I Will Dominate was on a suicide mission, but because he knew he had the wild growth from Void Ball behind him, Dignitas trying to force. While Cruiser was dead for some reason, that could very well just cost them Baron, and maybe more.
Kiwi Kid on the outside. That smite is up. The flash is down for Kiwi, though, on the last initiation. Bunny Fufu taking a heck of a lot of damage there, and Curse looks to be in a sore position as the vision comes in from Dignitas. This could be very big.
Another hold off right there because I'm a Cutie Pie is doing so much damage. Additionally, it's because no one was itemizing for him. All the threat was from Ryze and Orianna, and that's why he's went full offensive items. Soon he'll even have Blade of the Ruined King, and that is just an immense amount of damage coming out of Illusion. This game is crazy, really.
Near 40 minutes into this game, and we finally get a bit of armor being built out. That Warden's Mail onto Quas. They've still been going for damage, and the average player has about 15,000 to 14 to 15,000 gold on Curse right now. Look at the other side, 12, 10, 13, but Cutie Pie sitting at 17,000 along with Cobb. So he's been keeping himself right on par.
Dignitas has channeled a lot of farm into him, and once again, the Baron start is there. Cutie Pie saying, I know you're there. How long are they going to respect that? There's a ward inside. It is a steal chance, but it is ridiculously dangerous.
Crumbs can do it. He gets in. He does not steal it. That is what they needed. He goes down in the attempt. 5 of 6 Barons, or 5 of 6 Dragons, and 2 of 2 Barons.
Yeah.
Puts Curse in this position.
Curse was fed up with all that dancing around. This time they went for it, knowing the steal was a fairly low percentage chance, and they predicted that Dignitas wouldn't have the team fight right there. Good timing. That would almost have been better for Crumbs to not even try the steal.
Yeah.
He's probably going to die regardless, and with the 60-second death timers, it means his team now has to defend 4v5, maybe even temporarily 3v5, because there are super minions on the far side of Dignitas' base right now, and I'm a Cutie Pie can't take any harass with that build.
Oh, doesn't get the shield on. The ball couldn't move in time.
This
Half
is
HP for
real
Skara.
trouble.
Cobb's just on the outside poking in the turret. He doesn't need help from anyone else to get that, and Curse is going to methodically walk this one in and surgically remove Dignitas from the map.
Yeah, this could be it. This is going to be 3 inhibitors right here for Curse while they wait for Crumbs to respawn, and a base turret is dead for Dignitas.
15,000 gold on the lead. Curse having a little bit of trouble trying to close this one out previously, but they're in the base, looking for the gold right now, looking for the home plate. They're going to get a good engagement on Quas, going right into the middle of the fight, pulling out Aatrox this game. 19-8 is the score as they look for a few more kills, getting 1 on a Cruiser, 1 onto Skara as the Nexus turret goes down. Bunny Fufu grabs up a teddy bear for himself as a present, and they grab down the Nexus at 47 minutes.
And even though it took them a little bit of time, Curse's domination of Dignitas continues. They are now 3-0 against them on the season. They take their 4th place spot, so they're safe in the standings based on the head-to-head performance. That feels good for them. They had a better mid-game team, but they won late game because of better team coordination. They had just enough of a gold lead to carry them through that moment. What a game.
One of those games where a lot of this happened back in the spring split, go past the summer even, where teams would get ahead and then they'd kind of falter, didn't know where to go. A little more control here even, but we did see Curse taking a step back after that inhibitor every time, but then they finally found their way in. This will definitely be a game for them to look at as a win with things to still learn from.
Absolutely. I mean, another victory for them with Bunny Fufu as well. Cop was a machine that entire game. We kind of lost his brilliance within the chaos of that game, but 6-0-7 on Caitlyn against double AP composition with a lot of catch potential. A lot of people wanted him dead.
He's happy about that. That's his 10th play on Caitlyn. He makes it 5-5, so he's evened out the score there. He was trying to get the record back up. And really, as we said, he's been consistent. The team's coming through. Voyboy gets Lulu again, which I don't think is going to be happening too much more in the future because his play is so solid.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting to see much Lulu from anyone on the 4.3 patch, especially with Lichbane the way it is. We're not playing on the 4.4 patch, which is live. LCS this week is on that 4.3 patch. He didn't necessarily dominate the game, but you have to think back. When Curse finally started to get control of that game, it was the roam top by Voyboy as Quas was getting jumped on, the last second wild growth to save him, and that's really what got them started.
That plays well, too, into what Scar was saying about Orianna being that utility. Orianna has dissonance, and she can get to the top lane fast as well, but not as fast as
Not
Lulu,
nearly
not
as
as fast as Voyboy did.
Yeah.
So you can see the discrepancy there as well. And we pointed out in that replay that Voyboy wasn't moving until Bloodwell was being used. So he only had so much time to get up there. Coming out big in that, he actually only played Lulu last week the first time. So this is his second time playing it, 2-0 on that.
But you also got to remember, everybody but Cloud9 had basically a dark week last week. Cloud9 got the benefit of playing international competition. These other guys got more time to practice, more time to try to retool their champion pools. Quas could add Aatrox to his list, right, to learn, hey, yeah, that's pretty good against Ryze. Started off very well. Even that top lane, Quas, the map pressure he was able to create on a cruiser was immense in giving him just enough of a gold lead to take off Dignitas. We could really see at the end of that game just how bad things would have been for Curse if they didn't start off the game so well.
That's true. The full damage build as well would have made it come crumbling down so much faster. But they were able to hold it. As we said, I believe 5 of 5 dragons and 2 of 2 on the Baron. So 5 of 6 on the dragons, sorry. So
they also had tremendous buff control. The blue and red buff are pretty much on their side the entire time. A lot of that did come from I Will Dominate, just having lanes that were ahead. Crumbs, despite his bad scoreline in that game, 0-6-6, was really what was keeping Dignitas in the game.
Yeah, a few good initiations. That first early gank in the bottom lane. Not something that Dig could snowball over Curse as Curse wins the game, but right now we're going to send it over to Freak for a first-hand account of Team Curse's win.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, I'm joined by Voyboy and Quas. You guys, 3-1-9, 3-1-10 on Lulu and Aatrox. We'll start with the Aatrox pick. We've seen him a bit in Europe, not much in North America. Why is this guy so good?
It's a pick of mine against Ryze because he has a lot of sustain to overcome his harass, and then you can also jump into him and like kill him. You have a lot of kill pressure in the lane, so it forces him to play more passively.
And does your team have to play around the fact that you're playing Aatrox? Does he bring different things to a team than something like a Shyvana?
Certainly. He's not as tanky as other top laners, but he does have a knock-up. He has some utility, and since we have Lulu, I can go in, knock people up, and then knock them up again with the Lulu ulti. So he has some synergy in our team comp.
It's a really great synergy. And, of course, Lulu, you got hurt again. Why do people keep giving you Lulu?
Honestly, I don't know, because I think teams should probably just ban Lulu against us. Like, I was one of the first original people to even play, like, Lulu in solo lane. Like, IPL4 with Dignitas, we ran, like, the Lulu, Rocket Com, and all that. So I've been playing the champion for a while. I obviously took a break when she wasn't as dominant, but she's super strong right now. And, yeah, it just feels very comfortable to play Lulu.
Yeah, it's working well for you guys. We actually have a replay of one of the amazing plays you guys had in the top lane. If you can get that on your screen. You almost get caught out. You get the crazy Lulu save. What's going through your mind, Quas?
I'm like, all right, so I see Ryze walking in. I'm just going to mess him up. And then he's like, oh, crap, there's Lee Sin here. I need to get out. And then my teammates are around. And this whole time, I'm trying to, I hear Lulu say that he's coming. So I look at the map, see where he is coming. And so I go down to get the Lulu ulti. And now I need to attack so I can proc my lifesteal. So I heal him just enough to survive the last Ryze Q, and then they managed to clean off.
So you just barely got that in the coordination.
Yeah. I knew I had my proc, so I needed to get the last auto attack off. So
that was awesome. Yeah. Of course, it worked for you guys. So a really dominant early game in this matchup, right? You guys had the first 35 minutes on lock, constantly picking up kills. Then it stalled out for you guys. What happened that let Dig start crawling back in?
Once we got that first spot inhib, we obviously knew that the Super Cruise would come in. We wanted to rotate to take Baron control. And then we would go for objectives like Baron stuff, and every time we'd go for it, we'd somehow kind of botch the fight a little bit. Like one of us would die, and that'd delay our push for the next objective. And then we had one kind of sloppy fight bot that actually kind of scared us, because at that point we were pretty far ahead, and we should have been able to decisively win any fights. And we just misplayed a little bit, and that kind of, I guess, kind of hurt our morale a little bit. But we were still like, okay, just focus up. We have to close this game out. We have a really big lead, and we just kept looking for the objectives. used our lead to our advantage and took home the win.
Yeah, you guys eventually did that. And actually, speaking of your guys' team fights, we have one second replay for you guys of, I think, the first successful bottom lane push where you get the inhibitor. If we can get that on your screen. Walk me through this team fight.
All right, so we're just walking up. The inhib's up. We kind of want to look for like poke on it. If they commit to a fight onto us, or if we get a priority target with like a thresh hook or a cocoon, then we are definitely open to fighting. But right now, our main goal is not to fight. Our main goal is to get the inhib. Because while we definitely think we can win a fight, we don't want to like make that our goal. And they try to initiate on us. They get a really nice Oriole on me, Cop, and our support. And then that kind of messes up because we just disregarded the ball there when we should not have been clumping up that much. And the only reason they were able to like make the fight so close is because of that Oriole ultimate. If I was like on the right side, if Cop was a little bit more to the left, then it wouldn't have been at all scary. And then they jump in. It's still a 1 for 2, but we're all super low. And if the fight went a little differently, it could have potentially went the other way.
Yeah, it was honestly really, really close. The shockwaves were great. I want to ask you guys about one of the other players in your team, Bunny Fufu now. You're 4-1 since the addition of him onto the roster. What's he bringing to the team for you guys?
I think he brings like a really positive attitude, and he also brings really strong mechanics. So in bot lane, there's like a lot of plays being made and that were made before. So it definitely brings a lot of snowball factor into the bot lane, which we really appreciated.
Yeah, it's working really well for you guys, honestly. And I know this is an issue for some of the players there. The dress code at the LCS, you got to wear pretty much standard pants and jeans for most of the players. How's Bunny Fufu doing without his pajama pants?
He's doing great.
Yeah. Doing all right.
Yeah.
Dress code's working out for him. So 4-1. So then talk to me about how you're going for the rest of this week. Tomorrow, you fight XDG. How's that game going to go?
Well, right now we're in 4th place. We feel really good, very confident. We beat XDG last week. I think we can do it again, and hopefully just keep racking up those wins. Maybe we can secure our spot in 4th, or maybe make it to 3rd place by the end of the season. Who knows? But we're definitely trying to improve every day and just be the best that we can be.
Absolutely. You guys are 3 wins behind CLG right now. If they lose today, then you're -3 games from them. Are you pushing hard for that playoff run, or are you just going to be like, well, we'll hold our position and just kind of prepare for the postseason?
We want to be the best team that we can possibly be going into playoffs. Like, we did not have a good start to the season, but we have been improving dramatically in the past few weeks, and I think everyone just wants to be able to say, like, we are a top team in North America, and I think we are approaching that, and I think if we keep putting in the practice, keep playing well at LCS, we can come out of the season with just like smiles on our faces and be like, yeah, we're good now.
Yeah, and you guys are looking actually absolutely phenomenal. So one last question for you, Kwas. If the season ended right now, you would face Dignitas in the playoffs. How would you feel if that was your first round matchup?
I think I'll feel pretty confident. We beat him all the times we face him, so I think we have what it takes to take him down.
We'll see if that's a good matchup for you guys. Guys, congratulations on the win. We'll see you, of course, on the Rift again tomorrow and the next couple of weeks. We've got more games going on, though. We're going to flash away. When we come back, Coast will look to snap their Super Week slump when they take on Cloud9. We'll be right back.
I'm holding Cutie. I hit Kiwi, I can't hit Kiwi.
Watch out for Oriana, could be good.
Okay, I'm on Cutie. Okay, perfect. I'm like top. Okay, he's no flash, Okay, look for Ori, look for Ori. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, keep on going.
Yeah. Good job.
Okay, push 2 turns,
Just keep pushing. Good job.
Third set. We did the roam through the jungle, that was so beast.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Week 9 of the NALCS Spring Split. I want to welcome a man that needs no introduction.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Let's check the conversation going on over at Twitter. Earlier we asked you, which team do you think will benefit most from the week off and why? Here's what you wrote in with. At Adders on the Dawn, I think TSM are the obvious pick as Burger King is back and ready to go.
Oh yeah, he's definitely ready to go. We saw them come out big in the first game.
And the real TZT says, the next one up, I think Cloud9 has benefited the most from the week off. Going up against the top teams in the world is good preparation.
Yeah, so they didn't really have a week off. They got an extra week of work in.
It's true, a little bit of jet lag, but we'll see if it stops from here today. At Motiviertes, Chaos says, Curse. They just got a new great support in Bunny Fufu. I'm excited to see the team after they've had more time to practice.
Yeah, he's definitely showing up, at least on Thresh so far.
All right, everyone, as always, thank you for all the responses, and be sure to keep them coming in. Hashtag LCS. Make sure you use it. But now let's jump into our next game, Team Coast versus Cloud9. And Kobe, these are two teams that had opposite Super Weeks. Coast ended without a win, while Cloud9 had a perfect 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, not only did Cloud9 have that 4-0 Super Week, but they also had a pretty good showing at IEM last weekend. And Hai in particular was making some very exciting plays. It was also very interesting to see Meteos prioritizing the new Kazakhs as well as, I think a lot of teams are going to be doing that right now, but also Lemonation was pulling out the old Zyra. That was a staple for Cloud9, something they really popularized, but he hasn't, Zyra hasn't made an appearance in the North American LCS all year long.
Maybe they'll save some tricks for us today. Opportunities like IEM can be invaluable to try new strategies and play new opponents, as we were saying. A team like Cloud9 can get confidence from their wins and experience from their defeats. Meanwhile, Coast has had a week off to learn from their 4 losses and prepare their tough schedule for this week.
Yeah, now Team Coast were looking like a team on the rise going into Super Week, maybe even challenging Dignitas for 4th place, but now they've slid back down to 6th place, and they're once again in the relegation zone. And like you said, they're facing the number 2 and number 3 teams this week, so they definitely have their work cut out for them.
And while Coast is looking to get their groove back, they know that Cloud9 is a team that comes into every match prepared for victory.
So Coast is sticking to what they were doing last split, where they have interesting champion picks, but where they play to their strengths, and it works out for them sometimes, other times it doesn't.
I think something about Cloud9 is they just always know what it takes to win like every single game. They know what it's going to take, what exactly they have to do if they're going to get the W in this game.
Well, for Coast, they've typically been carried by Zion top and Shifter mid. So as long as one of them doesn't take off, I think we'll be okay.
Lately, we've just been giving up every objective and we haven't been doing anything. So I just kind of want to make it my goal to kind of step up and make some more calls and get the team rolling. We can definitely beat C9.
I think we just need to find our groove again and we'll be okay.
Got to find the groove.
Giving up every objective and doing nothing is definitely not a good strat. So
Hopefully
I hope they've come up with something else.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendude in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Wiz Fusion at 80 carry, and Daydreamin' on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls, in the jungle is Meteos, and the mid is Hai, and Sneaky and Lemonation there.
Hoodie brother.
Little gangster mode. They decided hoods up for this round.
No gang signs, gentlemen. That takes us to our featured matchup in the top lane. It is Zion Spartan versus Balls.
Now, this is also going to be interesting to see how this showdown does get started. Right in Champion Select, both of these players are known for a certain play style here. Balls, you know, he's been playing a lot of these standard tanky champions, and he's had a lot of success in them, where Zion has not had that success. Even though the team has been trying to sort of coach him in that direction, and they wanted to get more teamfight oriented and more tanky top, they've had success when he plays these carries like Jax, and they've actually won the games on those carries.
Him and Quaz are kind of like the same, but not. It's Quaz wanting to kind of play the meta stuff, but then he doesn't, and then it's Zion's team wanting to play the meta stuff, and then he doesn't. So it's kind of like the top laners always want to switch back to meta, and then it just works out that they don't. We'll see if it happens again this game. His Jax has been banned quite a bit, probably not going to get that again, and his Shyvana is becoming quite big in the past few weeks.
If they only think of those two, though, then the Lee Sin, I'd like to see a resurgence there because he has also used Lee Sin top,
his Lee
and it's
was
very
scary.
exciting to see full damage Lee Sin top. He's definitely capable of pulling that one out.
And the way he leveled it, too, maxing out different things because of what his opponent was trying to mitigate. Maxing out, I believe it's E the last time he played it.
Yeah,
to work out that
very,
damage.
very popular for most top lane Lee Sins to max that E.
22.9% ban rate on Lulu. Didn't get it last game for Voidboy, but he will. I will not be seeing that this matchup. He's only played it once, but they still know the power that is held in Lulu. LeBlanc gets, I believe, her 12th ban now. 11th ban, sorry, going against Cloud9.
All right, so the bans from Cloud9 are all not just focused on top lane there.
Yeah.
They've actually split them. The two most popular champions for Coast in recent success have been not only the Jax, but also Shifter on Nidalee has been huge. He's been instrumental in their wins. So they're spreading the love around in the ban phase here.
I'm excited to see what the mid laners do pick. Both Shifter and High have, High has 10 unique champions and Shifter has 8. Some of the higher numbers in what the pools have been for other mid laners in the NALCS. Right now, Elimination scratching the beard, trying to figure out what to pick.
Consulting the notebook here.
For the last ban as well, looking what Coast probably has played in the past, what they really revert to, what their wins came on, if they can shut something down, and what their wins came from. And that was one of them, that Lee Sin on Zion.
Every time I say I want to see a single champion.
They take it away from you.
It took him a while, too. He had to go through the notes back to find that page.
What can create the most chaos? And that would be a Lee Sin jumping around. But they do get Wiz Fusion Sivir. Lo and behold, that is the first time that Wiz is going to be playing that. It's been played 4 times, however, by Sneaky, though, and it has 4 wins, so they're cutting that right out.
And we talked about, Team Coast trying to coach their way back into team fights and back into more team-oriented builds here. They're going with the AD carry, who brings a lot of support and a lot of speed for those mid-game map movements, as well as chase potential. If they can catch somebody from Cloud9 out of position, then maybe they can actually be the ones to turn the table.
Balls feels good about the pick, and I just saw Elimination. It kind of like lit up during that. Seeing that Sivir kind of, like you said, gives you that idea that it's going to be that rush at you composition. They pick 2 that can either go in or out, and 2 very safe picks from what Cloud9 has been bringing to the table in Renekton and Kha'Zix.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Kha'Zix, I did not think this one was going to get through to Meteos.
Yeah.
They've already shown at IEM that they were going to prioritize that champion, first picking it a lot. But they also combo it with Balls, one of his favorite champions up the top lane right now. He's so aggressive with that Renekton. If you can get kills up top there with that Kha'Zix Renekton combo, then they can easily take over a game just by themselves.
We always see Balls going for a lane bully. He'll get that out of Renekton. We see Pantheon coming into the jungle here first time this week in Week 9. He's been off to the wayside a little bit. Nintendo's been shying more towards Vi, but he does get the Pantheon with Annie here.
Well,
very fast picks there.
Wow. Oh yeah, from both teams.
Wow.
Cloud9, High has been outspoken. Okay, he's okay with the nerfs on Cassid, and he'll go back to that champion, even though some people, even on his own team, not sure about it. It's a very risky champion now with the nerfs, but he's very confident on it, and he does take teleport more often than not, trying to get those early kills to get that snowball rolling earlier. So it's very interesting to see how that's going to play out versus this Team Coast, who locked in the Pantheon plus Annie. That means bottom lane is a very, very dangerous lane, because Pantheon, as soon as he hits level 6, jump right down there, and Annie can keep you under the Grand Skyfall for the full duration till he hits the floor. And it's very hard to do anything about that once it does come out. So it's a very potent level 6 combo.
Yeah. Why not throw yourself at more bodies if you're going to? That's the bot lane. I like this composition as well versus the Kassadin coming in. It's going to be hard for him to dive in going in towards a stun as well as a rune prison, if that's going to be Zion Spartan there at the time. We'll see if Zion, though, uses this to split push in the game as Morgana finally makes her way back onto the Rift. Jat was just mentioning in the last game. We hadn't seen her today.
So the Morgana could provide a little bit more safety for the bottom lane, but it's still going to be very dangerous for them. And on the flip side, you know, Pantheon for Nintendude, it's a very all-in jungler.
Yeah.
I expect more deaths from him, but he'll be creating plays when he goes in for those deaths. You know, Pantheon's, he doesn't really have any escapes, but he does create a lot of chaos when he goes in.
It's been quite a while since Nintendude played that Pantheon, since Week 4. We'll see how he does against the Week 7 and Week 8 Kazakhs from Meteos, who's been more recent. Before we get into the game, let's see who you voted on to win. According to LOLesports.com, 86% of you are giving this one to Cloud9.
Man, so many champions that can jump around in this game, too. Cloud9, extremely mobile. So much damage with the Kazakhs and the Kassadin being able to hop around. The team fights
Everybody
should
but Mord can
probably
dash
be
a wall.
spread out. Yeah.
Poor Lemon Nation is going to have to flash into every engage when everybody leaves him behind or tries to get into the fight. We see Zion Spartan and the team ready. A little bit of chatter from Wiz Fusion on the end as Lemon Nation's taking up that part for himself, saying we're just going to do some simple things. It's not usually one of the teams to go hard at the level 1 Cloud9.
I'm excited, though, because this is a new face for Coast. Zion on the rise.
That's true.
You know, not something he has used, but it's a similar style. He has played NACS split push before.
He's one-on-one on that, yeah.
He scales up very similarly, being very strong in the late game, so he will be able to carry late. We'll have to see if the jungle pressure
Right up his alley.
is focused in top lane to try and cut down on the star player.
Well, we are about to get on to the Rift. We're in match 3 of the day. It's week 9 here. We are far into this. Only a few more weeks left in the LCS, 3 more to be exact, and these teams are trying to make an impact on the standings. It's going to get harder and harder to do that as teams are not going to want to give up their spots. The Mana Crystal on Rise this time to start. We saw that last game starting with the Ruby Crystal from Benny.
Yeah, and Shifter with the Ziggs mid, you know, pretty happy with that pick. He can lend extra damage to either lane fairly early on without having to roam that far. And Coast, they have a pretty good stall team too. For defensive wave clear, Sivir and Ziggs is pretty much the best in the business with those two. So if they do get stuck trying to defend turrets here, even though they don't have that global teleport working for them, they've got great wave clear.
Look like anybody wants to get in too dangerous of a position just yet. That Spell Thief's gone to Lemon Nation, as the Morgana's going to be picking up those auto attacks, trying to get some more gold in for himself in the bottom lane. Ruby Crystal start for Daydreamin' as he actually charged up that stun on the fountain. He quickly dodges out a Dark Binding from some Lemon Nation just to check the brush.
Yeah, looks like Zion on that rise, going 21 utility, probably 921 there. And that 5% cooldown reduction to start it out. And going Mana Crystal, aggressive start. He has the potential to bully early because of the increased range on his Q and the power he will get from that Mana Crystal. But he will also need jungle support.
Whoa,
oh my goodness,
Lemon Nation! A suicide mission indeed.
Weird. So they put their ward in and saw one member. Very, very dangerous face check right there from Lemon, and he definitely bites the bullet. It's going to cost Meteos' red buff as well.
That looked like it was a bit of homework that Lemon Nation would constantly place that ward, feeling like he could walk out. But a primed stun from Daydreamin' says no way.
Yeah, that was definitely a misstep here from Cloud9. Already starting out on a sour note.
We'll have to see. That kill, it does go over to Annie. We got an assist onto Wiz Fusion and Nintendude. So not huge. We'll see if they continue to pressure it and who gets the lane first. Looks like we are going to get a lane swap actually coming in as well.
I always like lane swaps against Renekton, who starts with the Doran's Blade, because starting Doran's Blade is so difficult to deal with any sort of 2-versus-1 action. And the lane swap up there might have been due to also just everyone being up at the top after that first kill and then red steal, but it looks like they have not decided to send Zion down yet. Just trying to get that jungle experience first.
Very interesting in the top lane. They're just roaming this around right now, just completely buddy system.
Yeah, look at this, though. He's not even going to go bottom ever.
No.
He's going to come up top and get some even more experience up here. So they're definitely giving up that bottom turret. And they won't find a kill in return, but it looks like Balls is actually jungling.
He knows.
So a little bit extra experience here for Cloud9, whereas Zion's just waiting in bushes.
That's exactly what Balls had to do. If he didn't leave that lane, he would start to fall very behind. I don't know how far behind, because we really haven't seen what Zion Spartan's going to get out of this roaming around. Now back to something we have seen, everybody on the turrets very early. We'll see if it goes to the second tier, but already a very interesting game for Coast and Cloud9.
Yeah, Meteos having traded back and got the other red buff, rotates down. He waited a little bit to see if Zion would come to lane, but as he shows up top, knows it won't happen.
Whoa,
Balls
the barrier goes down. They're going hard for Shifter, and they take him out. Balls goes down as well in the 1-for-1 there. Turrets falling on each side of the map to do.
All right, so Zion helps out with tower push, and Balls goes for a gank. He's a jungler. He kills a couple camps and then goes and ganks mid for High. That's great start there for High. Getting the Kassadin going early is nice, but they leave off the second turret in favor of the very early dragon. I like this for Coast if they're able to finish off the secondary turret here.
Oh, the minion wave is quite close. They're only against the level 2, but they're not going to have enough minions to get that down. Meteos very, very low. He is going to sustain that burn, and they're going to be able to go back on this one. A 4.5-minute dragon coming in. Very big from Cloud9. They did lose that first blood, but they sure made up for that gold. Now 400 ahead.
Yeah, so Cloud9, they did stop their push down bottom, but they didn't leave a giant minion wave there. So Rise will not be able to freeze that minion wave deep in Coast territory. They had a cannon minion pushing for Coast, so they knew that this wave was going to push back in their favor, and it would actually make it a very dangerous situation for Rise to go to, since he has no dashes and he has no wards this early in the game. Vision comparably just costs so much of your current gold that they haven't been able to get too much of it, and nobody's been able to put any deep ones down yet.
Well, with knowing the wards went down on that first minute, they were running all over the place. See if they do it again. I don't know if things are slowing down just yet. No way to really tell between these two teams here in our third game of the day. The 500 gold lead seems to have slowed Coast down, and Cloud9 is happy with holding that after Dragon. They don't want to go any further than this just yet.
Yeah, that was just, I have to say, great control of the minion waves by Cloud9. Stopping their push short bottom.
Yep.
Thought that they were just leaving out some extra gold that they could get with the turret, but they really played that well, and Zion has been the one to pay for it. Like as we said, he doesn't have deep vision. He's got that one ward by his little bush in the river, and Meteos is going to walk right over to it.
Boom. There you go.
Is that the light bulb above Zion's head?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Alerted. Here we go. 8.8 to 7.9. They are really stretching that lead fast. There's a spear to the face. Meteos goes back, says, I have claws, you have spears. We'll trade back and forth and then walk away.
Yeah, so Kazakhs can actually kill Pantheon in the 1v1 if they're isolated like that. The only reason Nintendo going for that is because he had backup. But Meteos backs off, so nobody going to be the worst for that one. Pretty even trade.
How are these guys doing in the mid lane?
Well, Meteos looking towards Shifter. And Shifter had burned both summoner spells in the balls gank, so you know, could be a problem for him as high as level 6, and he could jump for the flash.
Meteos just on the outside, those minions, so caster minions giving him the vision he needs to stay safe. He might have actually gone down in that trade, but Shifter probably would have died as well.
All right, so just one turret down for each team. They stopped.
Level 5 to 3.
The shoves
Ouch.
here. Balls, yeah. Ooh. Dangerous, though. Nintendo's waiting there. He just wants him to go for the dive. They could easily lock Balls up under that
Whoa! Elimination, thinking he's Goliath in that fight, and he was not in the 2v1. He takes a good bit of damage. Looks like he gets the ward he wants, though. So far, 2 wards have put him in pretty scary spots.
And the duo lane for Coast, too worried. Even though they have double pink wards guarding them, they return to the double golems to try and safely farm a little bit of gold, not get too extended. They haven't seen Kazakhs in a while.
See how Shifter plays this. He actually has stayed in lane, not too much roaming. More than often when we're watching Link, we'll see him roam at level 5 to help his teams get a kill, but it's been just trying to keep High from getting his roam on.
Yeah, now that we talk about roaming here, it's even more dangerous since the early turrets went down. Kassadin can teleport very deep, and he can chase you forever because he's got that Rift Walk. As long as he's got enough mana, teleporting in Kassadin would be very dangerous for bottom lane. They have no outer turret to retreat to.
Interesting as well that we haven't seen Nintendo. Well, I guess not. He's level 5, not level 6 yet. So we haven't seen him gank bottom for that reason. So we'll see in the next few minutes here. He should be able to hit that. We are only 8.5 minutes into this one. There's the teleport going into the top lane. It's only on to a ward, so it's just going to be a slow one here. They're going to take pictures with Zion. Say cheese, buddy. It's going to be painful.
And Ball's probably going to go down in answer, so it's not too bad for Coast. They actually had got the teleport out of Cloud9, and they'll get the assisted kill in return. Both kills are assisted. Similar gold values there. Balls was actually higher level, so they get even more experience out of it.
I got to give credit to the other lanes as well. Both lanes for getting the kill on both sides of the team, but Shifter, Wiz Fusion, and Daydream, they've all had to play quite safe. Nintendo has hovered that top lane for quite some time just to get that kill.
Yeah, he's been waiting a long time for that dive. They saw that one coming, and props to Nintendo positioning himself well. As he said, though, level 6 available now for Pantheon. The first Grand Skyfall is often one of the most effective, so we have to see if he can catch this bottom lane off guard here, because Daydreamin's coming up on level 6 himself, and he's got his flash ready. He wants to get that combo with the Annie and Pantheon.
Lemon Nation and Sneaky spent quite some time in the bottom lane. It's only been a level up to Lemon Nation's Spell Thief. Yeah, it looks like they will kind of control this. They're controlling their behavior very well, especially with Meteos coming in lane.
Yeah, Meteos can sense this counter gank right here because he knows I hit level 6. Pantheon must be level 6 now.
Somewhere bottom
He's
jungle.
probably going to target my bottom lane. Remember, magic damage will break the black shield, so Lemonation can't just throw his black shield on Sneaky as the Grand Skyfall comes in. He has to be very, very quick about it and do it right after the Grand Skyfall, or that will just explode the shield right there, and he won't be able to block the stun.
You can see Daydreamin trying to take control of that brush now in the bottom lane, so they stay safe, at least from a quick engagement. They'll be able to get out safely. 10 minutes in, a little bit of a roam here from high, so he gets vision on when Coast is going to be going for their blue buff. Looks like they'll try to engage on more than just the lanes now. They're going to start a bit of that objective work.
And now that Meteos got a little impatient down bottom. Oh, there it is. They got it anyway.
There's the shield, but it was Daydreamin to come in to actually pop that. A good flash out from Sneaky. The barrier's been used. Cloud9's going to be able to slowly walk this one out as Nintendo starts eating the full end of a culling. He gets hit up by the isolated Qs. Meteos gets in there, and it looks like Daydreamin could be going down as well. He gets the Rune Prison. There's actually Dark Binding as well. So many things that can be locking you up in this game. The Rune Prison could be coming from Zion Spartan, but it's not going to 8-6 in that top lane with a huge fight just happening bottom.
Yeah, you could tell everybody knew exactly what was going to happen. Yes, the bottom lane's going to be the target. Black Shield does come on, but it gets blown up pretty quickly. Then both the ultimates, actually. Circle's missing here, and once Meteos comes in, he decides to go straight for that squishy Pantheon. Intended, as I said, in for some more deaths with Pantheon because it's an all-in champion. You go for those ganks, you're not going to come out. And he does pay for that one because they weren't able to execute their target. For that to really work, they have to land everything. All summoners being up for Sneaky was just too much for them. They couldn't get through barrier and flash and dash.
Yep, coming up big there. Zion Spartan, level 9 and a level 8 versus a level 6. That is not going to work out. Zion has had a tough time in the top lane. But we saw this is how it started for Nien last time as well. Minus a few of the deaths, but he was the highest farm late game. We'll see if Zion can put himself in that position. His Coast regaining their jungle a little bit now.
People always talk about how in games versus Kassadin, if you make one mistake, oh no, he's going to snowball out of control.
Right.
Those are the types of mistakes that they're talking about. You get a little too close. Got to be wary of that Rift Walk, and Cloud9 do not hesitate to jump on Zion as soon as he gets back to lane.
It looks like Balls and Meteos now turned into the Bash Brothers. We see them clearing out some wards as they lay down a pink, but Balls is now going to leave the top lane. It's all up to High now to pretty much get the split push on. He can take out Rise if he wanted to. Zion Spartan versus that level 9 Kassadin would not be a fair fight. 5,000 gold just about in the lead. 2-1 in turrets, and Meteos looks to make something happen mid.
Pretty sure that banana bush ward saw him sneak in. So he does pass by. And yeah, as usual, he has evolved the ult first. Now that's a change actually for Meteos. He was evolving the jump first, the wings, but after seeing the display from the Koreans, has changed his ways.
Cloud9 coming into this matchup, we saw in the pre-video, in their interviews, they said that shutting down the solo lanes of Zion, Spartan, and Shifter would be the key to victory here. So far, they've done a great job of that in the top lane.
Yeah, I have to say, going way back to the beginning, the tower pushes, the 4 versus 1 up top, and then the 3 versus 1 down bottom for Cloud9. Cloud9 leaving. Oh, my goodness.
Oopsies.
Kazakhs can make good use of that anyways. If this was solo queue, Midas would have taken that, no questions asked anyway.
AFK, man. 5-3 here. We'll see. Shouldn't affect High too much in the mid lane. He's just going to go ahead and farm, not try anything too crazy.
Yeah, if he wants a blue buff, he's going to have to take it off Shifter now. So Shifter actually got a target on his head.
They may actually try to get it. I would not put it past them. Meteos would be in the right position for it, along with Lemon Nation coming up to hover there. But Nintendo X always on the side with that quasi-global ultimate ready to drop in.
Yeah, and they should be looking at the same lane again. Even though there's no flash for Annie, she has the ability to keep people in line. Oh no! It's Cloud9 making the first move. High teleports bottom. Oh, what another counter gank.
Wait, Coast is choosing the other side. They do counter it very hard. They get into the brush to try and deny all vision, but that is big damage coming from High. He riffs on along with the kills from Sneaky. The Inferno Bomb comes down and takes down High, and Meteos is there to help clean it up with the Sneakster. They come out in a 3-2.
All right, everybody targeting the bottom lane. As we said earlier, when the turret's down like this, it's very dangerous because High can teleport in very far behind you in that long lane. But Nintendo was looking for the same thing at the same time. As we said, the repeat Pantheon Annie gank here. Lemon starts it off. You know, he bites the dust, but everybody's going to go down here. Shifter, you can see him roaming down from mid lane there. And he does get a good ulti off to capitalize and make High pay for that with his life as well. But since Meteos comes in, they actually get control of the bottom lane, and that gives them control of red buff. So he steals that away as payment for the bottom lane action.
Very good thinking there to put the black shield onto Balls, keeping him safe. Looks like High and Shifter both get a little bit of their roam on as well. And then Nintendo, we kind of see the synergy with Ziggs and Pantheon there. You can see the man drop coming in, and Ziggs doesn't have to leave. He can just offer up the Mega Inferno Bomb as well from long distance. Worked out for him there. They're creeping up on kills, but they need to creep back up on that gold. 1:30 for Dragon, and they're 5,000 gold down right now.
Yeah. I like how they've paired this sort of weak lane pick with Kassadin with a very strong Renekton lane pick as well for Cloud9. Zion, though, trying to freeze at this point is dangerous because Cloud9 have so much control of the jungle. They can come and assassinate him if he tries to stay down there by himself.
And it's hard. You can't really pay a Rise that's level 8 with 81 CS respect when you're going into that lane. You can see High just rifting at him, not worried about anything that even comes up behind Zion. But Zion could definitely get to a point still where he becomes dangerous. However, it's going to take quite long, and Cloud9 is pretty much putting a stranglehold on that chance.
And nobody on Coast is a tank. Like, nobody's going to be building defensive stats for a while here. So it's very, very easy for Kassadin and Kazakhs right now. This is pretty much their dream situation. A whole bunch of squishy champions on the enemy team.
Just looked at him wrong. Made him flash away.
Expecting that Rift Walk coming in. I didn't want to take any extra turret shots while he was waiting for the cooldown of Rift Walk. That's why he didn't just blindly chase right there. Waiting for that cooldown to come back up. And he gets the summoner out of Zion. So, yeah, so I talked about there's not really any tanks on Coast. Technically, Rise will be a tank later, but that's very late in the game. Early in the game, he builds all these mana items and these scaling items. He's extremely squishy, extremely easy to take advantage of. And Cloud9 have really put on a clinic here. They've shown exactly how to take advantage of his weak early game.
Yeah. And already Cloud9 mitigating what they need to in the area of magic resistance. The Hex Drinker's built up. It looks like one of those switches into the Maulmouth Mortius already. 2 of those coming out today. We haven't even really seen him in the LCS. And the Hex Drinker, as I said, onto Meteos. So that Mega Inferno Bomb won't be really executing anybody.
Hex Drinker is extremely popular against double APs. That item right there is one of the best magic resistance items for attack damage champions. It's already cost efficient without even taking into account the shield, by the way, just the stats on the item. So it's a really good early buy. Upgrading it to Maw, very unpopular.
Right.
I was okay with it with Quas-doing it on Aatrox because Aatrox always sits pretty low on life, or around 50%. Renekton, not so much. But Balls is trying to stack a ridiculous amount of magic resist in this game. Ninja Tabi going to be enough for him, reducing the damage from Wiz Fusion's auto attacks.
Got about 10 minutes now on Zion Spartan's Rod of Ages to get charged up. He's just got that belt as the tier has been going along as well. He's 435 out of 750 on that, so pretty far off, but not too far. Could be worse. That'll be big damage for him as he keeps getting that mana bar up. That machine gun rise is really what they need.
So by comparison, High's Rod of Ages is more than halfway done already.
Wow.
So he got this one 5 minutes, 6 minutes actually, before Zion built his. And Kassadin reaching that point before Rise is going to be really painful for Coast. I mean, Cloud9 are pretty much crushing this game right now.
They're not afraid to make initiations either. They're already, or I should say still, in the jungle of Coast. Every time that High has had teleport up, he has not been afraid to use it. Right now, he's going to be the one dictating power in the mid lane as the entire team of Coast is trying to react to just around the blue buff because they want the engage. That was very big. The Mega Inferno Bomb not really hitting as they would have expected, though, and they start to get pummeled in this fight as Cloud9 turns around and starts to give them back their own medicine. Zion Spartan going to be the next one. The double kill coming in from Meteos. They didn't even really have High in that fight till the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good combo there, but as we said, there's no defensive stats at all on Coast. And something about Cloud9, they don't retreat very often. They usually just turn around and kill you, and they did not hesitate right there. Good resets for Meteos, and this is going to be, I mean, I guess it's a one-man defense here. As we said, Ziggs is the best in the business for clearing waves.
They got him. Shifter could definitely hold his own at the turrets. It's going to be necessary for the amount of people that are going down per fight. Coast is losing 2 or 3 each time, and it gives Cloud9 an easy lane to push through. Grabbing turrets each time. Let's watch that engagement as well.
There's a stun into Ziggs Bomb, into Pantheon ult, but by the time Pantheon gets there, Daydreamin's already dead, just in the time for Grand Skyfall to come down, and nobody else has life, so Meteos hop number 1, kill. Hop number 2, kill.
Slice and dice him.
2 Maws. Meteos has upgraded his Hex Drinker already into a Maw as well.
All the Maws. Looks like they're going to be working for him as well. Zanyas is going to be next here for High, so he can create some of the plays for his team. Put that gold on gold in the game. See the Lizard Spirit being, or Lizard Elder being finished up here on top of Meteos. A lot of damage coming from his Kha'Zix. He's been playing it twice, as we said previously. Brought it out a little bit in IM. You know, he's been doing quite well with it.
Yeah, that's why I was so surprised in Champion Select. Not only did they give Meteos Kha'Zix, but High the Kassadin, where he's shown that he's fine with playing with it during the nerfs here, and he's very happy to take it again.
Yep.
They really got the assassins that they wanted, and they showed why.
He played it last week, even when it looked like it was pretty grim against Dignitas. High was on the Kassadin. They have big plays coming up in that fight.
That was the game where after Meteos was like, "Ooh, don't know how I feel about Kassadin."
Yeah.
But High was definitely still pretty happy with it, so it looks like they let him make the choice for his own lane here.
See what else is coming up in the inventories. Lemonation's favorite item to buy for the rest of the team. The Mikhail's Crucible is finished up for him, on top of his mobility boots to keep in the battle with the rest of the team as usual. And the Triforce Bloodthirster coming out for a little bit more damage from Sneaky. These guys are ready and raring to get into the next fight. Just a few more gold, as we said, for the Zanyas. It'll be ready to go.
Oh my goodness! Just look at the giant, juicy health bars here on Coast. I mean, Daydreamin, talking about support items, he's built all speed. He's invested so much money in speed, and he's only relying on a little bit of health from his Sightstone there to try and stay alive in fights versus Kassadin and Kha'Zix, where if they both jump on you at the same time, then you're already dead.
See if it helps him. The flash is coming up, so that speed right now helps more than ever if he wants to try to get a Tibbers on. But if he only waits a little bit more, it may be just what they need. Ball's in the bottom lane now. Where's High? With teleport, he's actually going to be in the mid lane, so they may have a chance to get a good fight here. But Cloud9 is so much more ahead in power that it's going to be a very tough fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 actually do have an option of going for a turret dive, but as we saw in the last game, you know, going versus double AP, Cloud9 built a lot more magic resist, not as much armor. Balls does not care though, so What kind of armor do I need? Just Ninja Tabi. Or find somebody's already dead by the time the camera gets down there.
Not much you can do about that. It's been a very tough game for Zion Spartan. I think both teams kind of outplayed themselves in the beginning of this game. Everybody was kind of organizing and figuring out what to do, and it happened to fall in favor of Cloud9 because once it went back to something that Cloud9 did, they were right back on track.
Yeah, so the thought process there from Coast, it was pretty interesting. They decided,
absolutely,
you know what, Ryze, if we send Ryze down to this dying turret, they're going to just die them anyway, so we'll keep them up here for a little bit extra pushing power. But they weren't able to get the second turret in their push with 4 people up top. And Cloud9, they got the bottom turret. They also got the dragon, and they left the creep wave pushing against them so that Ryze had nowhere to go to farm after he recalled. So Zion, he was left just walking around the map for the first 6 minutes of the game. And he had to wait for the top lane to push all the way back in his favor, by which point, you know, Balls has a 40 CS late.
Yeah, and Balls, he ducked out of that quick, too. There was no advantage they gained off killing him. He went straight to the jungle to farm.
Yeah.
Cloud9 definitely reacted to what Coast was doing immediately, and look at this. Level 14.
1 versus 4.
He throws himself in.
Bring it.
1v4. We got Sivir coming up from the bottom
and they're
side,
all running.
and they cannot do anything to him. High from the backside. He comes in. The teleport was used to get in this position, and it looks like they are going to keep pursuit of this one. It's going to be Nintendo going down. Spike's just missing out onto his fusion. They don't get that chase, but it looks like Shifter's going to try to waddle his way to safety.
He's bouncing here. Once he runs into his own minion wave, though. Oh, no, Balls already uses his slice.
I don't know how much they're going to tunnel. They have a good push on mid lane, but they don't have their
Videos,
C clear.
I saw that! Fails his jump over the wall.
Just trying to do everything they can. They're really pulling apart Coast right now from the seams.
All right,
Shifter's still on the chase. I want his shoes. What's he wearing? He is going for the long haul. Coast to coast on this one. It's going to be
for the lap,
off
Shifter.
sides.
Oh,
soon.
Gets out of the Grand Skyfall.
I wouldn't say out of, but he dodged it nice. Yeah. Yeah, he gets it.
Oh, Shifter, no!
No, he finds him in the base!
Balls never gives up.
Ever.
Oh, the tenacity.
No
on
reason.
The chase right there.
Oh, 11 Nation down to 100 HP. Very low. Daydreaming. Could be coming up to get a kill, but he would be just that, dreaming about it. Cloud9 so far ahead. He takes a bit of damage. A nice boomerang there. The ultimate thrown off by Meteos. 2 level 14s holding very strong against an 11 and a 10. Cloud9 has completely taken control of this game. Whee!
All right, 2 inhibs down, 6 to 19. Gonna have to stall for about 50 more minutes.
Definitely going to be a hard one for Coast on this. No shifter plays coming from Ari here. It's everything that's been put at them on the front line. They see it coming from Cloud9, but they just cannot stop it with that amount of gold lead and the plays. Having these wards placed.
Put that ward there, man.
Exactly.
That's not the odd place to put a ward. All right, anyways, he gets into position here, and this is going to be the death of, what was it, Nintendo? Are we going to, if we watch the replay of that entire shifter run, that'd be cool, actually. Nope. all right. That'd be way too long.
On slow motion, please.
Oh, there's a giant wave bottom. Oh, man, this is even worse for Coast. They have absolutely no options right now.
Yeah.
Big wave bottom. Kassadin going to be down there. At least Kassadin's teleport is not up for them.
Cloud9 can easily play off the ball here. That being,
oh,
as you said,
goes
the
for it.
What a black shield into the dodge out of the Tibbers coming out from Daydream. And very good play from Sneaky as the rest of the team. That was pretty cool. Bouncing Meteos off of the damage, but it still comes in fully from high. They pick up a big ace. They pick up what should be the game.
That's going to be the game right there for Cloud9. Man, what a massacre.
Absolutely. One of the strongest games from Cloud9 this season. Not a lot of presence came from Kassadin until he started teleporting around. Obviously, that happens after 6, but it was 9 or 10. It took a little bit longer. Coast did have a bit of an edge there that Cloud9 was wondering about, and then once Cloud9 saw that the door was open, they kicked down the whole house.
As you said, the interesting part of that match was definitely the opener and the first few minutes of it. And then all the action was focused on bottom lane, but everybody knew it was going to be focused on bottom lane. So it was just who can get there the quickest and which team's duo can actually avoid damage long enough for the rest of their team to arrive. Sneaky and Elimination did a great job of getting out of the first couple of ganks there. And even though they went down a couple times, the team cleaned up for them and they let Kassadin get to the point that nobody wants to see.
You know, I feel like both teams had the same risk in their composition. This could have happened to Cloud9 as well if they had a bit of a teetering start to the game. When you don't get a great Kassadin start, you have to hope he crushes people in the late game. When you don't get a great start for other champions, that's just what happens. And it could have been Ryze being huge. It could have been Ziggs being huge. And it could have just been them with Banshee's Veils crushing the entire game.
So with the switch that Coach pulled, and they send their duo up top, and you know they had 4 people all up top. Mid is all alone by itself, and we actually even saw Cloud9 were the ones putting pressure mid. It wasn't Coast pressuring this Kassadin, trying to keep this Kassadin farmed or starved.
Yeah.
It was Cloud9 with balls coming in for the gank at mid, and they got the first blood on Shifter. So yeah, definitely the early switch up there.
A lot of things we used to see teams do is actually do the 2v1 mid against Kassadin. Put that Caitlyn AD carry or someone in mid to try and stop him down. I wouldn't be seeing that lately.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to keep him down that much. In the current state of the game with the flask charges and everything, people have been saying that like it's just so hard. You don't even want to let them have Kassadin because this one mistake is going to start him snowballing. And we did see a couple of those things for Coast where they got a little bit too close. And then Hai made great use of his teleport. Yeah, got to give him credit.
And to stay true to what they said coming into the interviews as well about this game, that they were going to shut down one of the solo lanes or both of the solo lanes. And really this one, they just focused on that Ryze. Zion Spartan at 14 minutes in the game had 55 CS. He could not provide any help to the team. And he was supposed to be the guy that said, boom, room prison, you're not getting in the fight. Machine gun damage with his Q coming out. And he wasn't putting out anything. They actually could dive him whenever they wanted.
Yeah, just really brutal game for them. Every time he went in with Pantheon as well for Nintendo, as we said, it's an all-in champion. There were always answers from Cloud9. They were expecting it pretty much the whole game. As we saw, Midos even hung around down bottom. He would waste a couple, like even a minute plus down there waiting for the counter gank.
Yeah.
And eventually it would pay off.
Same thing Nintendo in the top lane, trying to wait for Zion to get dove when he was level 5. Finally got it once, but it wasn't enough to help to take the game. That's now 17-4 for Cloud9. They're 1 loss now above on Team Solo Mid. So there's place 1 and 2. Those guys are going to be holding the top of the record. And for anybody really to face Cloud9 or Team Solo Mid right now, I think Champion Select has to be the win for them, because if the laning phase isn't, then you're pretty much done for the game.
Yeah, I do like to see Coach trying these new things, though. You know,
That's true.
Pulling out the Ryze, going with 4 men top, try and see different strategies, what will work out, because they are on the bottom and they need to find something to chip away at these top teams.
Absolutely. For more on Cloud9's big win, let's send it over to Freak and Jat.
Thank you very much, Riv. Now, leaping off the Rift and onto the analyst desk, we want to welcome Medios and Hai to the desk. Guys, congratulations on a very convincing win. What were your thoughts coming into the match?
Well, I like laning for Shifter personally. I think he's a very good laner, so I always enjoy playing against a good mid laner. But I was kind of casting, so that was kind of boring for me. But he did die first blood because balls kind of went really ham. So I guess it was more fun than I thought for that lane.
It was not quite first blood.
Who died? Oh yeah, Lemon died. Forgot about that.
Scumbag Lemon. So actually, I want to press you on the level 1s and kind of the early game, because neither top laner went to the lane at all. They both jungled. In fact, Coast sent 4 guys to the top side of the map. Ryze was like chilling by double golems up there. Like, how do you adapt to like really strange sort of level 1 situations?
Well, we had Renekton into Ryze, which most teams against Ryze try to 2v1 because he beats most melee champions 1v1 pretty hard. And they actually read that we were going to 2v1, and they bush camped, and we sort of tried taking the greedy route towards their blue instead of going all the way around. And so we paid for it because Lemon died. But then after that, I think they tried reading into it, thinking we would still try to force the 2v1 and send our duo lane top. But we just went to standard lanes, and then they really hurt themselves on that because they went top with their bottom lane trying to anticipate the 2v1. And so we got our bottom lane bottom and the 2v1. So we came out super ahead despite giving up first blood. And then we were able to just get a tower and dragon. And in response, they only got 1 tower because we were able to save the second one. Renekton had a really nice roam mid while they had 4 people top. And when you have 4 people in one lane, you're really starving yourself on XP and gold. So we just sort of had a lot stronger early game. Just, dude, I think they had a... They tried, reading into it, what we were going to do, and we didn't do that. So they got pretty behind from that, and from there we had a huge advantage. We had better scaling champions, and we were just able to close the game out.
Yeah, and actually just off that huge advantage you guys were able to take from the early game, from the prediction and stuff, about 18 minutes in, there was a pretty explosive team fight. We have a clip of it right here. Just talk to me, because you guys knew you were so far ahead. What was your mindset coming up into this team fight?
Well, we wanted to fight. I was pushing mid, and they wanted to do something because they knew they were behind. So they kind of flashed with Annie-stun and just went on us with Panther. But they're so far behind that they did 0 damage to anyone. Balls is just massive charging in them. I start to flank now, and they basically forced a fight they couldn't win because it had to fight. So they kind of just lost pretty hard because they did 0 damage.
Yeah, 10,000 gold lead you guys had after that one. Meteos, you played a bit of Kazakhs over at IM Katowice as well. Is that, I mean, you probably can't give it away. Elise was banned against you. But talk to me about the strengths of that champion with your playstyle right now.
Well, Kazakhs is a really strong champion right now, especially with the buffs to his ult in the most recent patch. He does a little bit less burst damage from his Q and E nerfs, but in return, he's sort of still an assassin, but he's a lot tankier than before. And he's just really good in all-out fights. He has high pressure early game, and he scales extremely well. And we're one of the teams that likes running, you know, a good scaling jungler, so I can kind of carry from the jungle role. And he just sort of fits the criteria really well for that, and I enjoy playing him.
Yeah, and that, of course, seems to be one of the new things in 4.3. One thing I saw today, which interested me, is a lot of guys are buying Mavma Mortius. Is this because teams are running a lot more double AP, or do people like realize this item is actually super good in a lot of places?
Well, Hex Drinker is a good item. It's like one of the best items as far as like gold per stats.
Yeah.
As far as Mom Mortius goes, it's a fine item, but I'm not really sure why Balls bought it, but he was versus triple AP. I don't know, a lot of AP, and I guess he wanted damage, so why not, you know? It's a pretty good item versus AP casters because you get that shield at the end, and when you are low HP, you're doing more damage. So it's a fine item, but I don't know why he bought it, really.
I actually really like Ma. I've been a fan of it for a while, but I guess now it's just getting popular. When you're low health, it's basically the same damage as a Bloodthirster, which I don't think it's really noticed that much, how much AD it actually gives. So it's a really strong item, and it's sort of a Bloodthirster, but instead of the sustain, you just get magic resist and then a huge shield when you get low. So I think it's a very cost-efficient item. And, yeah, a lot of teams are running a lot more AP now, so it's just a great buy.
Great.
Yeah. I actually haven't talked to you guys since your trip over to Poland as well. After that day one, we're not going to talk about the semifinals right now, but after that day one when you guys took out WE and TPA, what were you guys feeling like, and did you expect to have so much success early on in that?
Well, I personally felt really good because for our first time against the Asian teams, we actually won, and we won pretty dominantly.
Yeah.
So on the bright side, we didn't have to deal with like people saying we can't match up to at least the Chinese teams. So that felt good. And when you go 2-0, you're going to feel great, I guess. So I had a good time.
Meteos, did anything catch you by surprise? What were the differences maybe playing against Team WE versus playing against the North American LCS?
It didn't feel too different. One thing that happened in both of those games is we got a really favorable jungle matchup. They were on Wukong. Actually, both Chinese teams picked Wukong, and he's just really weak early game. So both games I actually lost one of my first buffs, but I didn't get punished for it because they had Wukong, and he just can't really punish a jungler even if he's ahead. So just through that, we were able to... They sort of sacrificed lane pressure to get jungle pressure by stealing my buffs, but then they weren't able to do anything with it. So the lanes were ahead. I was able to come back into the game, and then we sort of just used our momentum to win the game. And it did feel really good to win.
Yeah.
Then, of course, the semifinals against Fnatic. Tell me about what kind of went wrong in those matches.
Well, it was kind of a repeat of Worlds of how the games and picks and bans went. Game 1, we lost barely. Game 2, we won barely. Then Game 3, we died at level 1 and kind of snowballed from there. And an issue with picks and bans for both Worlds and there happened again, which I don't really want to go into too many details about, but we kind of messed up our picks and bans really hard against them again. So it's just kind of, we did the exact same mistakes we did 3-4 months ago or whatever. So that's a very sad loss because of how we lost. So I did not like that game at all.
Yeah. And obviously, when you guys left for Katowice, you left the night after a Super Week. Then you played an international tournament. Then you had to fly back, and now you're back in the LCS. Still, the season continues. How are you dealing with fatigue maybe from that trip?
I've been feeling really tired ever since we went to Poland. Pretty much the entire trip, I was feeling super jet-lagged. And even today, I've been pretty tired. But it's not the end of the world. I think I'm not playing as great as I would if I was really well-rested. But it was a really fun trip, so I don't regret it at all. And I guess just as time goes on, we'll start feeling better.
Yeah, and it really kind of seems after watching some of the games today, TSM was dominant in their victory. You guys destroyed Coast. Your records are starting to kind of take off against the rest of the LCS. But how important will be getting first place in the standings as you move into the playoffs?
Well, I personally think it'll be pretty important. I believe CLG will get third. And when you're first place, I believe you play the winner of 4 and 5. Is that how the playoffs are going?
Yeah.
I'd rather play the 4 and 5 one than the third place team, obviously. So I want first, and just because we were first last season, I don't want them brag over having first on us. But even then, first at playoffs is way more important than first in the season. So as long as we're top 2, I'll be super happy because that voids relegation. Yeah. And then I want first place in playoffs more than I want first place in this season.
And of course, you're 1 game behind TSM right now. You play against EG tomorrow, and actually your rematch against TSM, last one of the season, is going to be in week 11. How you feeling about both your match tomorrow and your eventual rematch with TSM?
Well, our match tomorrow is probably going to be a little bit tricky. What sort of happens is they have a huge roster change due to the visa issues this week, and it's when you haven't really seen a team play with players, they can surprise you, and we don't really know what to expect. So it's hard to prepare for those games, and sometimes you get caught off guard. So we'll do our best to prepare, but there's not that much we can do for it, and hopefully we'll play as well as we can.
And are you looking forward to TSM yet at all, or is it 1 week at a time for you guys?
We haven't really thought about TSM too much.
Okay.
It's definitely 1 week at a time.
Yeah,
There's no point looking 2 weeks ahead of you. What's that going to do? Nothing really?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So then, of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow, and good luck in the rest of the season. We're going to have more going on today, though. We've got a recall back to base, but we're just minutes away from our next match when we get to see the new lineup for Evil Geniuses versus Counter Logic Gaming. We'll be right back.
Really good. Yeah, they're trying to go. They just flashed.
Yeah, I'm running down. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm going down.
I'm on the way.
I think we can fight. Yo, let's fight.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm coming in. Daydreaming. We should get him.
Flash.
Okay, good job.
She has the ability to keep people in line. Oh no! It's Cloud9 making the first move. High teleports bottom. Oh, what another counter gank.
Wait, Ghost is choosing the other side. They do counter it very hard. They get into the brush to try and deny all vision, but that is big damage coming from High. He riffs on along with the kills from Sneaky. The Inferno Bomb comes down and takes down High, and Meteos is there to help clean it up with the Sneakster. They come out in a 3-2.
CLG was always the team that win every scrim, but they lose every LAN event, right? And now it's the opposite. We actually lose games and scrims, and then we come into the LAN settings and everything is set. Like, we have clear calls, really good plans, and we know win conditions of our team comp perfectly fine and what we have to do in order to win the game.
Welcome back, everyone. Definitely different words than what we usually hear from TSM. Once they get to, or CLG, if you will, once they get to the LAN setting, then it becomes easier, when usually it was everything that happened during the scrim setting and not during the LAN setting.
Much happier to lose scrims and win on LAN.
Absolutely. It's time for our final LCS game of the day. That means Evil Geniuses versus Counterlogic Gaming. Obviously, the big story here is 3 new players stepping in to cover for Snoopy, Yellow P, and Crepo, who are out this week. And while it's a learning experience for these players to step onto the pro stage, it's an opportunity for us to learn about them as well.
Right, so these new players, people will have seen Robert X. Lee from the North American Challenger Series, where he was playing with Complexity Black. He'll be covering AD carry, and I'm very excited to see how he performs in the LCS because he definitely has a lot of talent. And then we have Ken, or the artist formerly known as Executioner Ken, will be covering for Crepo as support. And he has appeared on our stage before as well. He was part of the North American Collegiate Championship under the name Feng Shen, and he played with Sergio's Dream. Then he competed in the North American Challenger Series with 2 teams. It was called Blue Pill.
Right.
And he did pretty well odds there. And then ThinkHard. Okay, ThinkHard is coming into the jungle. He's a relative unknown, but he is in Challenger, and he actually hit #1 in Challenger at one point. He also is on a ranked team, and they're in Challenger. They're #2 right now, ranked 5s. So we'll probably be seeing him more in the Challenger Series as well. We're going to have to see, how these new guys perform now that we do not have the regular EG players.
Yeah. Well, they'll have a tough challenger right out of the gate against the #3 team. CLG had a difficult Super Week, however, facing off against every team in the top half of the standings.
CLG were coming in with their team's biggest winning streak, and they were set to make that next big step, but they had a couple of sloppy games here and weren't showing the strong team coordination that we've come to expect from them. We saw in their game against Cloud9, it turned into sort of team fight after team fight with 37 kills in 27 minutes, and most of those fights were actually CLG scrambling to catch up with Cloud9. That being said, though, the only teams that they did lose to during Super Week were Cloud9 and TSM, who are ranked #1 and #2, so we'll have to see how they can perform nowadays. Again, with an extra week off, I mean, they'll have had extra practice. See if they've got back that discipline that we've come to expect from them.
We will get the chance to see. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get right into it. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is NACS, ThinkHard in the jungle, Pobelter mid, Robert X. Lee at AD carry this week with Ken right behind him on support.
And on the red side, it's CLG. Yen is up top, Dexter's in the jungle, Link is mid, double lift on AD carry, and Apromu supporting.
And on social media right now, we just see Snoopy tweet now. It's really going to suck sitting at home watching this, but I believe in the team. I believe in these guys. Pobelter, make things happen. And Inox, tweeting out both those guys.
And ThinkHard and the other 2 new guys,
right,
Rob
absolutely.
Lee and the other one.
And Ken. So they really have to come together. I feel like it's a lot of young minds, though. I feel like they'll mesh well. I don't know any of the guys. Robert X. Lee works with a lot of teams. They don't all have kind of a one-set personality where they're going to do things. I think it'll come together pretty well.
Yeah. What was it? Kiwi Kid, I believe, in our opening interview of the day was talking about, there's a bunch of subs that came in, but they're actually looking, pretty well.
Pretty damn good indeed. Pantheon's going to be the first ban out here, going over at Dexter. Not really a champion that he's put too much time into, but he was pushed onto Jarvan the other week with the amount of bans that were given out. Maybe they're trying to do that again because it was not good for CLG.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe a little scrimmage intel coming down there. I have to see. Elise is still in her pre-nerf form, though, and leaving up Elise for CLG is very dangerous. So I think that this might be a bait because they want to first pick Elise, and they're trying to get CLG to ban it instead.
Yep.
Because CLG may not know ThinkHard's champion pool.
Well,
all right, Elise has gone. There it is. Bam.
Yeah, locked in. ThinkHard goes for the Elise. They say we get a top tier pick onto that. Seeing 2.
He's so happy. All right, that was
happening.
It was definitely a bait. Well, he's got his champion right there, and we all know the power of early games Elise. We'll have to see how he handles the Spider Queen.
So far, so good. EG always has smiles on their face, and they're laughing their heads off through Champion Select. So even with the new roster, they're doing that, keeping it the same. Could have a rise on the side for Nien. Looks like he's just going to hover on that for a little bit of a history lesson, reminding people what happened and how he made it work. Doesn't want that tough of a game, though, this time. Looks like he'll keep it safe. Maybe pick that Shiv. No, switches a quick LeBlanc in there for Link.
Yeah, I'd much rather save my counter picking for Nien, because Nien is not nearly as comfortable in his lane as Link is at mid. I think that Nien would much rather be able to see what he's going up against first, whereas Link, very confident to go against anything on LeBlanc since Lulu's already banned out.
Yep.
He doesn't have that much to worry about. You know, maybe a Gragas, maybe a Zed to fight against, but it's not going to be any sort of hard counter for him now.
We'll see. It's going to be Ken getting that Morgana for himself a lot in the Challenger Series. What we saw was actually Blitz, and he brought out the Leona. His Zenith Blades were quite great against Morgana, so he knows the matchup on both sides. We'll see how it goes here with a long range of Caitlyn and Morgan, that bot lane for EG.
Yeah, pretty safe lane there. Morgana Caitlyn, extremely safe. And with only half of the duo locked in for CLG, I expect them to pick up their AD carry for double lift as well now. He really has his pick of the litter. Sivir, though, would have been good. You know, he's undefeated on Sivir. Happy to go with the Vayne.
Yep. He's played it quite a bit of times. 6 times on Vayne. Now making it 7. That's the most played champion for double lift. And why not? Mani said, even in his interview, that he's happy enough to let double lift go ahead and carry on Vayne when the time comes.
Looks like the time has come.
Yep.
And they've also combined that pick with Shyvana up top for Nien. But there's no Renekton hover over here for Inox. He's not.
Interesting.
He's not a big fan of those tanky meta top laners. He's much bigger fan of any sort of assassin. Nidalee here is usually a mid laner, but because it's Inox, that's probably going to be a top lane Nidalee, I'm expecting. And since it's going up against LeBlanc, they're probably going to send Zed towards LeBlanc. I think that Nidalee is probably going to be the Inox special, one of his favorite champions. That he's pretty much rose to the top of solo queue with that champion.
He's got 3 plays on it already with a positive score of 2-1, so no troubles there. The Zed pickup will go over to Pole Belter, now his most played champion at 4 times.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
There's always that little inkling in the back of your head because they are flex picks. You can change up the lanes they're going to go to, but that's definitely would be my gut feeling too.
Aphromoo doing the hover, trying to get a little love from the crowd. They do need a jungler, however, and it is going to be that Eve going in for Dexter. Looking to put a positive score on that for him, and he is even right now at 1-1 in plays. See how the team can sustain this. Definitely a whole lot of using the Knight and front end damage on Agony's Embrace, and double lift coming in the backside to finish off people.
Yeah.
A lot of that front end damage with LeBlanc and Eve.
We're going to have to see how Dexter can actually use this early game influence, because Elise is a very potent early game as well, and he has not had time to really research Think Card. And Think Card, you know, one of Dexter's strong points was that he's able to research his jungle opponents and read them very well. He predicts a lot of their paths through the jungle. But coming this random new jungler out of Challenger, unless he's met up with him a lot in solo queue, he's probably not going to have the best handle on his mentality.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens in these teams. The champs locked in and loading, so let's take a check at the votes. LOLesports.com says 79% are tipping this game in favor of CLG.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to bet on an unknown. 3 unknowns is even more difficult to place your bets on.
There's always hope there.
Yeah, there is.
There's no predictability to the unknowns. There's nothing you can go off of knowing that, you know, when Scarra flashes, he'll still go 10 steps ahead to get that 1 CS in lane because he loves CS. But you don't know that about these guys. Maybe they won't go. Maybe they'll go 9 steps ahead and miss the CS.
Maybe they don't like CS.
It's going to get intense. Last game of the day, everybody's hyped. We've had some crazy ones before this. We've had some great steamrolls. We've had some amazing games, but that's League. That's any given day, and we certainly have. We're going to be getting into this one. Game 84 of the Spring Split. It's kind of amazing that we've played that many games.
We're definitely getting up there. And as we close in, the games get that much more intense. We heard everybody keep talking about how are we going to finish? You know, we don't want to be in those bottom spots because guys like these guys, like Robert X. Lee and like ThinkCard, are the ones that are looking to take your spot in the Challenger Series, trying to work their way up.
Making their way out of base. CLG, 100 gold lead. They already got it in the bag. Let's see where they can go from here. Robert X. Lee, all the 80 carries, always taking the mid lane, keeping it safe. Spell Thieves going over to Ken on Morgana. The biscuits for Afro Moo.
All right, so Spell Thieves, Morgana, looking to get that early money. See how many bindings he can land on Doublelift, because Doublelift has been very outspoken about how much he hates playing against Morgana supports. And, you know, he's like, oh, if Morgana just lands one binding, then you have to burn a summoner, and you're going to have to get chunked out. You're going to lose that trade. So well, he'll have to be quick on his feet then if he's so adamant about the Morgana support power. He's going to be needing to dodge all of those bindings with a tumble.
It's going to be so interesting to see what ThinkCard, Robert X. Lee, and Ken do. More so, ThinkCard and Ken. ThinkCard's aggression towards Dexter is going to be a big tell on how the rest of the game between them will go. If ThinkCard feels he can find and put Dexter out of the jungle, it's going to be very interesting to see that aggression coming from a new player on the big stage.
Yeah, so I'd at least like to see him putting wards inside jungle camps.
Oh, no! The veteran getting himself grabbed up here in the early part of the game. Pobelter should be all right. Doesn't actually have to blow flash on that one, but he does take W first, so we'll be able to sit there.
All right, so he got the Ignite from Link, though. The Summoner spell down. It's going to cost him probably at least half a wave, maybe a full wave in return. So probably going to be very detrimental to the laning phase here for Pobelter. Doublelift comes in for the harass, and they do the 2-versus-1 switch. Wow. He does not want to lane against Morgana at all. So Caitlyn plus Morgana, like, I don't blame him for not wanting to lane against that. There definitely would be at a huge disadvantage. But it's this Afro double lane. I've really come to expect them to play into losing lanes just because they're so confident. But not this time around. They go for the switch.
Let's see what happens here. Dexter, now he's going to be somewhat known to EG about where he is, kind of keeping in that top lane, or the solo lane, I should say, to where it's going to be now. That level 2 for Link, he means he's going to have good aggression out to Pobelter. And Inox getting that hook. The 2v1 seems to be prevailing already. The Ignite, no Ignite for them to come down. It's actually the exhaust that Afromu has, but Doublelift takes it into his own hands.
Right now, Afro's MVP of this game. 2 hooks landed.
Yep.
Bunch of stuff burned.
Bunch of stuff.
He's able to get the first blood. This is an amazing start for a Vayne. Not only does Vayne get the lane swap, get the easy farm lane, but also a first blood to kick it off. And Dexter comes. Now, they haven't shoved the lane up quick enough to be able to cut Inox off before Inox gets to the turret, but he is going for the late invade here. No smite available. If ThinkCard would be able to get in vision, he does not get there. Now it's up to Dexter to
They're
look
completely taking
counter.
advantage of something that ThinkCard really hasn't been a
level
part
4
of.
to level 2.
Going hard onto him. 0 mana there, pushes him in between the turrets, and they go right after what they think will be the weak links here, and that's the 3 subs in on the game. There's not much that EG can do to react.
Oh, they're going back to one of the mains right now. Inox is trapped, level 1 at his turret, no flash.
4-1. Afromu coming in as 2. He'll get quite a bit off of this. The 3rd hook he throws of the game goes down. 3 for 3.
God.
Dexter gets a piece of that one.
Well, you talked about blowouts already. This one is not looking good for EG.
It's going to be very hard.
Sorry, and it's not just that it's a 0-2. It's the levels. Look at Inox here. Still level 1. Level 2 jungler for EG. Experience is... Oh, it's just so far in CLG's favor right now. This is going to be a very deep hole for EG to try and climb out of.
That's the unpredictability that CLG knew they could bring to the table. A simple 2-man gank towards the top lane. Push ThinkCard off so hard with Inox that both of them still shook from that first instance of being found in the jungle. And Dexter and the rest of the team just reeling off of it, taking the advantage fully. It looks like they could come up big here. A great dodge by Pobelter. Knows he needs to take a step into the danger zone to get to safety.
All right, so it is really going to be up to Robert and Pobelter to try and carry this game for EG.
It's going to be
because,
tough.
Man, Inox is really starved right now. He's He can't even handle double lift if it was a one-on-one lane, but it's two-on-one lane still. So he still has to be worried about tower dives. He still has to watch these hooks from Aframu. There's even, it's just so much pressure right now. And there's only one deep ward from CLG, yet they have such a huge lead in this lane that they have the confidence to push up this far so early in the game.
Constant turret shots going on to that second-tier turret in the top lane, but Robert actually doing what he can as well in the bottom. Only Doran's for the AD, so it's not like anybody really has the advantage of damage, just who gets there first. And so far, it's been CLG putting things in order.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job shoving up to that turret, drawing Dexter over. But man, look at the tower damage. All in CLG's favor here for the bottom lane.
And Double Lift hasn't even popped his potion yet.
Oh,
they
God,
haven't
all
really
the way
gotten
around
aggressed.
him. Ken? He's going for Ken.
Uh-oh. He calls Robert back into this. The Dark Binding's there. Will have the W after the Dark Binding. He holds the flash to use it onto Ken. They pick up the kill onto that one, and they're going to be chasing here.
Robert's going to run. Okay. Dexter doesn't have that much mana left.
Nope.
Mana?
Mana, yeah.
That's better, I guess.
3 swords pointing to the right for Pole Belter. That's what he wanted to pick up. Going a little OCD. 6 minutes and 20 seconds into this one. He's still level 5, but so is Link. So there's not too much pressure there as they hit 6 to make me a liar. They could be killing each other now. 41 to 42 in CS. So this is really the untouched lane here.
Yeah. And, you know, Pole Belter having to start W didn't hurt him too much. It's fine on CS right now. Link's Ignite has come back around. So he's got the potential to all in here. We'll look for some silences onto Pole Belter first. As long as he's able to keep him from roaming, though. I think that's all that Link really needs to do. He doesn't even have to kill Pole Belter at this point. Side lanes are going to win it for him.
Yeah, I think Card's going to get, as well, levels here, but he's not going to be getting the items because he's getting no gold. He's just able to stay steady with NACS. 17 to 27 on that CS, a full, pretty much item behind, as Dexter's able to get himself around and has money in his pocket even to spend. So we'll see what happens. 2 kills for him. Now the second time onto Pole Belter. Will he decide to death mark it? He does, but it's only going to be for so long. Link will live out of this one, and they gain control of mid.
Yep. LeBlanc real good at setting up those ganks for Evelyn. All the Eve has to bring is extra damage. He's got plenty of silence. Comboed with the snare there. No chance for Zed to get out alive.
Nope. And Pole Belter has to play like that. He can't afford to be pushed back to his turret. He has to take some dangerous steps. Sometimes it'll cost him his life without that jungle pressure from Think Card. Think almost 6, not even like it's going to give him a big surge of power either, just another Spiderling.
Pole Belter coming down the lane, but he's already used his ulti. So Dexter being in the area is very dangerous for EG.
Think Card trying to come in, almost gets himself to safety, but he goes down the hook onto Pole Belter. No shots coming in. They don't even want to turn around for a few Silver Bolt procs. Afro flashes.
On the run.
Could be Pole Belter putting a shadow over the wall, but this the quickest way away from your opponent is a straight line. He makes a quick turn. He could get the ethereal train. Not going to be enough as Pole Belter uses just about everything to come up with that kill. Link wondering one distortion to the team side and then back as he knows the team can help. Trying to use the Mimic. It goes up. He goes down. Pole Belter reads it right, but he doesn't have the time or potential to kill up on Link this time. A little ring around the rosy proves useful here for CLG, but Double Lift, gets it taken down. Enoch's going to pick up a nice, not even shut down there. Double Lift only had 1 kill.
Double Lift, true to his word, he said if you ever get hit by a binding, you have to blow summoners or you're dead. He blows summoners and he's dead.
The worst of the situation. We'll see the engage again. Think Card going hard, but he put himself right between the wall there.
Yeah, and
not
Dexter does a great job doing a lot of damage over this wall right here. Then he makes his way around. Even though Afro lands that hook, they were trying to run away.
Oh, man.
Good move for the Dragon here for EG, though. They want to get it while everyone's in base. After they burn this Dragon, though, they need to run as quick as they can, leave the scene of the crime, because they're pretty much stealing this gold away right out from under CLG.
Slide in. So they get the safety.
All right, there we go.
Exactly what they needed to do.
The crowd's in it for
very,
EG.
very hard-fought game so far.
Yeah. That's a good step back into the game for EG. They really needed that boost.
Oh. How's
We've
that?
been had, guys. Where's our Dragon?
Not today. They do have 2 blue buffs, though. That's kind of hurting units. We'll see where they can take that and what kind of pressure they can apply. Think Card. Oh, dear.
He sees that ward get placed, and he has to run for it.
He should be. He's
oh my God, he's recalling his build. He's recalling close. That's so dangerous. He's lucky Dexter didn't check that bush.
Oh,
my God.
Robert X. Lee.
Not so lucky.
Left kick, right kick, hate spike, coming in with some more damage. Cupcake.
Trap.
A cupcake.
On the trap.
Oh, no, he comes up big with the Yordle trap. It's not even a Yordle. He modified it to work, and he gets his own blue buff.
And you say, come back, Riv. They're on it right now. That's another kill.
Getting a little too sure of himself
One step at a time
there.
for EG here.
That's a shutdown kill. That's good gold for Robert X.
That is great gold for them. They've got, 2 pink wards now in the inventory too. Even though Link is killing 1 right now, they've got 2 more. They're going to try and keep track of Evelyn. And plus, there's already another one on the map. That's a lot of money for EG spending pink wards, actually. It's not like they're not trying to keep track of Evelyn. They're doing their best.
A lot of respect being given in the mid lane there. The waves being so full, neither wants to engage very hard. So things slow down a little bit. Both teams get to breathe here. Looks like buffs should be up in about 2 or 3 minutes, I believe. We saw both on Link and Dexter.
Actually, with that last pink ward being killed, every single member on EG had purchased a pink ward. Their one contribution to the Evelyn Vision game. So they're working on it, but now they have to place those really, really far in their own territory. They can't afford to place them very deep because those ones are indefensible. They cannot get out into the open versus CLG team at the moment.
Well, they've done a good job at staving off that early game pressure that just looked like CLG was going to take straight into the base in under 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Inox is now level 7, not Nien's level 9, but they're getting themselves in a spot where they can stop these sieges and hopefully stop Nien in the top lane, because CLG is going to try to start doing that dictating of the lanes and the strategic pushing that they like to start doing.
And even though EG have Zed, he's generally a good split pusher, Vayne is a great counter split pusher to Zed. Teams often will use a Vayne. Even if a Vayne isn't this fed, they'll be sending him towards that Zed. But Double Lift, because he got that first blood, he's actually ahead, and he's got a fully completed Blade of the Ruined King. So that's why Po Belter does not even want to go try and fight him. Very dangerous.
Heard previously last split from Cloud9 when they played a lot of Zed, or played a lot of Vayne, sorry, on Sneaky. They felt that he was one of the champions, or she, I should say, that could take down Zed in a 1v1 if come to it. So we'll see if Double Lift even gets a 1v1 chance here. He's putting himself on that situation. It looks like Po Belter may be the first one, but the whole team's collapsing.
Yeah. So the reason that Vayne is so good against him is because of the tumble mobility and the condemn. And she can use her invisibility to reposition like no other AD carry. So that being said, though, he still has to be careful, especially if there's an Elise in the area.
Whole lot of this and that have to happen, or it's not going to work out.
You can see him being a little wary there. They've got great ward coverage for him to do this, though. So they are trusting in the spinner. They just have to back it up with ward coverage.
False hope lingers in the distance. We'll see if it comes true.
Dexter circling around the team.
Fog
they
of
could
war.
catch him in their own jungle. That would be a great evil.
Oh, 3 Agony's Embrace. Robert X. Lee not feeling too good on that one, but he will actually be the one to make it out. There's not a heck of a lot of focus to any one person. They've all taken about the same amount of damage.
Nien.
There's a final breath coming out from Nien. He gets in for a double kill on the burnout when he wasn't even present for the fight.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there by Nien. Coming down with the Dragon's Ascent. Ooh, I think dodged a couple spears. All in a day's work. Nobody from CLG does go down, and EG have to lick their wounds. They've got pressure on the bottom side. Po Belter going to try and deal with that one himself.
Aframu getting some good wards out. You can see that bottom side of the jungle.
Does hit. Beautiful shot.
Womp. There's a few. Oh, the flash. Oh, he gets the pellets, but it missed. He gets the final spear. It's all right.
So he lines the binding up with where...
What?
Don't do that.
Scared me for a second. He's all right.
All right, let's take another look at a fight down bottom here. This is a Vayne's answer.
Yeah, there you go.
Double Lift able to get a great condemn onto Po Belter. One more shot would have done it, but that's too deep under the turret.
Yeah, very big damage coming in. We just talked about that and why the pick was made, mainly for Double Lift, but it's working out great for that Zed. We see the Deathfire Grasp now coming out for Link onto LeBlanc. He's not had too huge of an impact, but he's keeping himself steady in the mid lane and making trouble for EG to really get any bit of a lead there.
Yeah, I mean, being down really early versus a team that's got LeBlanc and Evelyn that could pick you off anywhere on the map inside your own jungle is such a hard situation to be in. CLG just need to keep up their ward coverage, and the entire jungle, both sides, is actually theirs to take. You can already see Dexter making use of it right now.
Think card going over. Blue gets taken, or red rather, gets taken away as EG tries to set up on the bottom side of this jungle. They have pretty good warding around their buffs right now towards the bottom side just for their own safety.
Ooh, look at this circle around.
Yeah. With Dragon alive, they may try to get a good fight here and push towards that. It would be a huge advantage for them. They're down 3,000 gold. They start off with a Deathfire. And onto the ace in the hole. It's not going to be too much, though. Yeah, very nice condemn.
Every time Zed comes in, instant condemn from Double Lift. They bought enough time for Link to take down the top turret. All that bottom lane squad had to do was play defensively. They did a good job not overextending. And it's really EG looking for little bits they can get back in this game. Stealing dragons, getting small picks, trying to catch out Vayne or someone, trying to burst them down, burst down a squishy target. Those are the little steps that EG want to get back in this game. It's very hard, though. You can see them taking those steps, getting vision back in their own jungle. Hard-fought war there to get this. But they're going to have to defend those pink wards because CLG are always down on that side, and they'll just clear them out.
They really have to be able to retrace their tracks with safety, too. You can never be that last person in a fight when your team is down this low, because that's always the one that gets pulled out of the group from the wards. Right now, Robert actually...
Oh, there's one down.
Yeah. It could be. If NACS travels down here, he'd be the first one in the
pink ward
group.
baits, though? Can they make use of the second one?
Nope. Nope, no stragglers here. Nobody's going to get caught out just yet. It is Dexter, though, trying to make those happen. They're giving Double Lift pretty much all he wants in this bottom lane. This is Double Lift being in his own environment, being happy.
They've switched it up here. Have Zed split push against Shyvana instead of going into that Vayne lane where Double Lift is pretty much king.
Yep.
Able to impose his will on the bottom lane here. Interesting that CLG have not consolidated a lot of their resources here. They've kept Link splitting in the middle this entire time. They haven't brought down that burst power that could catch people in the transitions from mid to bottom. If Link's able to get control of this red side jungle and he gets a setup camp in here, then EG have to take the long way in their rotations to defend turrets. And every extra second that EG take in their transitions means extra turret damage for CLG. And that will eventually reward them with turret kills.
Oh, Double Lift sidesteps it. What a nice guy. Pie to the face for Link. He only takes a little bit of damage, but it'll be all right. They dodge out of this. And we haven't even seen Nian really coming down to these fights. Last fight, he went double kill going in between the mid turrets. If he's to approach this next fight, he's bigger than anybody. There's no tank for EG right now. It would be pretty bad.
Yeah, it looks like he is rotating around through the mid turrets. It's not like they don't see him coming. A lot of pings going down here, but it basically means we're taking your bottom turret, and we know that there is nothing you can do to defend this. Keep your Zed up top.
Yep.
See what he can get for himself up there. And they've got yet another objective, another chunk of global gold to add to the coffers.
CLG has just spent so much time out here, and they're not making a ton of gold. They're only making it in small increments. That Deathfire Grass still being held on by Link. Only the Blade of the Rune King so far. We're 20 minutes in, and these guys have spent so much time on the Rift, not in the Fountain.
So
they haven't even bought again.
Double Lift just bought
okay, so he just went back and
Quicksilver Sash and then sold it and purchased the Guardian Angel instead. Look at this bush gank, though. 100%. Oh, didn't get the chain.
Wait, the flash. Oh,
so bad.
Can't make it happen. Somebody stepped on his toe.
Hard for your life now.
He did get it. Very nice distortion on the end of that. He throws it out. The flash is forced because he knew could take even one sidestep.
Yeah, if you dodge up, then you hit a Morgana binding.
Yep.
If you dodge down, then you lose ground, and you have to take this longer road back to your turret. So he just flashes forward.
9-4 here, 20 minutes into the game. And it looks like Baron is going to be an option for these guys. Level 12 Pole Belter does what he can to harass them off, and it's enough to stop it. They dodge out a flash. Agony's Embrace coming in from Dexter. That's the fight that EG says they want. From the outside is a great javelin coming in from NACS. Pole Belter's forced out, though. The HP bars are just not enough to sustain the damage that CLG has. The passive is going to kick in. He's going to be able to chase down. Pole Belter should have that W shadow soon. He goes for the... Oh, can't get the Blade of the Rune King. Thought it was going to be enough, but he didn't have the shadows to get away.
And they both pop blades. And Doublelift is able to find that kill. That should be... Well, they can't really call in any more members here. It's just Doublelift. If Robert can clear out the wave quick enough, they can get this turret to regenerate.
Dodging out. Safety from the Lantern. And it's not like it's a huge discrepancy here between the AD carries. 177 to 171. The kills, however, for Vayne, just allowing her to get that GA and the bit of gold that the team has grabbed over objectives. Really what's been able to put him on top. And Doublelift now brings out the mechanics. Not too scared to go in any 1v1 situation here.
Robert brings out the mechanics, actually. Taking home the white cash.
Oh,
Kenwood
shield
as well. He
50
wins,
seconds.
kills off the ward for Afro. All right, CLG want to group up now. You know, they've got control of Baron Vision. They can try and lure EG back over to the dangerous side of the river.
How about no, he says.
They will get the blue buff, though. So
yeah. It's always one for something right now. CLG just has so much control that EG is waiting for a mistake. I don't know if they're going to get it, though.
I don't know what all these things are. They're sending Yen down bottom to split push again on Shyvana. The tank Shyvana split push here.
Yeah, who's also now building a blade. I love it.
They're trying to shove all three lanes. Taking their time, but oh, they find out.
He turns himself around, tries to get the damage. Link will take a good hit there. He's going to be able to stay all right. Mimicked out, and it looks like he's safe.
Yeah, it was that danger I was talking about, playing against an Evelyn LeBlanc team. It's so hard to stay safe at all times, and CLG were really just starving them to this point. They can really wait until they get one of those picks, then force the Baron once again, because now not only do EG not have vision of Baron, but they're at a man disadvantage. And I guess Nien actually getting pretty greedy, going for Dragon instead. Oh, now they want the engage. He's going to come in behind him. Good flank from Nien here. He'll come in the back.
Think card being a little too close. Maybe he can get the repel out and stay alive for a little bit longer. Ken also has to walk out of the Soul Shackle range. Not what they wanted.
Now the jungler's down, though. Even though Zed's back up, jungler dead. Yep. There's no threat of the smite steal. Oh, Link! Afro with the Superman flash.
Haven't seen that since Zuna jumped into the Baron pit to believe us saving Smithy with Corki. That's very, very hard to do. You can easily flash past or just before the ace in the hole, but Afromu coming up big on that one. Keeps his teammate alive, which is going to equal gold of the Dragon. Not yet at that highest rate of gold, but they are going to get a good chunk off of this one. Good stop by Nien. His health, no magic resistance there. You can just see him eating it up with that HP bar, though.
Yeah, CLG taking the slow route. Get a bunch of extra picks.
They definitely let
extra gold from Dragon.
EG do a bit more than I thought they would.
Uh-oh, the Shadow's already used. He has no option but to go for the kill.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a lot more damage on top of that death mark. He pulls it out. It's going to be like one last auto attack between both of them.
That was single digits. Single digits.
I like it. They both get a golf clap from the crowd.
That's a good fight, guys.
As a return for the next fight. Nobody throws in the towel there. They're just ready for the next round. 13-5 as EG is holding on to this. 24 minutes into the game, they're definitely struggling a bit, but with CLG letting up on some of this aggression, we can see that EG is starting to get items, but they need to get the levels that's going to put them back in this game.
Double lift back to the minions. They're calling to him. Looks like Vision has got a little bit out of control around the Baron there. EG snuck a really nice ward in that you would not expect. And now pretty much all the denial is about guessing where the wards are and using your sweeper in the right place. Since CLG only have one upgraded Oracle's sweeper, and will not be able to find that ward down there. And the Baron baits will be no more.
So easily in the driver's seat right now.
Well, they can just force it.
Yeah,
instead.
can't respond to this. They're going to have to. ThinkCard, whoa! That's a 1-2-3 punch to the gut. ThinkCard goes down. He does not have a chance, and he has really been focused on. It's been a tough game for him, whether he liked it or not. Dexter and Vayne, or Doublelift, were in his face instantly, and they're just trying to get whatever they can. Shots in the dark from Afro Moo. Doublelift and team getting Baron up now, 44.7 to 34.3. Few more turrets stand on the map here that will be necessary. Link will not go down from this. The exhaust is there. Whoa! It was still a good amount of damage, however, to come off.
Level up right there. That was so close. Afro's going to pay the price, though.
He will pay quite a price on this one. Goes down to Ken Soul Shackle. Dexter and Nian going to pick up a kill and assist here. 15-6, now 16-6. You can see the buff transfers and trades between both teams on the screen as CLG is making their way to the base.
Doublelift farming in mids here. Now he's got a target. Dexter could get around for the slow.
Only slow down Doublelift's damage to put that Guardian Angel right in between any other items in his build. But he's staying safe. He's died once, so I guess it's working pretty well.
Yeah, let's take another look at this, actually, because Link plays this so aggressively. Deciding to go back in for his Mimic Distortion on Pobelter, who turns around the damage. And what was it, a Mikhail's? Where'd that life come from? What in the world?
Leveling, dangerous game.
Still 14. Oh yeah, there you go. It's that mastery.
Dangerous game, baby.
Dang, Riv. On point.
16-6 here.
No, I don't never get that mastery. I hate that mastery.
Well, it kept Link alive.
Yeah.
27 minutes
Genius.
on this one. 6-1 in turrets. What is going to happen here? There's 11 turrets that stand on a map, so that means it's only 5 more sitting on the side of EG, but you need players to defend that. Pobelter goes down immediately. Link finally goes down to one of these. I was going to say, can he make it out again? Not this time.
All right, yeah. He's playing a dangerous game. Sometimes you lose the game.
You don't say. Let's see what Rabdown's now on NACS. He's had it for a little bit. The spears are starting to get under the skin of CLG, but the HP bars are pretty much healthy enough now that it's not doing enough damage.
I can't. So we talked about in the beginning, we're like, oh, is CLG going to show their discipline again that they were sort of lacking at the end of Super Week? Not really. Yep. They're looking for just constant picks here. They got such a huge lead that they've been taking the game a little lax,
right.
I have to think.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel second is not the normal buy. You see Last Whisper, not that you need attack speed or any other items, but it's Doublelift. He does what he wants to do. Pobelter taking some big damage at level 16 Nian right now. 12 and 13 walking around him. He's looking down on him. He's going to have to get out of this one, though. Too many ankle biters trying to get his feet.
17-7, though. EG are holding on to this game. If they can just hold up shop here inside and keep these inhibitor turrets alive for the duration of Baron buff, they could get out of it. Oh, well, miscalculation there.
Tried to do his best. Pobelter, again, getting hit up quite hard as ThinkCard's going to try and defend the top lane now. They got pretty much an all-lane push going into the base. 51.5 to 39,000 gold, I should say. ThinkCard coming up with the execute down onto Nian. He picks himself up a shutdown kill there in 3. And there's Dexter again getting into the fight. The flash, Agony's embrace. Ken goes down immediately. Doublelift is on a tear. Going for Robert X. Lee. One more shot, and that's going to be the Silver Bolt third proc. They're going to go onto the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor to start opening up the base.
All right, inhibitor turret going down here. CLG going. Oh, what a hook from Afro!
The 1-2-3. This time it's the hate spike coming in from Dexter. They're going to get the inhibitor. They start knocking on the front door. EG's going to have a very hard time controlling these lanes now. They do not have too much siege clear on this team. That's going to be a Link going down. He pops out. Pobelter looks to keep himself safe. So they get a little bit off of this, but they lose a lot.
All right. Yeah, a little bit lax. But and CLG do come away with the inhibitor down, so pretty big break in EG's defenses. All right, I guess they will go grab up the extra gold here from Dragon. Now that super minions are pushing down bottom, it should be a bit more focused game plan from CLG. Heading towards top. Yen's already done a good amount of work up there, so if the rest of the team joins him, he can actually turret dive pretty easily. 11k gold on Shyvana. He should have plenty of armor.
Dragon has been slain. Thank you, announcer. 3 of 4 dragons going over to CLG right now in a 15,000 gold lead. Sitting pretty. There's some attack onto Pobelter. We'll see how this goes. Dexter getting the ace in the hole, and he does not want any more of that. Looking down at the bottom here. See who's got the CS lead. 273 going in for double lift, doing what he does best. He's probably off in his habitat farming. We'll see him. Yep, he's towards that top lane. Gracefully doing what he does best.
Yeah, I think Dexter might want to heal before they go for this top lane push. So we might have a little lull in the action here for CLG as they group up.
Interesting buy from Robert, actually, going for the static shiv with the new crits. The way it works. We haven't seen that a lot.
Well, they desperately need wave clear. Wow, man, he is really in trouble here, though. Nien is on a tear. Nien gets bored if you don't let him kill something every once in a while.
He wants to fight. Oh, very nice attack going back on with the death mark. It's not going to be enough to follow a full fight, though. So CLG just backing off, knowing that they're wasting essential spells for EG.
Well, EG are pretty happy with this. You know, they're able to farm up. They're trying to still hold on. They've gotten a decent amount of harass down onto Nien. So the super tanky Shyvana, not so tanky right now. Half-Life Nien right now, though, is more than any tank that EG have to offer. They have 0 frontline, so half a tank still better than no tank.
And there's Dexter creeping in the backside of the base. You're like, oh, Eve's in the base. We need to respond to that. You can see EG slowly peeling off one by one, and that's going to keep giving CLG more damage onto that turret. Dexter, he's just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Evelyn always likes to flank on fights, which makes it really hard for her normally at inhibitor turrets. But since one's already down, he can come in from the back.
Nien on the top side, the only level 17 in the game. No double lift is there, too, to try and help him. Looks like big damage onto Nien, but he's big enough to take the front of all that damage, and it looks like they do take down the clone, but where's Link? Down to the backside, he's got his damage out, and he's out of the fight as Dexter applies more pressure. Behind the Nexus now, by himself, almost in a 2v1, and it's going to push all of EG back to the fountain.
All right, CLG, looks like they're trying to take out the Nexus turrets.
There's one of them going down, cannot do much about it. NACS tries to pounce out of that fight. It's going to be CLG taking this one. A huge start to the game. They figured they'd slow down a little bit in the mid-game. EG definitely trying to put themselves back in, but it was too much, too early, way too soon. CLG coming out with a win on this one. It's going to be just around 32 minutes and 50 seconds into the game, 26-9, and a 20,000 gold lead is going to be what it takes. Kobe, CLG comes out big with another win, going 13-8 in the spring split.
Stylish finish there from Link, too, with the gold chains.
Yep. The off week has seemed to affect teams differently. Some worse than others, some better than others. Looks like CLG definitely benefited. They go back to LeBlanc, make sure they get Kha'Zix, or Evelyn I should say, for Dexter in the jungle. He puts that in a 2-1 at 3 plays now an Afro move.
Oh man.
Ooh, hooks all day.
So the reason the early game was so easy for CLG was because Afro move kept landing all those early game hooks.
Yeah.
Early game hook, kill, early game hook. I guess the first one wasn't a kill on Pobelter, but made him start W. Had them running around a little bit, but he really got that dual lane going.
A really great play coming out, making sure that they shut down ThinkCard in the jungle. CLG had a plan coming into this game. They weren't going to say, should be an all right game. You know, we're playing against a team with 3 subs. It's going to be tough for them. They said, it's going to be tough for them. Let's make it tougher. And they had ThinkCard. Level 1, when they were level 4, along with Inox in that top lane, it was almost impossible to come back from that.
Yeah, I mean, Dexter really took the opportunity that was given to him. They 2-1 switch, so he goes to invade.
Yeah.
Take out the blue buff and chase him out of lane. I mean, Inox and ThinkCard at the beginning just got denied so much experience. It was so hard for this team to get back in on it because they're running with Nidalee, Elise, and Caitlyn, who all want early game tower pushing, early game poke, and they were not able to get anywhere near that stuff going to happen. And they weren't able to get their mid-Zed assassin going either, because side lanes were getting hit up so much.
Yep, that also hurt in the beginning, right? Because they knew Zed wasn't going to come help at blue because he was late to lane. They pushed out Pobelter by getting him to level W first, and he didn't even get to lane I think 3 or 4 minions had died before he approached it, and that is when Double Lift and Alphamu came from the top lane, saying to themselves, all right, think card's taking a bit of damage from the blue, now it's ours. Very good play.
Yeah. And yeah, you said, Zed wasn't coming from the mid because he was late.
Yeah.
Inox wasn't coming from the top because he was dead. So it was a very easy invade for Dexter right there. Really just taking the opportunity that presented itself. And man, did CLG run away with it.
Yeah, they definitely, like I said, had something planned coming into that game. Double Lift picked Vayne quite early in that composition as well. They made sure they got Thresh for themselves. LeBlanc was their first pick, so really making sure if things went awry with Double Lift in lane, then Link would be able to pick off. CLG always has kind of an out if something goes wrong. They're always making sure they look ahead.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid game from them. They did sort of fall back on, in the mid game, just getting picks and increasing their gold lead without real focus on taking down turrets. And it was exciting, though.
We saw a few of the tweets that were coming up on social media kind of saying that EG's composition wasn't really synergizing with itself. You have a little bit of poke, then you have like all-in from Zed and Elise as well, and they weren't really able to make it happen.
We didn't really get to see even what they wanted to try with it because they got behind early so much. So not all their fault there.
It's not. They were able to grab the early dragon, kind of helped them out. Thought they would have a chance there, but with CLG having so much control of the game, and like you said, even playing a little bit lackluster as they did at the end of Super Week, they were still able to come out on top of this. So a few things to dust off and clean up with the break. Definitely not one of the teams that benefited the most, either of these guys, but CLG able to come up with the win there. Well, we're just about to hand it over to Freak and Jat for the North American Challenger Series, but first, let's take a look at how the teams stack up with our standings, brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. And first, for yet another day, is Team Solo Mid.
And keeping pace, just one game back in second is Cloud9. They're followed by CLG in third with 13 wins.
Then it's a tie, with Curse and Dignitas sharing fourth. And sixth place, we have Coast with their 5th straight loss today.
In 7th, it's Evil Geniuses. And in last, it's XCG with 5 wins and 16 losses.
And the NALCS returns tomorrow at noon Pacific time, 8 p.m. Central European for 4 more matches, starting with TSM versus Dignitas.
Then Coast looks to take a win, snap their losing streak when they take on CLG. And following that will be XCG Gaming versus a surging Curse.
And we'll close out the LCS day with Cloud9 facing off against Evil Geniuses. Then be sure to stay tuned for our second day of the North American Challenger Series semifinals immediately following our LCS action. Now, without further ado, let's send it over to Freak and Jat for the NACS. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I am David Freak Turley here with Joshua Jat Leisman. We are here. We can clap. We can put our hands together. What else can you do, Jat?
It's been a while since we've done here. I can talk. I can rub my hands together a bit more. Can do a double spider on both fingers.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't do the Spider-Man thing, though, because my pinky gets all messed up.
I feel like it's, okay, yeah. I guess I got you beat there.
I mean, I can't do everything, Freak.
No, you can't.
No.
It's okay. You can't do play-by-play commentary. It's going to be my job. You do the color commentary.
Nope. If I start talking during fights, you'd be like, Dad, you shouldn't be doing
Unless
that.
it's a replay of a fight.
In which case...
That is your job.
That is my job.
Yes, it is. Guys, going to kick off North America's second Spring Challenger Series semifinal with LMQ versus VVV.
Yeah, both teams have only lost one game, and they're looking to keep it that way. Tonight, they face off in a best-of-3 matchup that leads straight to that final game. Even with their Game 1 stumble in the quarterfinals, though, LMQ is still the team to beat in this series. Their adaptability allowed them to come back and put up an impressive win against an impressive Team 8, who is now out of it.
Yeah, Team 8 did play pretty well there, and even though LMQ did win, VVV can look forward to the fact that, look, these guys did drop a game. LMQ, they went undefeated during the first spring series, but they can lose, they can die.
Yeah, they are somewhat vulnerable. But, you know, whoever comes out on top will play the winner of tomorrow's semifinal match between Curse Academy and Cloud9 Tempest.
So we're down to the wire here. A first-round bye is on the line in these Challenger semifinals. Now, reigning Chinese powerhouse LMQ will keep the #1 spot no matter what, but the 3 other teams here in the standings that are still in the semis are battling for the second place bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly, Freak. LMQ has a tight grip on first place, a minimum of 16 points. Nobody else can touch them. 10 points guarantees second place, and as you can see in the point standings, Cloud9 Tempest, VVV, and Curse Academy can all get there with a win.
Okay, so of course you can always check out the latest on the Challenger Series simply by going to lolesports.com.
Yeah, there you'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So let's get now to today's matchup. In their last appearance on Summoner's Rift, LMQ went a surprising 3 games with Team 8, but they did still lock in their semifinal spot.
Yeah, LMQ lost a surprising Game 1 to Team 8. It really seemed like they were vulnerable. Team 8 actually had twice as many kills and half as many deaths as LMQ in that game, but they came back a little bit stronger. They dominated the following 2 matches. Xiao actually was the only player on their team to die in Game 2, and the 1-2 punch of Ackerman and No Name really had a combined mark of 10-0-9, which was an improvement over their 5-10 and 20-12 in the first game. So Game 3, of course, Xiao, he was pretty good on the Blanc, I'd say, against Gragas. He was able to outshove him, which is pretty impressive. 9-0-6 was his score at the end of that one. So Xiao moving a bit away from his only farm strategy that had given him a few accolades, but wasn't necessarily transitioning them into wins in at least the NACL, the other Challenger league that is going on. But this is one where they really come to play.
Yeah, and they're doing a pretty good job. Now, on the other side of the rift, though, we're going to have VVV Gaming. Now, they also lost 1 game in the quarterfinal, but they did go on to defeat LOLPro in 3 games, and now they're here in the semis as well.
Yeah, look for Get Snuggled to pick aggressive junglers as well, like Elise, Lee Sin, and Vi to help secure that early lead. Peckinwolf as well is excellent synergy with Get Snuggled. That duo, when VVV is at their best, really enables them to get a lot of map pressure from the mid lane and jungle presence.
Yeah.
However, that isn't actually what their late game success is about. That's why it's going to be an interesting game here because their AD carry, Tails, is really good. He's never died more than twice in a game this series. In the quarterfinal match against LOLPro as well, he went and combined 22, 5, and 19 over the 3 games, all on Lucian.
Yeah, and it's going to bring us to our match here, and our featured matchup, actually, the AD carries LMQ's Vasily versus VVV's Tails.
Yeah, and Vasily, he plays Caitlyn. He's played more Caitlyn than anybody else in the Challenger Series. It basically gives him the potential to play safely, but really it's just for him to dominate the lane and then also be a late-game threat because of Caitlyn's immense range. And Tails, he is more the guy who's like, I'm just going to win the lane. Lucian, Ezreal are the champs he plays. I mean, he's done great, too. He has dominated a lot of these games. 11.2 KDA across 5 games. I mean, if this game gets kind of to late game, those guys are really going to be key because they generally just build straight damage, and they always have good farm.
Yeah, it was good farm. I actually found a stat the other day. So Tails has a 11.2 KDA so far in the Challenger Series. The rest of his team has a 3.9 combined. So he's about 3 times as effective as his team.
Well, that's because they're setting him up, man.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, sure, he's an AD carry, doesn't die very much, but like we saw him just completely dominate the games. He actually carried their game 3 win against LOLPro. Like it was only Tails was the reason they won that game.
Yeah, and that actually is an impressive stat though, because like KDA is a really hard thing to kind of wrap your head around. Like, what is a good KDA necessarily? And it was interesting. This is going to be a bit of a tangent, but I was looking over all of our stats from the 2013 season with Win Our Stats guy. And we just averaged the KDAs of every single role to find out, like, what is the average KDA in League of Legends professional play.
Sure.
The average was around, like, 3.7 as far as a KDA. AD carries did have higher KDAs than other roles. Top lane, I believe, was the lowest. But it wasn't too disparaging. Like, AD carry average KDA was, like, 4.27, and the top lane was something like 3.
Yeah.
So the 11 is still impressive considering his team is right on average. Like, his team is right on average in KDA. It's just he's above it.
Yeah, so some great play by these guys. We're going to see Riven and LeBlanc banned away. Pickinwolf's main champion that he's known for is Nidalee, and that's not going to get banned away by LMQ. But, of course, Xiao, also known as a big proponent of that champion. Renekton banned away from Ackerman, Riven banned away from Chris. We'll see. Everyone kind of took 1 ban.
Chris taking his chance against Ackerman as well. He's been a very well-traveled top lane.
Yeah.
I'd have to say. He's been on a lot of different teams.
He's had reasonably good success, though. I think he's been actually getting better over time. I wasn't... It might be the competition, but I wasn't super impressed by him in the LCS. But then more and more recently, he's been beating up all the Challenger top laners. So, liking him a bunch there. The Caitlyn's going to come through for Tails. The Kha'Zix as well. And I want to see where that one actually goes. This is the first time VVV is going to be playing a 4.3 in the
Challenger Series.
Here. Yeah.
Kha'Zix is very strong, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
The stealth changes on his ultimate. People have probably heard that before. I do like the fact he's tanky. One thing that gets on my nerves about Stealth Kha'Zix is people are saying, like, because of his damage reduction, extra health and shields make him twice as tanky. And I'm like, that is true.
Yes.
But it's a misconception about damage reduction. Everything is 50%. Like, it doesn't matter if it's armor, magic resist, shields, or health. It's all good.
They're
like,
all
you
good.
shouldn't just stack shields and health because you have DR. You should build the optimal tanky stats as you normally would, and then you still take half as much damage. It's half as much as anything.
That's how it works.
That's it.
I think there's one exception, I would say, which
There's
is that...
probably like half the people are like, what the heck is he talking about? There was a Reddit thread.
You
that
got
I
a
was
health
annoyed
stack.
about.
I think there's one thing you can pick. You can actually pull with there. Is that because shields are also limited duration? You can magnify a shield. usage.
You can keep the shield usage within the stealth, but I still.
Generally speaking, if you're going to use it all anyway, you're going to use it all anyway. Shyvana for the top lane, jungle, Elise support, Thresh coming through, and now I want to see what else comes through here. Now that they know the Shyvana top lane matchup there, are they going to pick a carry top lane like Jax here?
It could work.
They're just hovering.
Jax is something that can work against Shyvana. Shyvana has no real way of slowing down his attack speed or stopping him from jumping around. It's not like an oppressive top laner.
Okay.
But instead he just goes Jace, which is even cooler.
Jace is even cooler. Actually, Chris has been spamming it in solo queue in recent history.
Yeah, and
so that's gonna be top lane.
Cruiser in the LCS has been drawing Jace bans as well.
He has.
So it's actually a very good top laner for the people who remember to play it. I wonder if this is going to catch LMQ off guard at all, since they are the team that just picks conventional stuff more than anyone.
Yeah,
Like, they're
absolutely.
kind of the in-meta team. Thresh, Elise, Shyvana, you can't
No one's
mention
surprised
much
by
about it,
those
like,
at all.
All right, yeah, they picked the things that you picked.
They might grab an Orianna.
Yeah, that would be a little surprising.
They need a Leo, of course, also making sense for Xiao Wei Xiao.
Lulu is bad.
Lucian is going to be my, what are things that Vasily always plays guess?
Oh, yeah, because they took Caitlyn away from him.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't play anything at that point.
First time not on Caitlyn this time around.
Yeah, he'd probably go Lucian. That's his fallback. Or Ezreal. You know, he plays a little bit of Ezreal.
There's a bit of it there. Pekin Wolf actually is being left to pick
Super.
last.
That makes the most sense. We are fools.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
I was
okay.
talking about shields and stuff. Damage reduction.
Has a spell shield and the barrier shield.
Wasn't thinking about the move speed that's going to allow them with Shyvana. It is the typical combo. It'll also allow them to at least match the acceleration gate move speed that Chris is most likely going to be giving them on Jace. So that is the strong champion select pick for LQ.
I also got to point out the fact that Alistar did come through here right now, picked up. Now, guessing pretty heavily that is support Alistar, though. If you look at like Bjergsen's stream, AP mid cow is also cool. Unfortunately, I don't know completely for certain who's definitely picking that one up, but last time we saw Alistar in the LCS, it was against Leona as a counter pick. This one, he knows he's fighting Thresh.
It's against Thresh.
Still happy to play it.
You basically, it's kind of strange. Way back like 2 or 3 years ago, Bone Alistar had like a 3-second stun on his Pulverize.
Oh gosh.
He was the guy who would just pick and he would just dominate the early game. He'd be like, let's hope it doesn't get late game because then, you know, he doesn't do damage or something. Casting will be very interesting. But now, he's the type of laner who is pretty much only defensive.
Yeah.
If people try to gank you, he just headbutts them away. And they try to come back, he'll pulverize them and keep walking away. And late game is when Alistar really comes into his own because of his zoning potential in team fights and the now reduced CC duration of Pulverize, but it's like a really, really good skill. In lane, though, it doesn't allow for too much aggression. So now when you see the Jace, the Kassadin, and the Alistar, it really becomes apparent that VVV is trying to survive this early game.
Yeah, they're trying to survive and play pretty long range and opportunistic, it looks like. Jace and Kate hit from far away. When you finally do have the chance to go in, Kha'Zix and Kassadin can jump in there. And yeah, it feels like Alistar is a defensive option here. LMQ, very little engaged tools. And you can just push people back if like Shyvana goes in or Elise goes in.
VVV's team play is going to be very defensive early, and then their late game team composition is actually very scary.
Yeah.
Playing a late game team against LMQ, though, isn't necessarily that well advised.
It's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Shyvana who wins most of her lane matchups. I know Jace. I'm like trying to think about Jace versus Shyvana. I know like Doran's shield would be super like helpful there to take a lot less poke, but like I feel like she's tanky enough to just kind of weather the storm and just regen through it and build tanky anyway and just kind of dive in there. I feel like Jace has a really hard time people get into melee range.
They do.
That he can like I can poke at you, but then you get through it and I got the knockback and that's it.
Yeah.
His actual damage output with his normal build's like very caster heavy. Pretty low sustained damage against tanks.
What I want to see.
Yeah.
Eventually. It's going to happen one day in League of Legends. Is an Infinity Edge Jace.
Knew it.
You knew it.
Yeah.
Because I talk about this all the time when you're off camera. I'm just like, did you know that his hypercharge is W? Because when you max it, it goes up to 130% damage on like 3 really quick auto attacks. It works with the Infinity Edge crit.
It multiplies the crit.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you do like 3 Bloodthirsters, a Last Whisper, and an Infinity Edge, you can kill an 80 carry and a support in 3 hits. You just have to crit one of them, and then the other 2 hits will kill the person.
That's just unfortunate.
Yeah. They'd have to build
Solo
very
bottom
squishy.
lane. Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got to go 6 offensive items on
You
both
need,
those guys.
20,000 gold.
But that's
it
okay.
can happen.
But, I mean, you said to go super late game.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in there, I think. And you can, of course, you can buffer the W as well. You can cast it, and it starts going on cooldown.
Oh, yeah.
So you can cast it, walk in, 3 attack, then hit W again and get another 3 out there. So 6 shots, entire team's dead.
Yes. But LMQ doesn't let games get to that point usually.
No, they don't.
They're generally very aggressive. Like they'll probably try and win this game in 25 to 30 minutes. If it goes longer than that and the gold is still close, LMQ is going to have to start worrying a little bit.
Yeah.
Even though their team play is fairly solid in the late game, they're just so damn aggressive early.
They are.
That they end up really ending games fairly quickly.
Yeah, and they have a jungle Elise in there to set things off. They've got very weak early lanes and things like Kassadin, for example, and Alistair is going to be stuck defensive. So I think there is a lot of opportunity for LMQ to run around, make the plays, do things. And it's always fun to watch. The teams that are aggressive, they're not always going, oh, we're going to get kills, but it's like, well, we'll steal your blue buff. We'll zone you away from Dragon. You can get a gold dude without champion kills. We might see that from LMQ because there's defensive champions who will probably get away.
And we do have to note this. I mean, I know you guys talked about it a fair bit when they were playing Team 8. But even though LMQ has seemed nearly indestructible in the Coke Zero Challenger Series, outside of it, they've actually been fairly vulnerable.
Yeah.
They lost numerous games in the NACL League.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
I think it was 4.
Yeah.
Actually.
I know Curse
A couple
Academy.
of them to Team 8, obviously. One to Curse Academy. Generally, I feel like they play a little more recklessly in those games. Like they are generally practice-type games for them. But I still think it does show a larger sense of vulnerability. So much hype is around this LMQ team about, you know, they were a pro team in China. Therefore, they're a shoe-in for the LCS. They're just going to destroy everyone in the Challenger Series. And so far, it's mostly been true.
Sure.
But there is definite vulnerability there.
Yeah, I mean, if you
they're
want to...
still a really young and experienced team.
Absolutely. I mean, they're still growing, and they're, of course, amazing players. But if you want to even continue sort of the regional argument, I mean, you can look at IM Katowice, where WE didn't even make it out of their first-round group. Now, to be fair, they weren't, like, the number one team in China.
Basing it on one game.
Yeah, but, well, I mean, they also dropped to, and eventually, Fnatic down in the lower bracket as well. But these are still, you know, these are teams that definitely have a lot to work out for them. Of course, we haven't seen OMG in a while. They've only dropped 1 game so far in the LPL. There's
that
a
was
lot
last night, actually.
Yeah. To IG. There's a lot of amazing Chinese teams out there, to be fair. LMQ are definitely among them. We'll see how these guys do here. The North American Challenger Series semifinals versus VVV, Minions of Spawned.
I'm looking forward to next patch.
Yeah.
When they can't place wards at 1 minute 30 seconds.
I am too.
Yeah. It was either... It's an interesting debate, and pros have went on either side of it, being like, what do you do to get more level 1? Some pros and analysts say that making the wards placeable at 1 minute would give you more invades, because then people could go in right off the spawn, place wards on the enemy like red and blue buff, and then get out of there for scouting purposes, and like that would facilitate invades. And then others said, no, the reason people are invading is because they get warded, so therefore if you wait until 2 minutes, you get all this blind action.
Yeah.
Because we went with the later approach for when the 4.4 patch eventually hits, there's going to be a lot of dangerous invades coming in. Or supports will start having to sacrifice this Doran's item and go gold generation item, one
Ward.
pot, and a ward.
Yep.
Which is a very real possibility, but people are just so used to the laning power, it's going to be a slow adjustment.
Of course. Yeah, we'll see where it moves out to. We've seen certain junglers are able to start with a early ward as well. Champions like Elise actually be able to do that, yeah.
Who's heavily nerfed.
Yeah.
4.4 patch. But we're on 4.3 today.
So we're okay. Next week, 4.4. Gonti and Tails in the bottom lane
They
get snuggled.
took a bunch of damage.
Yeah, they did.
Early on from Basilian Mord. That, I mean, it's kind of what we expect with the Alistair lane. Caitlyn can only do so much on her own.
Yeah.
When Alistair is just very outclassed early by Thresh.
Yeah, the push advantage definitely goes to Saver. You start Ricochet, you'll do 1.5 extra total attack damage to every minion in the field. And you just push faster than Caitlyn Q. We're not going to find this, but the push still coming through. 14, now 15 minions. Looks like 4 CS dropped by LMQ. It's okay, though. They're doing all right there. Pushing again into the turret. This poor Caitlyn trying to keep herself alive, but has already chugged a potion. So Nidalee versus Kassadin in the mid lane. Peek and Wolf already out of potions. Chug 2, open Doran's ring. Still having a very rough time in this lane.
Yeah, it's going to continue to be that. Nidalee is actually a very clever pick against Kassadin. Even though it wasn't I don't think they're trying to be clever with it. It just worked out that way. But Kassadin has typically been weak against actual AD carries in the mid lane because people with, good repetitive ranged auto attacks really harass her out since he's more of an anti-mage.
Yeah.
But Nidalee kind of fits that AD carry build in the lane since all he's doing is throwing auto attacks, enhancing his attack speed with E, and harassing that way. There's no way Kassadin has any type of friendly time in that mid lane.
Yeah, so Kassadin's already gone for the early recall, does have Summoner Teleport, picks up a flask and a bunch of consumables, gets back to the lane without missing too much. So we'll see Teleport again at around 9.5 minutes, which probably is not even that big of a deal.
No. I'm really wondering if we're going to be seeing counter jungling early from No Name, though. You can already see from the formation of all these lanes on BBB how passive all of them are. The entire LMQ team is pushed up to enemy turrets, and that pressure generally takes its toll. It gives No Name so much freedom about where he goes. Generally, when all your lanes are pushed up like this, the only thing left to do is either tower dive or go find the enemy jungler. Because Elise isn't necessarily someone who wants to sit in the jungle and power farm.
Yeah, true. Wants to capitalize on the early game lead. There is a ward here in this brush next to Vasily, so no easy lane sneak for the LMQ jungler. Snuggle, though, is going to look top lane and is not spotted by any wards. Ackerman does have flash, but is otherwise going to be gankable. And oh! The flash in from Ackerman just in time does not allow the knockback to come through. Chris almost made that one happen.
Nice move by Chris. The lane was resetting itself because Ackerman had been pushed up so much. But then Jace, what's really nice about him being ranged is the lane getting frozen isn't bad for him. Watch out though. Stunned.
Stun's going to land a little bit of damage into Peek Wolf. Actually, wow, low health bar flashes the wall, and it's going to be the repel from Elise. No Name into the fucking floor. The kill traded, but Will gets Snuggle to make the damage happen. Misses the W. Auto attack comes in, does pick up the kill, trading those back and forth. Both junglers grab some gold.
Yeah, and actually Snuggle comes out on top of that one because he's the one still alive, so he can continue to farm. Can he get him in the turret?
Yes, he does, but there's still minions there, so no damage really coming into more. He's going to walk back out of that one.
It's like the worst feeling. Like, I'm going to headbutt him backwards. And he's going to walk away.
I mean, he did.
He did.
It looked cool. It wasn't on camera, but, I mean, it was definitely cool.
That's just because LMQ is pushing the lane so well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Consistently having... I mean, look at this. VVV's not even getting a chance of the wave until it's at their turret. But to talk about that fight in the mid lane a little bit, it was a nice feint there by Pecking Wolf to pull right back into Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is the one who wants to fight early on in the game. He got a fight, he got a kill.
Eesh. Wow, speaking of fighting, I mean, Tails has really taken a lot of these boomerangs to the face. It's a really good job by Vasily to get this damage in. Gotta say, a lot done by Thresh to make that happen. And now, speaking of fighting, No Name also grabbing early boots of mobility. 4.3, they are cheaper, but they don't move in combat as fast.
Very cheap, good to rush. Normally you would see the rush on someone like a Lee Sin, or if the day happens, a Rammus, who would love to buy them really early on in the game. But with this being the case, what this probably tells us about No Name's playstyle is that he is looking to make long runs into the enemy jungler.
Oh my gosh, almost a bait by Xiao Xiao. Damage coming through, not good for Peek and Wolf. Xiao Xiao stayed around to keep Kassadin in it. Kill picked up in the mid lane.
He's got 2 levels on him.
Yeah.
That's a level 7 Nidalee versus a level 5 Kassadin. It's because when the kill trade happened, Nidalee was alive, Kassadin wasn't.
Yeah.
And he'd already went back multiple times because of all the harass in lane. So he was already behind before that kill death trade happened. Yeesh. It's trouble.
And Peek and Wolf's going to be even farther behind. His normal abilities opened up now with Ruby Crystal, so no early tier. Is going to go towards Roa, but not going to have that same kind of mana stack. So looking a little bit more bleak for Peek and Wolf's mid to late game here. Xiao going to help pick this one up.
Especially with the diminished base damages. There's a lot of iterations of casting that have been going on. So there's the one that was banned all the time, which we don't really need to talk about. There's one we're playing on right now, which is quite important on the 4.3 patch. It's much less damage on his Q, much less damage on his E. He lost 60 base damage overall. And it means he needs kind of an extra item to become what he used to be. When he can't even start with a tier, that just means it's going to be 35 minutes, 40 minutes before he starts really being Kassadin.
And here comes Snuggle to the top lane again. The knockback does come through. Probably this time no flash, but Dragon Form is there for Ackerman. First ult charge used. More slows down. Ackerman not able to ult or anything. Another slow. He's got one more. Oh, not enough damage comes through, though.
The move speed kicked in just at the right time. I thought the 3 charges of the ultimate from Get Snuggled and the slow that happens from Kha'Zix. What's this passive called?
Taste Their Fear.
Taste Their Fear.
No, Unseen Threat. Taste Their Fear is the
Q. I believe both of those. But
good.
Yeah.
They just sound like Kha'Zix
Unseen
names.
threat makes more sense because he gets the threat when he is actually unseen. It even allows him to check certain brushes for wards if he's lucky.
That's true.
Yeah.
You walk out of the lane, if the pass doesn't show up, it's like,
You're
I'm
on
on
a
a ward
ward
right now.
Yep.
There you go.
But
you're rewarded with information.
He couldn't kill him that time. Another set of action coming in the mid lane. Pecking Wolf might get baited again. The
Gets stunned by No Name. Here comes Chris, but not in time. Ouch. Rough mid lane right now for VVV. Pecking Wolf had such an amazing quarterfinal series, but LMQ picking on him.
Yeah, especially since that was a top lane roam. Like, that was meant to be helping him out. It ends up just hurting him more. Now it also means that Chris is set behind in the top lane because there's free farm from Shyvana, and because he has to run back up and there's a dead Kassadin. Dragon for LMQ.
And it's going to be going down pretty conveniently now. 3-1 in kills and a 3-ish thousand gold lead with the Dragon picked up as well. Ackerman capitalizing the top lane roam with a level lead over his opponent. Chris finally showing up now. But Ackerman could just keep taking farm and get a pretty conveniently timed recall if he wants it.
Yeah, Ackerman's going to be doing this thing now. Where he farms in between the mini waves. I don't feel like Jace is the easiest guy to do that against, though. Like, I think Jace is going to have enough sustained damage to get him out of there.
Yeah.
But not without the threat of Kassadin. Pecking Wolf is getting destroyed by Xiao's Nidalee.
Oh my gosh, he takes another Javelin as well. Juked actually back into it. He's actually 1 Q away from dying if he doesn't juke this away properly. Jumps away, Xiao not going to assassinate.
Yeah, but with the blue buff on him, the Nidalee heals, even though he's just put 1 point in them. We heal him up nice and quick.
Damage back on Vasily, gets snuggled waiting around, but is on top of a ward right now.
Yep.
So LMQ won't fall for this one. The CC of Alistair not really coming into much effect, though. Did open gold per 10, so he will get some extra money in here, but honestly...
It's such a small amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the least efficient of the gold generation items. He's really just using that because he wants to get to the Talisman of Ascension soon. But this was the fear with VVV's team composition. None of their lanes are very strong against what LMQ is offering. None of them are really getting out of this phase unharmed, except probably Chris. I'd say Chris's Jace is the one who's succeeding.
He's got more CS, lost most of his turret health, but...
But everyone else is getting pushed in a little bit too hard. Losing 2 out of 3 lanes like this against a team as aggressive as LMQ is going to start harming them even more than it has already.
So the push continues in the bottom lane. LMQ going to get their second turret now of the game. Mid lane did die up back a little while ago. Dragon off the map, but we'll see what else these guys go for now. Blue buff going to be spawning in the next minute or so on the right-hand side of the map. We'll see if they control that. They go for the jungle pressure or what their next move is.
Dragon, even though the timer's not on the screen, like, it's going to be fairly soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
A
probably
little bit more than 2 minutes, but maybe 3.
2.5 minutes away or so. That'll be nearly a free take for LMQ, I think. Especially if they continue to kill Kassadin. He doesn't even have his Catalyst. We're 12 minutes in. He had to go for a Doran's Ring as well. Now he can't even get experience from the minion wave because No Name walked up to him. That is just a painful life.
Yeah, jungler equal level to the mid laner. Not the happiest place to be right there. Junglers on both sides, actually. Both of them level 8 right now. And we're forced back farther and farther. Still the push very easy for Xiao, who's got a 2-level lead. He is 10. Vasily now, of course, 7 on Sivir does have on the hunt. And you've got a Thresh and Elise and Nidalee flanking. LMQ going for the pinch.
It's a lot of people. Not too many for VVV.
The 2-man play, great shot by Moore. The box comes down, hits onto Gonti. Nowhere for Alistair to go. Jukes a Javelin. I mean, he's going to go down.
Yeah, and up on the top lane, they just keep chasing.
Wow, another Flay is going to land. Ignite goes down, and they just back up, say thank you. Moore picks that one up. 1-0-1 on Thresh, now 5-1 in the game.
They went for the double kill right there. They split off perfectly, 2 for each person. And they barely were able to chase down Tails. And the reason they did that so safely is they knew Pecking Wolf was trapped in the mid lane, and they did not fear Get Snuggled because they had just came through his jungle. It was a very clear 4v2 and calculated aggression that time from LMQ. That's the difference, I feel like, when they play well versus when they are messing around, is the calculatedness of their aggression. They seem to just test the limits in their other games.
Yeah, and they put exactly what they needed to do right there. Pecking Wolf going to take even more damage there. Honestly, not a happy place to be when you get hooked by a Thresh. Top lane still holding pretty equal, but unfortunately, Chris hasn't turned a decent landing phase into anything just yet, and it might be over before he gets to help here.
Yeah.
Still rotation from LMQ, still the aggressive team. Still pushing more down.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting on that Brutalizer. Maybe he can get some of the turret,
Ooh,
but...
dodges the Cocoon, puts in for No Name. There's the repel. Which way will he go? Down over towards the Wolves. Does have the flash, uses it, but it's not going to matter. Snuggled picks up a kill. Now here's the headbutt pulverize on a Xiao, who has both summoners. And jumps into some brush. Xiao safe.
Yeah, so they get one back. They stop No Name's jungle invades for the meanwhile. But that does not stop the pressure they have across the map.
No. You see the jungler forced to run away.
He's getting pretty farmed.
123, Athenes is done.
Yeah.
50 minions over his lane opponent. Not the ideal situation.
Look how many sweepers they already have.
Wow.
They're 14 minutes in and they've switched over to triple sweeper.
You know, I've been trying to actually...
They're getting control of that jungle.
Yeah, absolutely in control. I've been trying to think about the impetus for when teams switch. And I used to keep thinking it was game timer. I feel like it's when outer turrets die. I'll bet you it's when outer turrets die, you're probably supposed to switch your trinkets, because that's when you start playing into the jungle.
One thing I thought about the other day as well, speaking of trinkets, as Chris fights Ackerman, we can let him fight.
He's okay.
We're going to let these guys fight too, just more invades.
Blue buff taken away by a No Name, gets snuggled, goes down for taking a little bit too long of a look there. Now, there is a jungle invade, 14-minute blue buff. That's actually when it respawned.
Yes.
And
good timer keeping by LMQ. They are playing right on top of the game right now. 5,000 gold lead, 2 outer turrets, soon to be more. Obviously, no threat in the top lane from Ackerman because they're just going to continue pushing. But trinkets.
Yeah.
I placed a trinket ward when I was level 8. And I was like, I should have waited until I was level 9.
Yeah.
Because
Would
then it
last
upgrades.
a minute longer.
It would have lasted a minute longer. And as long as you're going to get that level within the minute, it's even better.
Yeah. Unless you needed the vision right then.
Unless you absolutely needed the vision, which sometimes if you're making preemptive wards, just try and sync it with your level 9.
You know, speaking of your talk about wards, actually, whenever I have spare money for a ward, I buy a pink ward instead. Because I'm not going to buy wards much anyway, because I'm a selfish player.
Yeah.
But
you place it in the right spot.
Yeah, you put a pink ward down. If it's up for like 8 minutes, it's like, help my team.
It will last forever.
Yes.
Like how long is that pink ward in the river going to last?
A while.
I'm going to say the rest of the game.
All right, we'll see. See what they can do with this one. Peek and Woof. I mean, thing is, the follow-up question, though, is what's that ward even going to see? If BVV's stuck in the base the whole time, could be a waste of 100 gold.
I know. It's going to see that they're not there.
It's like, I could put a pink ward in my fountain, and it will last all game. But is it really worth 100 gold? I think so.
Hello.
Oh, the mid-jump play, and now the Fox is down for Gonti. Good timed ultimate, blocks the slow. But it's not going to be enough. Gets away just fine. Still the 1 for 0.
Yeah, nice thresh plays by Moore. It is an interesting thought exercise to say, like, what is the value of a ward? Like, how many people does it have to see in order to be valuable? Right?
Or routes that you would normally take.
Yeah. Like, what route does this have to catch someone taking in order for it to pay for itself? Because oftentimes pink wards will only see one person before they're killed, but sometimes it's still worth it because it scouted that area for 10 minutes for you.
Yeah.
And then when they came over, it's like, okay, they were there. It's like, do you intentionally ward high traffic areas with your pink ward, or do you only ward low traffic areas in the chance that someone checks that, because then you'll see the kill?
An interesting thing to think about. We'll see what happens with this one, though. Chris forced to run away. The flash in from Ackerman. Not going to do enough, but yeah, it's a fun thing to think about with your wards. I would posit high traffic areas for green wards, low traffic for pink wards, and you can then just process elimination. Say, well, they can only come from river.
Yeah. And then there's a couple high traffic, low visibility areas.
Yep.
That's probably a strange word for it, but it's the pink wards that you'll see like near the red buff.
Yeah.
The river ones in those little bushes that are just kind of in the middle of nowhere that people for some reason don't like walking through because they have years of League of Legends training that tells them not to check brushes. So it's like they don't
Even
see
though
the pink
walking
wards.
by one is like just the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the places you place pink wards. But yeah, high traffic areas for the green ones, and the surprise attacks for the pinks.
Peek and Wolf forced to run away. I bet you Nidalee players are really good at catching those wards because they automatically go through brush just to run faster.
Yeah.
Ward killing by
BBB
champion.
really wants to try and find a fight, but they're so far behind, I think if they took the fight, they'd lose anyway. And if they take any more spears, they'd have to run back immediately. It's an 8,000 gold lead for LMQ here. And they're looking to close real early.
Hooks a minion, not too much there. Vasily level 10 does have the ulti available, though. If they finally engage, they can just go for it hardcore. Nidalee's still mid, though. VVV could force a 5v4. The slow comes in from Peek and Wolf.
Finishing Rod of Ages actually isn't that terrible. You know, he completely skipped over his tier. He just completely skipped it. It's a lost cause. He realized he's never going to get any more. So he's trying to get as much immediate power as possible. Once he has that Rod of Ages for 10 minutes, it'll be his probably the only moment in the game where he has a chance to be relevant.
Still the 4v4 in the top lane. The wave grid is so good from LMQ. Alistair does have some pretty decent sustain. I do want to know actually what he's been maxing here because I've seen pretty much all of them as potential maxes.
For Alistair?
For Alistair.
Yeah.
You can go
pick
heal.
And choose.
Yeah. I feel like Pulverize is the best team fight spell. getting more knockups on multiple people is a huge deal.
Depends how much they were losing in the lane, though, how much you'd want to spec and heal.
Yep.
Even though the mana cost does increase quite aggressively. Right now, though, they have to worry about this turret. It's going
might go down this wave. Yep, VVV forced to back away 6-0 now in turret, 7-2 in kills. And I believe all the dragons as well. LMQ still well in control here. Not even 20 minutes in yet. They've got all 6 Tier 1 and Tier 2 turrets.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 turrets, 7 kills, 11,000 gold.
They've killed more global objectives than champions.
Yes, they have. Do you count blue and red buff as a global objective?
No, I count turrets and dragons,
It's a local objective.
I think so.
It's still an objective. I'd say it's a local objective.
Yeah, it's fair. Pretty much
dragons,
by definition.
Dragons are globals.
Yeah, if it has a global presence. There are some local presences too, like Dragon has local XP and turrets have local gold, but...
Is killing a Karthus a global objective because you stop his ultimate?
What are you talking about? You enable his ultimate. He now has infinite mana to cast it.
Now he's going to get you every time.
TSM, I think, once lost a game by killing a Karthus against CLG EU.
Many a teams have lost a game by killing Karthus at the wrong time as well. You're like, he's out of mana, but it's a kill.
Yep.
You're like, no.
The call, don't focus Karthus, is rare to hear, but very important.
All right, yeah, this is LMQ and really massive control. This is exactly what VVV didn't want to happen.
Yes.
LMQ, solid team comp. The Nidalee pick really working out well against Kassadin, but then the rest of it working out quite well. I'd say the Jace was still good by Chris. He is just too far behind.
Yeah, his team unfortunately not really there for him in this one. 2-1-0 for Get Snuggled, though. I got to say he's, as far as KDA is concerned, doing pretty well. He's the only bright spot for his team, making things happen. This, less bright. There's a hook. And Bug's going to get zapped, maybe. Ew. Yep, he's going to go down. The Ignite making that one go. Flash. Burn for nothing for Get Snuggled. He's going to drop in now. Red buff controlled by LMQ. Stolen away by Javelin. So apparently want to give it to Nidalee here. And now the Baron gets started. Of course, the jungler's dead for VVV, so why not?
I can't blame Get Snuggled for that death.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, wow, he should not have checked that brush. But they have no vision in the area. They are so far behind. And the team can't really go with him because they're all desperately trying to keep up and farm. He had to do that. It was kind of his responsibility. It was just smart of LMQ to be in that spot because they knew that they had to send one person by themselves on a rogue mission. They finished off Get Snuggled.
Goes down. Blue buff now spawning as well for LMQ. Of course, Baron did get grabbed. At this point, VVV just doing what they can to somehow try to stall. Like, I remember thinking during Champ Select, like, they've got decent wave clear. They've got Jace with the gates and everything. Caitlyn's there as well. Like, those are pretty good tools for getting rid of minions and trying to keep your inhibs alive. But LMQ do have a pretty decent tank now. Baron buff plus Sunfire and Ninja Tabby on Shyvana is enough to die the turret, probably.
And if this game would have went late, LMQ actually has a pretty low damage team.
Yeah.
Especially since No Name did not do the magic penetration build. He went pretty much tank with boots of mobility. So Elise is a stun bot with still some decent burst because he's got so much base level and base damage right now.
Yeah.
But the magic pen means less damage. You know, Ackerman, Bilgewater, but not Blade of the King. But it won't matter if it looks like that.
Wow.
That was Spear too.
Tails died. And the Javelin made it happen. Push forward, now going in for LMQ. They've got complete control over the inhibitor. Shield was used from Noctivar and Solari by No Name, and that's going to be the mid inhibitor going down. 22.5 minutes in. Now, will they keep going? 15 seconds till Caitlyn respawns. Big Javelin on Peek and Wolf.
Yeah, they would be a low damage team if they weren't 15,000 gold ahead with Baron buff. Now they're going in hard.
They got levels, they got everything. Gonti goes down. Ulti, of course, already on cooldown. 2 for 0 so far. Still inside the base. Gets snuggled in a bad spot. LMQ looking to snuggle with him. They are going to take him down. Ackerman gets kill credit. Not a Peek and Wolf. Peek and Wolf also dropping away. Kills everywhere. Chris goes on the scoreboard, picks up one on a Sivir, but still, LMQ completely in control. 4 versus 1 now inside the base. This is going to be their game.
23 minutes. Fastest game today, if we count LCS.
Yeah.
But damn, nice play there by LMQ. They took that loss to Team A a little bit seriously, I feel like.
Yeah, that game, they came out gunning.
That was in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Team A.
Yeah, week or so ago. But honestly, very, very good play with these guys. I liked kind of how dedicated they were to going early game. Like, they kind of had that plan the whole time through. Boots mobility, Elise, that whole thing.
Straight for the jugular.
And it's like, yeah, you went Kassadin. Fine, we'll camp your lane. You are level 5 by the time you've died twice. Like, not going to get to a late game Kassadin situation.
Shove the other lanes as well.
Kept it going.
Shove the other lanes as well. Yeah. Absolutely kept it going. Just Xiao didn't have to do too much other than completely shut them down. Like, no one on the team had to make any spectacular plays that
No.
game because everyone was doing their small part.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder, obviously we have more games to go.
Of course.
And especially based on their best of 3 with Team 8, they do have their great games and their not so great games.
Mm-hmm.
And with that type of aggression, sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Sure.
And then they struggle more. But really just basing it off of the games they played against Team 8 versus the games they have now, I kind of wonder how good Team 8 was, right? Like, they were really good team. It's unfortunate they missed out on the first series and then lost early in the second, and like they're out of it now.
Yeah.
I hope the majority of those players continue to go at it. I'm way off topic now at this point, but it's really important because that was such a one-sided game for LMQ, and there's a chance they just do that twice in a row to VVV, even though this is the semifinals, and their quarterfinal opponent may have actually been better.
Well, we'll see what they can do with this one, honestly. And you think about VVV, and I want to kind of call back to what you said a second ago about they didn't make any spectacular plays. They just all kind of played consistently.
Yeah.
I feel like the teams that are really, really good, and I think this happens with TSM and Cloud9 as well in the NALCS, is that they're so smart that they're like, this is a super high percentage play. All I have to do is like hit a flay and a javelin, and it's a kill. It's like I don't have to like flash, tumble, like dodge an Elise cocoon, and then hit you into a wall, which is fun when you're double lift, but like, just like, oh, yeah, well, this will work. I'll just land the hook. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess we won lane now.
It's like high reward plays that don't carry any penalty if they don't work.
Yeah.
Right? And LMQ, if they can perfect that, they're going to have a really good shot at making it into the LCS. It's always interesting when you have teams that are capable of such crazy aggression. Because when they hone it in just right, it gets so dangerous. Because, like, you see them fail so many times doing it.
Yeah.
But I really love that style of play because as long as you're trying to make plays and always putting the other team on their back foot, when you get into the serious game, it's this really delicate balance of doing the things that will work, but then having the memory of all the times it went wrong. So like you're able to pick out like the really small details of like, okay, what makes a disaster and what makes this a great play. And the more you play like that and actually lose games and fail and like stumble, the better you're going to be when you really have to do it in a high pressure situation.
And they made it happen here. And kind of by contrast, NIP over in the EU Challenger Series made it into the finals. And they have a complete opposite game plan where they just play objectives.
Exactly.
And they take it really slowly. That'd be fun if I ever got to see these two teams play. But game one's out of match history. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see game 2 between VVV and LMQ. So stay with us. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Series, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Game 2 in the semifinal between VVV Gaming and LMQ. Now for LMQ, they're coming off their most dominant performance of the Challenger Series so far, taking Game 1 really strongly.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of looking like the LMQ from the first Challenger Series that everyone was super scared of and everyone thought was unstoppable because they were in control of that last game from the beginning. No Name and Xiao Xiao camped Becky Wolf's Kassadin so much. At one point, it was level 7 to level 5. By the end of it, Xiao Xiao was 505 and 93 CS ahead of Kassadin.
Yeah.
They would like that to happen again, actually.
That would be a pretty good start for them.
Yeah.
Kind of to recap the rest of the game, the top lane went very, very equal. Chris ended the game 1-0-0, kind of on his own island. Tried to make plays, nearly did. Nearly picked up 2 separate kills onto Ackerman, but couldn't quite make the ganks happen from Kazakhs. And then finally showed up in teamfights late game. The bottom lane, though, was all about Vasily and Mordo. They got the early push. They landed hooks all the time. And I never saw a thing from VVV's Alistair. So that's got to be something that VVV needs to change.
Well, he didn't make it to the teamfight phase.
No, he didn't.
He got bullied early by the push from Sivir, and they could never get out onto their base.
Yep.
Yeah. But what would you do?
What would I do?
You were talking about this before.
Yeah.
Like, I think they should do this.
Well, yeah. So I was actually looking back at the first champ select because the first 2 picks that came in for VVV were Caitlyn, which I like. I think that's fine. And Kazakhs.
Get it away from Vasily.
Yeah, and Kazakhs. Now, the thing about Kazakhs, though, is it was like No Name's big jungler during the first spring series, but also they'd already picked Elise. So Kazakhs was basically safe because it's not a No Name or Ackerman type champion.
Yeah.
So if you pick Nidalee there, give Pekin with his most comfortable champion that made it through champ select.
Would you fear Xiao Xiao picking Kazakhs in that situation for like a mid lane?
I mean, like,
there's an outside chance.
It's a little scary, but like it's
but
not.
Then at least you'd control Nidalee.
Exactly, right? Like at least you control a champion, and like the thing is, Beacon Wolf in his, I think it was his quarterfinal, or it might have been in the round of 10 before that though. He got like super duper camped and just like played super far back and that's it with only javelins, still just didn't die, and then turned it in late game anyway. So I feel like that's a player who can react to anything with Nidalee and still make it work. And I think giving him that champion should be a bigger priority.
Yeah, coming into game 2 though. I really worry that these teams' play styles are just so disadvantageous for VVV. Like, it really does seem like they're the type of team that loves to work off the other team's mistakes, lane, and then be like, all right, when are we strong? We're strong now. We can start playing, guys.
LMQ's not going to give them that.
And LMQ is just the polar opposite to that. It is a mismatch. I mean, I think that if you have a team that, like, isn't all out early aggression, so, okay, I'll say there's 3 types of teams.
Okay.
There's a team like LMQ that is full out early aggression. Then there's a team like the old COG EU, or what VVV plays like, which is the team that likes to lane, wait a really long time, and like the fast team always beats that team. If there's a middle team, that's actually kind of good against the all-out early aggression team because they're better at holding off that array, but it's actually kind of worse against a team like VVV. So like VVV can make it to this point because not every team plays like LMQ. They're more like average and middle of the road in aggression, and LMQ gets away with it. But against LMQ, it does not seem like it works.
So LMQ bans away the Elise, and right away, the pretty much insta-lock for the Kazakhs here. So get snuggled, still happy to play that champion. Did have a decent early game with it. The Rise, Redact, and Yasuo, pretty much same bans as last time for VVV. So let's see what comes through. The Thresh was really, really big. The Lee Sin could come through for No Name. The Nidalee also was great for Xiao Xiao. See what they go for.
Tons of options. I
mean,
mean,
LeBlanc, also a big one's open.
As far as this is concerned, if they really wanted to, they could have nearly the same composition as last time.
Yeah.
Right? They could have a different jungler, but they're opting instead to mix it up. Xiao Xiao's last performance on the Blanc was pretty good.
Yeah.
What was it, 906 or something?
Something very strong.
Yeah, lots of kills, no deaths.
Only goes up in KDA.
A moderate amount of assists because he's killing so many people.
Sometimes he just has AoE damage, doesn't get the last hit. Oh, woe is you.
Oh.
I know, so sad. It's always good when you have like an 8-0-0 game. You're like, I didn't drop a kill to any of my teammates. None of them outlast hit me.
Surprised that they wouldn't just take Caitlyn instead of Lee Sin, but it doesn't even punishing them at all because Tails sees no value in Caitlyn again. He didn't have a good time on it.
Wants a more aggressive laner.
Yeah.
But that was put his dual lane together. Like, they didn't, like, let's grab the dual lane that'll win. It's like, well, I'll grab Lucian, but then we'll just kind of see for a while. Wanted to rush the top lane pick.
Yeah, well, Caitlyn was the pick to take away from Vasily.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a pick for Tails to be on what he really wants to be on. So now he's on what he really wants to be on. He's a Lucian player.
Yes, he
and he's saying, all right, if we're going to go out, let's go out guns blazing with Lucian. We'll play Caitlyn.
Great. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go out guns blazing, better to have 2
Pick
than 1.
That would be so cool. because then we get to see top lane Lee Sin. Yeah.
All right, I like
Much
this.
cooler.
Much, much cooler. Could be top lane Pantheon. Highly doubt it.
Ackerman whipped out top lane Jarvan.
He did.
In game 2 against Team 8.
Yeah. That's PDD's favorite champion. Another
fun.
great Chinese top laner. Bringing out top
Yeah.
lane Jarvan.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Yep.
Of top lane Jarvan.
Dude, top lane Jarvan's super fun.
He is.
It's
Trinity Force.
Yeah.
I think he built Hydra, right?
Yeah. Hydra's kind of the big one, and you basically just go like
It's the
kind
modern
of burst
build,
caster.
some would say.
Yeah. Yeah. It's super fun though. So Pantheon, Ezreal comes through for Vasily. So Caitlyn gonna go through unpicked completely here, and still no support pickup for LMQ. And the funny thing is, I want to bring it up just because in case. So China's known for their crazy support picks, support TF, support Malphite too that I've seen. It's gonna be Thresh, but like I was like, I mean, we've actually seen support Lee Sin in
Going
competitive.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
LMQ's team comp is all along the same line of gameplay.
Yeah.
They're all about people who will find skirmish fights and kind of pick you off unfairly. If there was ever a situation where they were locked into a 5v5 team fight against this VBV team,
oh yeah,
Shyvana Ziggs, just Lucian, Leona, all that stuff, they'd get wrecked.
Yeah.
But LMQ is never going to want that to happen. Xiao, Ackerman, even though they're in different lanes, they actually will play fairly similar. Ackerman's going to go a lot of AD, basically turn himself into an assassin. Physical damage assassin, they got 2 of those.
Yeah.
Then they got LeBlanc.
Magic damage assassin.
Yeah, they're pretty much all single target.
It's true.
They all jump really far and fast. And they do not team fight very well.
They all jump in some way.
Yeah.
They all jump to enemies in some way. So LMQ gonna look to keep it going. Super hardcore, diving in, looking for picks, looking for kills. If they can't get kills, they'll get your jungle, they'll get your turrets, they'll make you sad in about 23 minutes flat. Meanwhile, VVV, they're gonna look for team fights. They've got, I would say, even better wave than last time.
Yes.
Didn't matter last time, but this time it might.
They need to play lanes better.
Yeah, they do.
This time, they're in a very similar situation where, late game, they will be better. But they have to get past... We need to set like a benchmark. 15 minutes and not be down 3,000 gold. Yeah.
Okay, 15 minutes, 3K. And I think they're set up for it, though. Again, the lanes that lost. Kassadin. Yep, gonna lose lane, got camped. Didn't go, hasn't went Ziggs. Ziggs pretty much can't lose lane. I mean, sorry. Ziggs can, but like even if you get camped, you're like, I'll throw bombs and hide.
You will farm.
Like Ziggs will survive his phase kind of regardless. And now it's Lucian, Leona, so they'll have a much better time of actually standing in the laning phase instead of this Alistar versus Thresh, which I was just so surprised the Alistar against Thresh. I feel like you've got no tools there to win that matchup.
That wasn't a good matchup. In game 1, Ziggs can get his farm. That is his goal in this lane. Really good Ziggs, though, do have a lot of kill pressure early.
They do.
Tremendously powerful auto attack. Lots of spammable damage within his initial mana pool.
And as a random aside, just looking at this, Peek and Wolf did go magic resist glyphs. That's always up in the air.
It's not random at all. It's a good observation.
It's an important aside. Xiao Xiao going to have less kill pressure, but that won't protect against No-Name's Pantheon.
No. True. No-Name's Pantheon. Going to try to make a lot of early plays. Here we go, LMQ. Hooks down. Are you going to wait to keep walking?
Oh, I think he saw No-Name. The fact that he backed up means he saw
he just felt like running in the other direction.
At that time, exactly. You know what? The announcer talked. I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, they pinged. They knew.
Yep.
They saw him.
Yep. It's fine.
That's
if it were 1 minute trinket timers, they could have put trinkets down.
It could have.
Yeah. If people were picked, he'd be in this game. I make really useful statements. Doran's Shield was Doran's Blade here for the top laner, so Ackerman looking a bit more aggressive.
Minute and 30-second trinkets. Yeah, that was a discussion of our game 1 pregame. How 4.4 patch is going to be different.
Yes.
2-minute trinket recharge timers, which could lead to a lot of blind invades. Something we don't see now.
We see it like super rarely. Like once in a while you see them.
I know. We also see lane swaps basically when teams feel like it.
Yeah.
Because there are all those changes. Turrets getting big Doran shields for the first
8 minutes.
For one of it, it used to be like the whole game, and then they changed it back to 8 minutes. But yeah, like it probably delays the 2-man push by 10 or 20 seconds. Maybe half a wave of minions, and like you can still just push down the turret. You lose a little bit of time. So if teams want to do the lane swaps, they still can.
Yep.
But we've just seen it less.
Yeah.
And I really feel like that's just either the team's not necessarily realizing it or just learning how to 2v2 again and kind of embracing it. I personally like the game when you do see 2v2s. But at any moment, I feel like teams can go back to lane swapping.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it carries so much weight. I know one of the big unspoken rules about 2v1s is the jungler is tied up somewhere, either defending in a 2v2 or attacking in a 3v1. That was a really good satchel.
That looked real cool.
He didn't get hit by the W because of that. That was really good by Peek and Wolf. But it also it ties up the jungler, which means your mid lane is a guaranteed one-on-one. Without interruption if you lane swap.
Yeah.
Which goes a lot understated, but is actually something that I realized by talking to the pro players.
Yeah, it's actually true. It's like if you have a mid laner that you want to combo ganks with, you do not want lane swaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Farming out in that mid lane, but he's gotten pretty harassed. The Crystalline Flask by Xiao Zhao allowing him to spam a little bit more.
Yeah. Chris getting pushed around as well. You can see he's on the back foot in this lane. No name. Gonna look for Peek and Wolf. Flash, stun. I want to see if Peek and Wolf's reflexes are good enough. Here we go. Flash stun's gonna land. There's a satchel charge. Has to flash. Doesn't use a satchel.
And he does barrier.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
I think he was worried about some type of chain CC. That was a bit of a panic move.
Was he silenced?
It was very tricky.
No, he flashed. It could have been silenced.
It could have.
If you could flash, you could have satcheled.
Yeah, you could have.
No name, though. Keeping it going, though. Second gank now in about 30 seconds. Looking for the top lane. Ackerman underneath the turret. Chris level 3.
This seems... I mean, Pantheon can take a lot of turret shots himself.
Here he goes. Jumps in. Good damage. Chris on a half HP. It's going to be the walk back from Pantheon. One more turret shot.
Whoa!
And out of range he goes. Ackerman picks up the kill. Just in melee range. Well played there, LNQ.
And the flash away from the bottom lane, but really a very impressive two-man gank there. Pantheon able to block many turret shots. If you pull it off right, you can actually block 3 turret shots in a row. 4 if you get really crazy, but I'm not going to talk about how you do that one. Anyway, it gives you unpredictable turret dives. So you do not think that a level 4 and a level 3 in a normal lane can just straight up dive a level 3 guy with a Dorn shield like that, but that's what Pantheon Lee Sin gives you. Very well executed, and it should give Lee Sin a nice buffer in that lane.
Yeah, and it was just so well played. I do want to kind of keep talking about how they made that one happen, because Ackerman waited for No Name to start it off. And because No Name's cooldown based, right? He doesn't have great auto attacks. He's going to put down all his spells at once. Goes in, lands his stun, lands his basic combo, and then he's like, I'll hold aggro till he dies, and walks away. And gives a lot of time there with no turret retribution to Ackerman just to duel him the rest of the way down from half. And that's how you do ganks like that. When one guy has enough damage to do the rest, you just play the turret aggro game. Gonti looking for the next road in towards Vasily. Not going to keep moving on this one, but I got to say, the PvP bottom lane doing a lot better now.
Oh yeah, Tails is way better on Lucian.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can tell he's absolutely at home on that champion, but now no flash on Pecking Wolf, no barrier either. They get any type of CC onto him.
Oh, there's a okay.
Take it.
It's like the opposite of Lee Syndrome. You put the satchel charge down, you better stand on it.
Yeah. I want to jump forward.
Gosh, he would just die. It'd be like the worst idea ever.
I've done that before, unfortunately.
Just chosen to die by using satchel charge?
Well, not quite. It's like Ezreal last hitting a turret. I'm like, I have so many spells that can help me last hit a turret. My Q and my E. And I shift to get a last hit with my E, not thinking about my positioning.
Get hooked.
And just die.
Yep. I know how that goes.
That's the old me. I would never do that nowadays.
No.
Better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Who plays 80 carries anyway? Who plays Ezreal? Silly, but whatever. You guys gonna be happy? I've actually seen a lot of Ziggs as well. Will throw a satchel charge and then run to it instead of putting it at their feet.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that, and it's like just throw it there like a Caitlyn net.
Yeah. It's a tricky thing to get the hang of because you're so used to throwing all your spells in front of you. To throw a spell right at your feet, tricky to do. He gets a lot of harass damage down.
So this matchup still holding pretty well. Peek and Wolf did already recall for a second Doran's ring. Looks like Xiao Xiao still winning around in his matchup. 900 gold lead for LMQ, 600 for first blood, but another 300 just from the minion game so far. Top lane, massive lead, 49 to 27. Big lead for Ackerman. This is not great for Chris or PvP.
Trying to get to that Tiamat as quickly as possible so he can shove faster and then maybe even start roaming. Ooh, just the right timing, but he still might fall.
All right, dodges the chain. Bomb comes out. One more attack. Oh, the barrier!
Oh!
And he does get away from it. I can't believe Peek and Wolf lived.
Barrier had just came back up. Neither can I.
Yeah.
That seemed like a clean kill. Not even the Ignite Burn by Xiao Zhao.
Yeah.
He was never quite in range for it. He was trying to land too many skill shots.
Ooh, nice from the Vasily, though. Good damage. Half HP Ezreal. The shield explosion as well, landing even more. Good opening right here, but the blue buff being invaded, LMQ so in control of the top lane. Snuggle does not land smite in time.
Yeah, for a second I thought he got it. I was like, Lee Sin didn't get it. Oh, but he's a top laner. Okay. Oh, Moore gets jumped on.
Okay, damage on a half HP as well. The Flay comes back to shield explosion again from Gonti. As soon as he gets level 6, though, I expect, like, even more aggression.
Yeah, this bottom lane is about to explode. Unless they decide to both go back to base, because they're very fearful for their lives. No one in that bottom lane is shopped either. They're just sitting on their Dorans. Both AD carries got some interesting build choices to make. They might just both go BF or a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, both can be Trinity Force or Bloodthirster starts. I know both tend to start BT, but we'll see what their second item ends up being there. I've seen, like, full standard AD carry Lucian where they go, like, IH Phantom Dancer and all that.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think it's actually the way that Tail's been building it as well, if I recall correctly.
An old throwback to the Infinity Edge first.
Yeah. They still don't rush it, but they don't go Triforce at all.
And they haven't shopped yet.
There's a jump on in. Gonti not in a good spot. The sun goes in onto Tails, though. The flash was going to keep him safe. And Gonti doesn't have to burn anything but the flash. He's going to be all right.
So they burn 2 flashes.
Yeah.
Which will be very critical when No Name gets his Pantheon ultimate back. Skyfall is on a pretty long cooldown, but he cast it with his blue buff as well, so it will be up faster than typically. That's going to really help out their bottom lane combo now that both guys decide to go back and shop.
Well, that's going to be BF Sword, Long Sword, and Tier 2 GP10. So Gonti, I believe, did start Doran Shield, but now has Targon's Brace.
If Vasily wanted, since he stayed in lane a little bit longer, he's going to be able to get BF Sword Vamp Scepter.
Yeah.
Which is huge. That amount of extra sustain could really put him over the top in that lane.
Good at dodging these skill shots, though. And like a lot of jumps back and forth by LeBlanc. Making it look interesting, but it's going to be just safety now in the mid lane. 78 to 78 minions. Small lead to Xiao. Chris, he's dodging on the Qs, still having a rough time in lane. Minus 30 minions there. The death definitely not helping. Chainvest doing a bit for him. Get Snuggle going to try to sneak this one away.
Good
and
timing.
no one's reacting.
It was really good timing. They knew that LMQ just shoved in the lane so that they weren't going to be sticking around. And that's a dragon.
Dragon goes down. Peek and Wolf does have flash, and honestly, Xiao's kind of out of cooldowns. Minefield goes down. There's the passive proc as well. Peek and Wolf. Oh, he misses the W.
Boom.
Turret shot comes through. Peek and Wolf picks up the kill 1v1.
That's the turn VVV needed. They're sticking in this one. LMQ needs to win their lanes really, really, really well because of all the assassins they have on their team. Ackerman, Xiao both have to do well. So far, it's just been Ackerman. Xiao with a couple of misplays. The first one, not securing the kill on a Pecking Wolf, and that one taking a turret shot with the failed execute. Pecking Wolf now might pull ahead in that lane.
See if he can do it there. Chalice and a Fiendish Codex now for both mid laners. See if the wave figure gets any better for these guys. If it turns out ain't too much here. Actually, I do want to point out, Get Snuggled pop his ulti, try to get to mid lane sooner. After the dragon, he was like booking it and using the ult for move speed. And so I saw him use his last charge like while fighting the minion wave and was like, yeah, that was for movement speed earlier on in that fight. But Chris, half HP Ackerman still pushing through. Lee Sin does have some difficulties late game, so more reason for LMQ to keep this going early.
I'm actually surprised by Ackerman's skill order in the top lane. He's maxing his Q on Lee Sin. Most top lane Lee Sins I see, especially that go the Hydra build, will max their E.
Yeah.
Because they want to differentiate their damage a little bit. Now that he's maxed Q and he's went Tiamat, as soon as Chris has that Chain Vest, or even if he goes to a Sunfire Cape later, he's just a little bit short in gold for the Giant Spell right now. It's only 1 damage type he's blocking from Ackerman. I actually feel like Ackerman's gimping himself a little bit by doing that build order, or skill order.
Yeah, and Ackerman picks up a Ninja Tabby right now, so he's got a ways to go until he gets a Last Whisper. Snuggled, unfortunately, standing on a long-term ward that VVV don't know is there.
Yeah.
He's not even, he's not sinking to the second brush, either, which, of course, I mean, wouldn't matter too much anyway.
He's being
does
cautious.
back off,
He doesn't
though.
want to get spotted by a ward.
Unfortunately, now No Name has the ulti. He goes in for
They
the drop.
see him in a ward, though. This could be a good counter gank. Castix is coming.
Here we go. Let's see what happens. It's going to be the jump in on the Tails. Lands a lot of burst. Barrier use. He's just barely alive. And here comes the counter gank. Damage comes through. Tails will fall. But is there enough damage to kill off No Name? Very low on health. No, going to be kill. Picked up again there. The stun comes through. Wow. 3 for 0. Now Peek and Wolf versus Xiao. Xiao down here is going to jump over to the left. Puts the minefield down. Not great Peek and Wolf.
Far.
No. The jump in. Barrier used a little bit late actually. Peek and Wolf not blocking much damage. Flashes the wall. Xiao is going to flash as well.
Really delayed flash, though. He wasn't sure which brush Pecking Wolf went into, but he gets him anyway. And that is the turn, I feel like, in this game. That is what LMQ needed.
It's a 4-0 run.
Having No Name ult in from the ward kind of just made VVV die more than that. Get Snuggled wasn't close enough for a true counter gank, and Tails took too much damage by getting hit by the Pantheon stun. So it just allowed LMQ to clean up there. Getting 2-0-1 on Vasily while still 0-1-0 on Tails should completely swing that lane in LMQ's favor.
Well, good stuff now for LMQ. They're looking awesome so far in this game. 5-1. The Dragon was taken away, but look at this. Get Snuggled and Chris. They want to make a move for LMQ as they go for the blue buff.
They have more people.
It's 2 versus 3. Wow, they're checking it. They're going to find it right here. The first coming through, not good for Chris. Can he get away? Tries to flash. There comes the engage and goes down. Kill picked up. Man.
That was weird. That was really, really strange.
This ward has been around for a while.
Yeah.
We saw him come down.
The thing is, like, everything was seen there. Both of these brushes have double wards in them. So I would imagine that VVV knew that there were 3 people coming around the corner?
Yeah. Well, they saw him go towards blue buff. So they knew there was 3 guys going for the invade. They didn't know they got seen hiding in Wolf Camp.
Right.
And so by the time LMQ went to Wolf Camp, they were outside of ward vision. And it was like, oh, it's too late.
Yeah. Good play by LMQ.
Yeah,
honestly. Like, finding them in the brush was really nice play. I'm just very surprised that VVV stuck around for that.
Yeah. They didn't know they were spotted, and it was a great play. So
Trinity Force completed.
Yeah. Well,
that's early.
2-0-1. Yeah.
It's real
14.
Early.
Like, generally speaking, like, first big item at 15 minutes is sort of like pretty good job par for the course.
So, like, Trinity Force as your first item.
Yeah,
that's
Trinity
an
Force
expensive
is
purchase.
an expensive first item. And he got it before 14 minutes, so very big lead here for Vasily and Ezreal. Of course, 2 kills and an assist. Not a bad place for him. Of course, top lane turret also giving him 100 gold for that one. We're going to see him continue to poke quite nicely. Vamp Scepter from Tails does help sustain him. See if that means much more. Uh-oh. Here's the gank mid.
No flash, no barrier.
Satchel does not knock around No Name, though. The Silent Chain comes through. A lot of damage comes through. Kill picked up. No Name's going to survive just barely. 1 turret shot more would have done it. But he gets out 7-1 now and kills. Another great game for LMQ.
Really good performance by No Name as well.
Yeah.
All his Pantheon ultimates have given some reward, and it's a tricky spell to get right, especially when pretty much everyone on the enemy team has a dash of some kind. The fact that he's gotten legitimate results of every Pantheon ult speaks to the quality of his positioning.
Extremely well done by him. Now gets Snuggled waiting around the wings 30 seconds until Dragon respawns. LMQ stiffed him out, pushed him away with this one. Ackerman is constantly looking for more gold. He pushes up his lane, kills the minions.
40 to 85.
Yeah.
Even though Chris can technically stop a lot of his damage with the Sunfire Cape, he doesn't even have a Sunfire Cape.
Nope.
He got crushed so hard in lane thanks to that early gank by No Name and Ackerman. Turret going down now, especially if Ackerman gets a red buff. He's just going to continue to punish Chris.
He's doing an amazing job. Lee Sin now with a red buff is a very scary thing. He was already pretty sticky. Gets Snuggled only with a Lizard Elder. Compare that to No Name, who's got also a Brutalizer Boots and a Longsword. On top of that one, hook now onto Gonti. The push coming through. Get Snuggled. What can you find there? Burst onto Vasily. A lot of it. Kill picked up there. Get Snuggled. Might have one more ult charge. Not going to do much.
Panther LeBlanc and Lee Sin are all kind of on their way right here. VVV's got to run back. It's going to grant a Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So roam down by Lee Sin.
Yeah. Just leaving his lane and saying, you know, I'll make some plays for my team. Knows he wants to keep the pressure going and says, okay, well, Dragon's going to be one. Maybe the mid lane as well. Peek and Wolf is going to play a little bit farther back. Back away from that one. And honestly, Ackerman will barely lose any minions to his turret.
Right. It's more about how much Chris was able to get back, I think.
Yeah.
While he was gone, he's given him a little bit of breathing room. But it was, as you said, because he was so pushed up that he was able to make that roam. And it ends up giving them a Dragon out of what could have actually been a Dragon take by VVV since they got that nice clean kill on Vasily.
Absolutely. So, good roam. Ackerman holding on to the global objectives for his team. Bit of local as well. Got some XP and missed half a wave. Basically all he missed, half a minion wave for the Dragon roam, securing it for his team. Definitely something that's worth it, but not one that you usually call in all chat.
Yeah. It's more of that, it was actually worth it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like telling people that you're standing
Lest
on a
it
ward.
improve your
Ackerman just
gameplay.
one shot gets Snuggled, by the way. Just found him in the jungle.
He only had a Lizard Elder. And now No Name's going to try and hop in.
There you go. The Mando's going to come through. Nice play in. It's not going to land much. Tails is alive, but gets hooked back in. So he's going to go down. Kill picked up by more. No Name flashing out of turret range. Will drop, though. Gonti on the way out. Not going to get himself away from this one. Vasily, one. Ooh, that turret shot was to more. He saved. 6 bomb. 2 for 2 in that fight. Got to point it out.
Yeah. They traded back successfully there. Vasily couldn't see the Ziggs bomb from where he was standing, so he ended up walking right into it. I think that must be what happened.
You get about a second of warning.
He walked right into it. That was too bad.
Yeah.
Are you sure there wasn't anything with like the brush and Fog of War potentially
Generally,
tipping
they
it off?
always
Yeah,
read.
they always reveal. So either he wasn't
paying attention,
seeing a screen. Yeah.
Well, let's check out that 1v1 kill from the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. This was... That's not what we were looking at. This was the kill in the bottom lane again.
There we go. My bad.
He didn't quite have his Pantheon passive up, and Vasily also took turret aggro. But yeah, look at this. It's like, just don't walk into
He was just
the
fighting
bomb.
minions and walked into it.
He was just attacking. He was like, I'm going to kite these minions.
Just
don't want
walked
the
into it.
minions to kill me.
I like how you dropped your pen midpoint.
Yeah, it was surprising.
Just like out of his hands. Whatever.
It was a surprising
We did see the
move.
Cosmic's corpse in that replay, so I wasn't completely wrong.
He had killed him so fast that the replay ceased to be useful.
Yes. Got to see the bottom lane push. There's Shao Wei Shao. Ooh. Will land the root, but not many spells left available. Q's going to land. Ackerman goes in. Nice flash. Just kills him with a kick to the face.
Now, can he escape the dragon? He's got ultimate up. He's
As
not
the
really,
ignite, turret shot. I don't think
he's
he can get
just
out.
kind of running in between turret. Oh, there we go.
I don't know if Chris needed a flash there. He did. Actually, the flash did guarantee assist gold. 250 gold to get snuggled.
Actually worth it.
Yeah, that was a very selfless move right there.
Yeah.
Gonti taking the hook to the face, puts the shield still on. Tails now put the trade as well, but honestly an item deficit here for these guys. In the mid lane, the bomb comes through. Gonna put No Name low on health. Chris does not have any more chasing tools. Bottom lane, though, kills comes through. Gonti also taking a bunch of pain. The Pantheon does drop in the mid lane, though. Shao Wei Shao now
This is
rooted
just
in place.
crazy what happened right here.
Guys are fighting a lot. Bottom lane turret goes down. The hook back again onto Gonti. He's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up again. More stuff going through. Shao Wei Shao versus Chris in the mid lane. These guys everywhere. They're just fighting.
Keep going.
Ah!
Yeah, but really, all said and done, even though LMQ did suffer 2 deaths from a bit of that crazed aggression that they get into sometimes, they still picked up big rewards bottom lane. Vasily and Moore continue to perform, and they're the ones that are really keeping them in this one, even if No Name got caught a little bit out.
Yeah, but they did still make it work. 7-kill lead, 2 turrets as well for LMQ. They've now stolen away the red buff, so Vasily has even more fun to do when he lands Q on people. Low on mana, but chugs a potion to kind of keep that one in decent shape. And we'll see where they go next. LMQ, for all the blood sort of bath so far this game, only two turrets. They've been getting kills and
good point.
Just kind of trading back and forth with them.
Yeah, I feel like the turrets are going to be coming more... Actually, you know what? A lot of split pushing will be happening pretty soon.
Cancel.
Cancel the Pantheon. I'll get snuggled. It was too far away. But yeah, this is the style LMQ is going to want to get into is not necessarily grouping up. They will be groups appearing in places for LMQ, but not because that was the initial plan. They're not going to travel in a horde of 4. They're going to all do their own thing, do a bunch of crisscrosses and fancy moves, and then just like kill the same person at once.
Oh,
Kinda like
snuggled
this.
is about to be one of them. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 right here. Pink ward goes down. I like that. LMQ holding on to pink wards to deal with Kha'Zix throughout these fights.
They should all come from different directions.
2 of them kind of did.
Yeah, they had 2 different directions. We're going to go for 3.
3 directions
for the
next
next
time.
fight.
All right.
From the sky, from the side, from right in their face.
Apparently they don't like rock music. Not a fan of One Direction. Chris, I don't even know if they're a rock band. I just know the band name.
All right.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Chris, not in a good spot. Nope, he's fine. Jump in, though. No Name really wants one to happen. Shao Wei Shao, though, forced away. Ziggs bomb comes through. Watch out. Watch out. Ignite is on. This is not good for No Name. One more attack will do it. Jumps in on the tails. Down he goes. The kill trade for Gonti, rooted in place by Shao Wei Shao.
How sneaky can he get? Long as a lot of
Wow,
damage.
that was some good burst.
Yeah. Athene's working on his DFG, and that's pressure around the map right here. While that was happening, they're pushing up the mid lane, and Ackerman is just ignoring Shyvana to kill this turret.
Tries to CC him out of the turret. One more attack to go. Ackerman does pick that one up. Now Chris trading blows back and forth. Ackerman,
win this,
not a lot of sustain. He needs a minion wave to get his health back up. Kick, Q,
Oh,
good spell
no.
ban. It's gonna be enough. Yeah.
He has a last whisper.
He maxed safeguard second, so the burst he got from Q and R, both single target spells, healed him back.
The healing damage, because he has spell ban from the W.
25%. And Vasily not in the best spot. Slowed down, has a lantern. Will he use it? Ulti used by Get Snuggled. He's trying to cut away, but the Blade of the Ruined King pushes them out, and now Moore shows up. Vasily chases, flashes in, goes for the kill, picks it up. Is on a rampage. Peek and Wolf hooked as well. No longer has Satchel Charge, goes down. Moore picks up another kill, 2-0-7 on Thresh. LMQ.
Really snowballing this one.
Yeah, they
like they wanted to. It's because all their individuals are so strong at this point. I mean, Ackerman took Chris from like half health Like, he was at half health, and then Chris went down. Sure, he's ahead, but that's still impressive. More is a suicidal crazy man.
He's trying. He goes down. Gonti's going to drop, though, as well. Tails the push in. Q's not going to land, but the dash is for Xiao. Another 2 for 1. And now Ackerman is going to keep doing more. Like, he's jungling more than No Name is.
Yeah. He is Lee Sin.
Yeah. Still feels at home, killing Dragon.
He can kill it really fast.
Killed one in the top lane. Killed one down here.
At this point, the damage is Resonating Strike does probably as much as Smite, so he can secure this just fine.
Used.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one. Figure out exactly what was going down with Lee Sin. He had his Ignite. Obviously, Chris did not, as we see this one.
Yeah. Remember, it's max Q, max W, so it's a really good single target.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the shield right there, and even though his shield's down, he still has the spell vamp up.
Yeah.
And then he does a really nice thing. He kicks him. Well, he didn't even maximize that. He kicked him into a Q and then detonated it.
Yeah.
Could have got a little bit more if he kicked Q.
No, second Q still landed after kick.
Yeah,
just because he kicked first.
You're right. It's just not as fancy.
Not nearly as fancy.
Yeah.
It's still cool. Like, it's kind of like the Gragas play, where like you knock him into your own barrel. It's like if you kick him and you lead the Q into their flying body.
Yeah, it looks cooler.
Looks
but like you could just detonate the barrel first.
Well, yeah, but lame. It's not an LCS big play. Wow, down goes Tails on the bottom side. Stunned on No Name under the turret, though. Not quite going to be enough. Get snuggled out in a good spot. Ziggs Bomb comes through for a bit. Vasily does go down. A lot of burst comes through, even despite the Mikhails. Get snuggled. Random Q by Ackerman. Do it. Do it. Gets it. There you go.
Just had to check.
Style points.
Just had to look there.
100% style points
or
there.
Feel there, I suppose. Hear him with his sonic wave.
Yeah. Sonar.
Yeah.
Deadly.
Uh-huh. This is just you having fun right now. I mean, that's kind of why you pick a composition like this. While it can still be successful, this is one of the more enjoyable compositions you can play for the individual.
Fight things.
Everyone on this team is like, they can go and do their own thing. They can make their own play.
Yes. Like Shakespeare.
Yeah. He made many of his own plays. You know, speaking of rock music.
I was going to go with the speaking of Shakespeare.
From 10 minutes
You go
ago.
first.
Yeah, sure. If you ever watched LPL, they have a lot of rock music in that show.
Yeah, they do.
Like, it's all those knockoffs or just legitimate rock music at the start. You know, they're not going to get that anymore now that they're in the Challenger Series.
You know, I know at one point, I don't know if it's still true, Linkin Park was like the official band of Chinese League of Legends.
I wonder how official that partnership was.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
They're pretty popular over there. So speaking of Shakespeare, though, I learned this one the other week.
Yeah.
Shakespeare only wrote the parts for the individual actors. He didn't like have like a full like manuscript.
Absolutely. It's only thanks to the talented work of some individuals that we still see Shakespeare plays.
Put
BBB
them
trying to
together.
get aggro, though.
Jumps over the wall. Chris, angry, and a dragon. Ziggs Bomb makes one happen more. Will they get another one? No, they won't. Chris forced to run away from this one. Pantheon to go down, get snuggled. About to get a big hug from Ackerman. Hits the ground, takes him out. 191 gold for that one. Unassisted. 1v1 kill.
LMQ, Ackerman, and Vasily versus the world. Do they want to try and do a 2v4? I think they want to, but
they tried.
Yeah, it was
BBB ran away.
It was a nice move by BBB to get 2 kills. Like when you're down 14,000 gold, getting any kills is a struggle.
Yes.
The fact that they picked up 2 and only suffered 1 in return makes it a very good play, but they would need to make about 15 more of those if they want to get back in this game.
I would say about 14 more of those.
Ah, of course.
Just do a subtraction.
Yeah.
Like you said about, so pretty accurate.
Because then the kills would be even.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just speaking generally. I was trying to think of this like big, impossible to achieve number. And it's like
75 kills.
15 more times.
3 aces, they're back in. We'll see if they can do it more. Going to sweep away the wards. I'm always a fan of when someone gets the 2 for 1, like 2 wards and 1 activation. Because he like sweeps 1 brush and walks the other with the oracles, gets the second one.
Yeah.
Sound effects, what do you use, Irene?
No, I was thinking like, that's the 2 wards. It's like 2 for 1 because you get...
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Oh, man. You might turn this around.
A lot of person to get snuggled, but walks away from it. The ult damage reduction helping get snuggled a lot in that one.
Yeah, they saw a lot of people in the bottom lane too, so they might just rush this Baron right now.
And here we go, the Baron getting started up. No one PvP really around. Ziggs Bomb going to be way too early, but does confirm that it's being attacked.
Teamfights are things that LMQ wants to avoid, but this wouldn't be a straight-up teamfight. It would be a 4v3, and that Baron's going down real fast.
Oh, red team does pick up Baron Nash, but in comes Gonti and Chris. The battle begins. Peek and Woof just goes down early. Solar Flare comes out. Gonti's got nowhere to go, though. Tails doing some damage off the bottom side. Ackerman does not care. Jumps to a ward. Can he find the kill here? You got the jump onto Tails. Yep, Xiao picks that one up, and in comes No Name now. Chris
Oh.
Gets stunned, but jumps over the wall just in time.
He stunned the little wolf.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Either way, Chris
Little
is
wolf
safe.
just wanted to hit him.
I think even if he stunned Chris would have been safe.
Yeah, Chris still would have jumped over. The stun doesn't interrupt the jump unless it was actually a displacement effect.
Or it was Yasuo.
So, like the threshold can stop. Or if it was Yasuo dash.
Yeah, you can stop Yasuo's. Malzahar ulti now stops dashes mid-travel.
Nice.
That one's cool. That was
Yeah.
a couple months ago, actually.
Awesome.
But the push in towards the base is going to be LMQ putting up some pretty big performance here. Turret number 6 will be going down 28 minutes in.
This has been such a dominating performance by LMQ. And a surrender 28 minutes into the game. Chris leaves the game as well.
There you go. 51 minutes of total game time for the BO3. Very convincing by LMQ. Great play by these guys. Early game both times. Same strategy. Really fun. A lot of action, a lot of kills. Made it work.
That was a fun game.
Yeah, it was.
They're really good. So they're now their second straight series final in a row.
Mhm.
They're guaranteed #1 seed in points.
Absolutely.
I think they were before the game.
Yes, they were.
But
Even fourth place.
even more so. They're still going to want to win both of them for the domination and the fear factor as they go into the finals.
It's a
Yeah,
big
I
one.
mean, this was much more impressive than their quarterfinal performance even.
Absolutely.
They took control of all the games right at the start.
Mhm.
I think teams that are going for LMQ definitely have to at least find a way of weathering the storm or just picking. You don't want to say like beat them at their own game because that almost never works, but
Sure.
they need to at least not pick late game compositions. Pick incredibly strong laners.
You've got to withstand it.
Like the Kazakh's jungle, while it's nice, actually isn't that great until he hits level 6. And there was a lot of stuff that they could have used help from in that game for PvV. But they get some points for that.
Yep.
LMQ in the finals.
Yeah.
Good set.
And VVV are going to move into the third place match. We'll see them in about a week, I believe, to see if they can get third place here in this series, get some more points, see what happens. Of course, LMQ is now headed to the Challenger Series finals with their 2-0 sweep over VVV. They're going to be waiting for the winner of CA versus C9T.
Yeah, of course, the next finals team will be decided tomorrow as Curse Academy takes on Cloud9 Tempest. That will also be a great game.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. Going to be casting that one. I believe it's me and Zyrene for that one. So
yes, sir.
If you're fans of us, tune in for that one. And of course, tomorrow the North American LCS continues with day 2 of our Week 9 coverage. Kicking off the day, it's odd one in Team Solo Mid, taking on Crumbs and Dignitas. It's going to be a fun one.
Then, after the pros have shattered the final Nexus, it's the last semifinal matchup of the spring, NACS, with a trip to the finals on the line. And remember, all that league action begins Sunday at 12 noon Pacific, 8 p.m. Central European Time.
That is correct. So with that, our time together has come to a close. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Jat, and the entire wonderful live broadcast crew. Thank you for watching. Good night. GG. Stay classy.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Ride, 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 ride. Ride, 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 ride. Come on. Ride, 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 ride. Come on. Ride, 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 ride. Come on. I look good. Ride, ride.